Dude, what is
Does
wrong
this
with
look
you, bro?
human to you? It has like a testicle.
What is that, bro? What did you put?
It's
on your
literally a
screen, bro?
Cheeto Puff, dude.
No, that's something. That's something that's living.
It's literally, dude, it's literally a Cheeto Puff.
That's not, bro, that's not what a Cheeto Puff looks like, bro.
No, it literally is. That's a shrimp, right? And that's a Cheeto Puff.
Why would a shrimp be next to a Cheeto Puff, bro?
It's a design, right? It wanted to represent like Donald Trump.
Dude, what? Dude, are you even taking this conversation seriously, bro? Because like I'm generally like trying to give you like my opinion and saying like
No, it's human. It's human. I'm just trolling.
Okay, I was about to say, bro, like what the
See,
hell is going on?
again, it's so funny because you can't tell. Dude, this is my best. This is my favorite humor. I love it, honestly. But yeah, no, you can continue. Sorry.
You want Trump, bro? Oh my god.
What's up?
You want Trump, like you're always talking about Trump too, bro, for some weird reason. Like that's kind of.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's politics is coming around, right? And it's almost like that's like a relevant conversation to the whole political landscape. It's almost like he has like an overwhelming majority in the Republican Party and is going to be the candidate, very likely.
Okay, so what does Trump think about abortion, by the way, now that you know
I'm
so
pretty sure
much
he's
about
pro-life
Trump?
now.
So he values this. This is what he values.
Yeah. Me and Trump think along the same lines, and that's why I appreciate him, because like he understands like what's going on.
He understands what's going on. What's going on? Let me know. Please inform me, y'all.
Dude, again, I've told you many times, right? A man of that consciousness, right, that is able to like drag people into his realm of thought, right? He's able to converse with anybody, bro. Like he's somebody that I admire from a glance, and somebody that I really like. I don't know. That's why like I kind of get angry when you call Trump this or Trump that, because like he's a genuinely good guy, bro, and you're being brainwashed by CNN.
What did I call him? Be CNN? I don't even watch CNN.
Well, you probably do, so.
I probably do.
But
I don't. Yeah. But okay.
But, yeah, you were making a remark about the Cheeto Puff thingy, like Trump or something, like trying to like connect the two, like as if they had like some correlation.
I don't think CNN's ever made that claim.
No, you did.
I did, yeah.
Like,
I don't know how that's related to CNN though.
Anyway, again, it's got more value than a sperm cell. It's got more value, if something has actualized out of this emergence, and just how it is, because the chances significantly go up. It's as simple as that. Like, there's no other
wait, Johan, before you finish with this real quick,
around it.
This person said in the comment section, Parker was hired by George Soros to spread leftist propaganda. Do you agree?
Dude, do you watch Hasanabi or no?
Not often, no. I've watched him every once in a while. Last time I probably watched him was when he like reacted to me.
Do you watch Destiny?
Like every once in a while.
What do you think about the two? Because like it seems like you are, like, I know that Hasanabi is against Trump. Like he hates Trump, and that's why I stopped watching his content, because there's like this weird space of like people that they claim to want the best for their land, yet they kind of go in support to the one that is most able to destroy their land. Like, bro, like it makes no sense. Like why like why are you trying to tarnish what the world has been trying to build up to, bro? Let's be honest.
What am I supporting that's tarnishing things?
I don't know, like first of all, let's talk about this subject right here, right? Like the fact that you want abortions to like to be a thing.
Yeah, I think that you should have a choice about abortions prior to sentience.
Dude, like again, the chances of the actualization becoming sentient is much greater than the sperm cell or the process that the sperm cell goes through, right?
Yeah, but it hasn't actualized yet.
Coming from?
Okay, it hasn't actualized
No,
yet.
but
I gave you
but the
conditions in which
chances.
hold on. I gave you conditions in which we increase the probability of a sperm cell and an egg cell leading to the type of life that you value. And again, you still didn't even value it in that scenario. So
Well,
we
I
increased
valued
the
it.
likelihood.
No, no, no.
And you
Hold
still
on.
didn't.
Hold on. No, no, no. Hold on. I valued it in the sense that I recognized that it had more of a chance of becoming what it had to become, right? Like, again, this is by chances, right? Like, if something has more of a chance of becoming something, I'm not going to hinder its progress. It's just like rude of me, and it's just bad of me to do so. Like I'm doing stuff at that point
No.
out
My
of
point is
ignorance
that-
or bad faith.
Hold up. My point's that why are they obligated to sustain that process for something that is not sentient?
Why are they able? Like, wait.
Why
what?
are they
Could you
obligated
repeat
to
that?
sustain this process for an entity that's not sentient?
Because it's got heightened chances of becoming it. Like that's kind of the point. Like that's the whole point that I'm arguing.
I gave that to you in the scenario in which there was the sperm and the egg that were already on track to.
Yeah, and I told you that right, and I told you that it depends on these stages, right? So like again, so you gave me a stage where they were like trying to actualize like something, but it didn't actually actualize yet, right? And so then I said, well, actually no, I wouldn't value it as highly as the actualization itself, right? Like that's
Yeah,
the
so
point
you
I'm
stopped
trying to
valuing the
make here.
potential and instead you valued the actual, which is again antithetical to the whole idea of you valuing the potential in
Yeah,
the first
but
place.
right. But I only value the potential if it's actualized. That's
Wait.
where my argument starts.
Same. Wait. I agree. That's actually my point, right? I only value the potential or future sentience, right? Once there's an actual sentience that already exists, right? Or, right, that there will be a sentience that would exist, right? But in this sense, if there is an abortion, right, there would never be a sentience that would exist, right? There would never be a person that would exist. And that's exactly why I don't think that there's going to be an issue there, right? If someone drinks, right, pregnancy prior to the point of sentience, that's going to affect a person that will exist, right? But if you have an abortion,
so
that will not
Parker,
affect one that will exist.
Parker, bro. I'm gonna give you a scenario here, bro. Okay. Here we've got a young man, right? His chances of winning the lottery and being a happy man is 80%, right? But right now he's poor. Now somebody else comes about, and because he thinks that he has no chance of winning the lottery at all, he gets his coupon, right, and he just burns it up. And then tomorrow he finds out that he could have been rich, potentially, right? How good is that?
What? I didn't get that. Can you say that again?
Dude, what? Are you serious? Okay,
Yeah.
so
like,
yeah. Okay, so
maybe my brain just like stopped functioning. Sorry.
okay. I'm gonna explain it. Okay, say that we have here a young man, right? He buys a coupon and he has an 80% chance, right? Since the coupon has been actualized now, right? He has an 80% chance of winning the lottery, right? So the coupon is 80, like there's an 80% chance that the coupon will turn into money, right? Okay, great. You follow till then now. Then somebody thinks, right, that there's no there's no point of the coupon being in his hands, right? Because he thinks that it's not going to reach that conclusion yet, right? And thus he takes the ticket out of his hands and he burns it. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
That wouldn't make any sense for him to do that. Because again,
it would
first
be,
of all,
right.
there's
Thank you. You proved my point. Thank you. Yo, holy crap, bro.
There's
Oh
an
my god.
obligation in the scenario of abortion that you have to sustain. I don't know why he's laughing. This guy's like actually insane. Hold up. Can you let me explain? Why is he laughing?
Got you.
There's an
Dude,
obligation.
I legit got you.
You didn't. There's an obligation in the scenario in which someone is engaging in an abortion, right? An obligation that you would have to sustain, right? There are negatives, right, associated with the one event when it relates to whether or not an individual would want abortion, right? One in which would outweigh the one of the non-sentient individual. So it would make sense.
Dude, it would make no sense. No, it would make no sense.
Hold up, let me finish. It would make sense. I appreciate the interrupt. Thank you so much. For an individual to engage in abortion there. Whereas when it relates to the scenario where you're just talking about like there being money, I don't know why you're laughing and freaking out. When it relates to you getting money,
Dude,
there are no
it's
negatives
because
associated with that at all, right? It's only positive. literally no reason for you to note in that scenario. You don't get anything out of getting that note, right? But in the scenario of an abortion, you do get something out of that, right? You don't have to sustain that pregnancy that you did not want to sustain, right?
Dude,
do you understand how it's not correlated?
Oh my God.
It's not a good analogy at all.
It is a good analogy, bro.
It literally demonstrates. Can you tell me what it demonstrates conceptually?
Okay, it demonstrates, right, that this coupon, right, has an 80% chance, right? Like here, okay, the coupon had to go through a factory to be made to begin with, right? Okay, so you could say within that process, it's got no value at all, right? Cool, okay, great. But once it's actualized now it's got value due to the point that now it could have a lot of cash attributed to it. You see where I'm coming from here? I just got you again, dude.
I don't know why he thinks he did anything here. Yo, what? Do you actually think that you did something here? I'm so confused.
Yes,
bro.
Like, bro.
No, I'm actually really trying to like understand this here, man. Because again, it's not at all something that you would associate with like an obligation that would be sustained through pregnancy, right? Especially again, since there are no concerns on the side of the individual that is not sentient, as there would be no type of experience to be concerned of. Okay, when it relates to the scenario in which there is you have just money, right? There's no reason as to why you would get rid of that money, right? You only would lose if you were to do that. Okay, the scenario where you get rid of the abortion, you don't lose, you gain things, right? You don't have to sustain that obligation for that individual in which was against your will, right?
Oh my God, Parker. Okay, so, oh my God. So you seem not to get the analogy at all, right? Because it's clear just by what you said, right? Okay, let's be clear here, right? So your whole point is, right, that all because the coupon is not like the same as a child, I guess that it doesn't pertain to the actual like scenario at hand, right? Like it was something along those lines, right?
Huh?
Hello? Dude, come on, bro. We are legit having a debate here. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm like listening, but like I'm really confused with the point.
Don't be scared. Dude, come on, bro. Don't be scared. Repeat.
Am I scared right now?
You just said.
Repeat what I.
Okay,
repeat what I said. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
In response to what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that it didn't. Yeah, it didn't make sense as like an analogy at all, right? Because when it relates to like an abortion, right, you gain things from ending that obligation, right? Because you didn't want to sustain that obligation. It was something that was against your will.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait, hold on. But can we break down what you just said, right? Okay, so you said that you gain things from like stopping like the process, right? Is like that's what you said, right? You stop like
yeah.
You gain things by stopping like a process. Okay, so could you elaborate on that? Why do you think that? Okay, let's see, bro.
You don't have to sustain a pregnancy against your will. You don't have to take care of an individual. You give up your bodily resources.
Oh my
right,
God,
towards something
bro,
that would exist in the future. That's
okay. So
that you
all
gain.
because. Right. Well, it's the same thing with the coupon, right? The man that has the coupon, he's got this mental stress, right, where he doesn't know if he's gonna win or not, right? And so he carries this constant weight in his mind constantly until the day where the cash might be actualized, right? So again, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Oh my God, bro!
Which it might be actualized. You're saying that he doesn't want to carry the mental stress of not wanting to carry a note until it's actualized. I don't see that at all to be anywhere near the same type of obligation, right, as it would relate to like a pregnancy. Anywhere near
but it's still the same.
Harms. No, same level of harms that would exist. No, not at all, right? I don't see the correlate at all because again, there's completely different standards in terms of how much it harms individual, what they would get out of it, right? That aren't represented within the context of the analogy.
They are, bro, of course. So like again, so you said, right, that the reason why it would be more of a gain than a loss would be due to the fact, right, that they'd gain something based off of the relief that they'll get, right? But my argument here is, right, that if they waited like a little bit more, right, the rewards would outweigh whatever they went through. That's the point, right? Like,
no,
that's the ultimate point.
That's what they're saying no to, right? Because they don't want to have this child. They don't want to sustain that, right? So that wouldn't be viewed as a positive sort of thing, right there, like winning money or winning the lottery. No, but that would be instinctually.
Right? Hold on, instinctually it would be, right, because like once
it's like actually false.
A person. No. Wait. Actually, when somebody has a child, right, something happens in their brain, like psychologically, I guess, where it gives them hope, right? So like you are potentially getting that hope off of these people's hands, much like the coupon that the man took from the other man. Oh my God, Parker, you keep on falling down. Oh my God.
I don't think that would be true for people that don't want to sustain a pregnancy or go through these types of scenarios. Johan, I actually, like, I'm really concerned. I don't think that, like, you understand what's going on in the conversation, because you're laughing, like, really hard. Like, I don't know why. Right.
Dude, because, like, you, like, I know exactly what you do here, bro. Because, like, I just told you what the point is, right? Over and over again. And how it corresponds to the whole, portion thing, to a thing of burdens, to a things of chances, and to the things of like how things form, right? So I've given you like 3 things that are just concrete within the within the argument, and your whole argument is,
I've given you responses.
Actually, hold on.
You gave me any response to that.
Hold on. And your whole thing is, well, actually, it's not the same thing, because, like, no, bro, like, it's just like a trust me, bro type of
I'm not giving you a trust me, bro. I'm giving you a response. I'm giving you reasoning. I gave you reasoning as to why it wasn't similar.
Well, your reason... Yeah, it's because... Right. So you said that the flaws... Like, that the flaw is not the same one as the one that is carried out when somebody like has the potential of having a child, right? And my argument is it doesn't matter, because they still both have like these chances and these flaws, right? Like, yes, one flaw might be bigger than the other one, and one chance might be bigger than the other one, but the point is that they're both chances and they both form in the same way. That's the whole argument here. And your whole point is, well, actually no, because if we no.
They're both chances to get things that are valuable, right? But the thing is, in which you relate to be valuable, right, is not seen in terms of the purpose of the action for the individual that we see, right? So in terms of the value that you're representing, you're saying what you would consider to be valuable. And I don't think that even then again, it would be related to the idea of like...
So now we are appealing to subjectives, bro?
Well, I mean...
So now we are appealing to subjectives?
Well, I mean,
really?
Morality is subjective,
okay.
Right?
Well, having a kid
what I was saying is in a descriptive sense.
It's an objective, right?
You're making an equivocation between like the value that you hold upon something and the value that an individual who would be getting an abortion values something.
Nature views life absolutely crucial. Listen to me, Parker. Life sees life as absolutely crucial. We should want more kids to run around and to reach their peaks and potentials, but also to suffer. Listen, if like say...
We do not what? Wait, you did not just say that. You want kids to suffer?
No. Oh my God, kids have to suffer though, right? Because like...
Bro, dude, no. Do you want kids to suffer?
I don't want kids, but the world does, right? Because like...
No, do you want kids to suffer?
I don't want kids, but the world is going to make them suffer. So yeah.
So you don't want kids to suffer?
That's the point. Well, suffering, like, again, it's as I said previously, right? Suffering aids towards intellectual pursuits, I think, in some sense. Like, and so, like, if there's a little bit of suffering there, like, there's gonna be, like, more pursuit of the divine, right? Like, that's just how I think of it. But yeah, it seems like I've
you don't even have the ability to justify that divine is a thing, right? So you're just trying to say that like suffering is somehow like a good thing towards like some sort of end goal because you have some sort of bias.
If you view it right. But if you view it as divine suffering, you could get through it and you could like do some really great stuff, right? As a point here. So like,
Placebo.
again, yes, Right, cool, okay, great. So we want kids to just like be themselves in the most higher, like in the highest way, right? And then when you take the opportunity out, right? Say that this kid could have been the kid to cure cancer, right? And you just cut the supply off somehow. What a piece of shit, right?
What if it was a serial killer?
Well, what a piece of shit too is because like.
Well, no, you brought up what if he's going to cure cancer? What if he's a serial killer?
Well, like, bro,
come
it
on,
still
bro.
applies. No, bro.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Right. What are you talking about?
The point is,
if you know that this individual was going to be a serial killer, would you still like say that this should continue? If you guys know for a fact, 100% certain that this individual would be a serial killer and would lead to the deaths of 30 people in the future and the rapings of multiple individuals, like dozens of individuals, would you say that you should allow this to continue? Again, it's at a point where it's not sentient yet.
Yes, it's because it's what life chose. So yes, like, I didn't choose that.
So Johan, you wouldn't abort a baby Hitler?
I would never abort anybody. Because they have to do something about their existence and
that is wild, bro. That is wild, dude. Bro? You wouldn't abort baby Hitler even prior to sentience. You wouldn't abort him.
No, I wouldn't.
That's wild, bro.
That's bad of me, bro. Are you serious?
Yes, dude. You know how many deaths that led to? That was literally fucking tens of millions of people died because of this dude, and you're like, oh, we're just gonna let it happen, right? Like, what?
No, hold on. So this is my argument, right? So what I'll do is I'll try to love Hitler as much as I can, so like he grows up well. Like, obviously, if I had the foresight to see that such a potential could occur, I would try to raise this child as goodly.
No, if
as
here,
possible.
let me change the hypothetical because you think that you're going to somehow raise baby Hitler. Okay, so my hypothetical is now going to be. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're only there for 30 minutes. You can't be there for any longer. You have a chance to either abort it prior to sentience or you don't abort it. Right?
Okay, well then
would you abort baby Schmittler?
No, I'd tell the parents to... Hold on. I'll tell the parents what their child is capable of, and then I'll tell them steps on how to raise such a person.
You have lost the ability to speak. You can't write down anything. All you can do is do
no, bro. That's outrageous, bro. Stop changing the scenario.
It's already outrageous that you, dude. It's already outrageous that you would be in a time where you could
changing it,
where you could abort baby Schmidt.
No, you're just changing it, bro. You're just you're
yeah, because I'm trying to.
You've lost, bro. You've lost.
No,
you've
right,
lost, bro.
No, right, because you're trying to change the conditions of the hypothetical.
No, you
that you have the ability to unallow. It's either you abort or don't abort, and you're saying that you don't abort, right?
Because there's also another alternative, right? There that could be seen, right?
The idea is that this is the only alternative, right? I'm just asking whether or not you'd do it.
Okay, fine. Then I wouldn't. Let fate do whatever it has to do, bro. I don't know, like what's going to happen.
So you would not do anything. You would not abort baby Schmittler.
No, because I'm not.
Even though it would save tens of millions of people.
Okay, so would Christ kill Hitler? No, right? Because like he loves.
I don't believe it's God. So I mean, I don't know.
I'm like Christ. No, but like I want to be just like Christ in such a way, right? In the sense that even
why?
If this is,
are you Christian?
Well, because. No, like I'm more of an idealist, right? So I think that like Christ is the perfect ideal of what a human is. That's my point of view. So like,
can someone make it make sense?
Dude, yes, bro. Like my ideal is that like Christ is the best human who ever.
Do you think Jesus is God?
Lived, right? No, I don't think. Listen, I'm not a Christian, bro. I just think that Christ was
okay. Well, some Christians say that they're not Christian and are like, I'm not religious, but I follow Jesus, right? But you don't believe he's, God.
I don't believe that he's God.
You just think that he's the greatest human that ever existed. Why?
Look at his influence. Look at his
just because you have a lot of influence doesn't mean you're the best.
Well, it does entail that because he fixed like many brains out there and many hearts out there. You just have to be honest. So Christ is of the highest order. And
So
if
did
Christ would
other
not
people.
kill-
So
Hold on. So if Christ would not kill him, I wouldn't do so either. Because I want to be the best human in existence, just like Christ.
I think he would.
No, he wouldn't, bro. Stop,
Why not?
it, bro. No, he wouldn't.
Why not?
Because he's a man of supreme understanding.
Tens of millions of people would be unalive due to this scenario.
Yeah, but like since he understands more than everybody, hence God works in mysterious ways. But like it's not really God; it's your consciousness and your intellect. Your intellect works in mysterious ways. So I would say like no, I wouldn't kill him at all, and so I would walk off.
Okay, let's get back to the topic. So I have a question, right? Let's say that. So this is a 6-week-old embryo, okay? Right. So let's say that we're in a burning building, right? On one side of the aisle, right, there is a 6-week-old embryo, right?
Okay.
On the other side of the aisle, right, there is a newborn baby, okay?
Okay.
Right. Actually, no, I'm changing it. 2 of these on one side, and then there is one newborn baby on the other side. Burning building, okay? You can either save the 2 embryos or the 1 newborn baby.
Well, hold on.
Which would you rather
Is
save?
the baby... Okay, so is the baby in perfect health or does he have any disabilities?
They're all perfect health.
Okay. I would save the baby because it's actualized more. Of course, like it's actualized more, so I would view it.
So
more
you would
value.
rather save 1 newborn baby over 2 embryos?
Yeah, because those 2 embryos, like I'm still quite unsure as to how their development will go because it's very early on. But still, like I still hold them like in higher value than the sperm cell and than the process that led to their actualization. You know, so it's like it's still of higher value.
Okay, so they're not
So, yeah.
to the same value as a person.
No, they're nearly to the same value as a person, but not quite, right? So
They're nearly, but not the same value. So at least half, though, right?
at least half, yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's say that there's 3 embryos, and there is
Oh my God.
1 newborn baby.
Then I would say the 3 embryos, bro.
You would save the three of these over
Over one
one
baby,
newborn
of course.
baby. So again, by the way, this wouldn't experience the burning of the fire, right? The baby would. The baby's flesh would literally burn alive. Okay? Like experience, sentience. Right?
Okay,
And you would
so
rather
I see
save 3 of
what
these?
your point is. Okay, so oh my God, you're so foolish, Parker. Holy crap!
I'm foolish? All
So,
right. No, you're the one that said you
your
want to save 3 of these
Hold on,
over a
hold
newborn
on.
baby.
Hold on.
With a sentient
so your
experience.
point here is, hold on, sir, let me speak. So your point here is, right, that like, all because something can now experience something. Wait, wait, hold on. If a baby could experience stuff, how come I can't remember stuff of when I was a baby? Booyah, kabooyah.
Yeah, my grandma had dementia and she couldn't remember stuff, yet she still had experiences. What are you talking about, bro? Just because you don't remember something doesn't mean you didn't
Babies
experience
don't-
it.
No,
People don't remember.
have-
People don't remember things from when they went out and drinking, right? They still had experiences, right? So again, it's just whether or not you have a memory. So again, very clearly speaking, you can be sentient, you can have experiences as a newborn, right, and not have memory of it.
No, right, but like, there's a difference between a dementia patient and a baby here, right? Because a dementia patient, you know, out of reasoning, right, that they have this like very developed consciousness, but like something happens that they can't remember, right? A baby though, you could like I don't know, like you could like, let's say, like pinch a baby and the baby would not feel it, like they'll just like
What?
like carry on crying. Yes, bro, that's how it works. Like that's literally how
No,
it
that
works.
is
Like,
not how it
it's
works.
like- that's how they do.
No.
Like,
What is wrong with you? Clearly a fucking newborn feels that. Johan, what are you talking about, bro? You gotta be trolling today, dude. Are you off the Zaw today, bro?
No, I'm not. I'm fresh.
So, dude, what the hell are you saying?
I'm saying that a baby can't feel stuff. That's what I said.
Clearly they can. They can feel stuff in the womb.
Show me evidence.
I can literally I'll send you multiple different academic studies right now that show you that there's pain and there's feelings even within the womb, like within gestation.
Well, plants has, wait. Plants have pain and feeling too, right? Hold on.
I don't think they have pain to the perception and to the awareness that we would have. What would you classify as pain? What would you classify as
this
pain?
is hilarious.
What do you classify
Dude, it's
as
just
pain?
reaction. Hold on. My phone shows a reaction to something, bro. My phone has a reaction to something. It's like a baby.
So here I agree. There's a distinction here, but not in terms of plants. Here, there's a distinction in terms of pain and conceptualization of pain. There is pain prior to conceptualization of pain, right? But we're talking about conceptualization of pain, feeling of pain.
No, that's not true.
Appreciate that.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Dude, baby cannot conceptualize pain, bro. Are you
Yes,
for
it can.
real,
Yes,
bro?
it can. The thalamocortical connections, right? This is even later in the in gestational age than I could reference, right? Necessarily integrate the mind and the body, right? And they produce a different type of experience for most individuals, right? In which they are going to be aware of this particular phenomena. They absolutely can feel that pain, right? It's not just that there is pain. There's a feeling of pain. There's a conceptualization of pain, right? And that's fundamentally different from the experience because there is no experience of this 6-week-old embryo. Fundamentally different. So when we draw the line at conception, right? Why? What is the distinction amongst the sperm, right, and the egg that we don't see with the zygote? Generally, people just say, "Oh, the genetic material is together," right? But when we're relating to, again, the distinction in terms of whether or not there's a conceptualization of experience and whether or not there's not a conceptualization of experience, that's significantly more valuable to me. Right. I appreciate the Lucy. Thank you so much. I don't value genetic property. Right. I value awareness. Right. I value conceptualization of experience. That's what I value.
So you only value something if the lights are on, right? Like, that's all.
Yeah. Well, past, or present, and future. Okay, that's the condition. It's called a conjunction. So I require this and this to be true in order for something to be granted value. If it lacks one or the other, it does not have value. To the same degree, by the way.
Okay, so your whole point here is, right, that like, if something is able to conceptualize something to the point where they could react on this conceptualization, thus it has more of a value than something that cannot conceptualize anything at all, right? Like, that's your main point here, right?
Sentient life is more valuable than cellular life, clearly.
Okay. Yeah, of course. And I do agree. But like, wait, hold on. So in like, how many weeks in does a creation has to be in, right? In order for the lights to come on, like how long?
Like when can sentience begin?
Yeah, like when? Like
18 through 26 weeks is what most research indicates.
Yeah, and so if something is like, so like if something is 10 weeks in the womb, right? Like the process is nearly done, right? To the point where like they could now feel something, right? And again, you're robbing something off of that experience, like bro, like that's a point, and that's not just at all, bro. Like sincerely,
you're robbing it of his experience. Well, I don't know if I'm robbing something if it doesn't exist yet in this sense. Right, I'm talking about in the sense of it having a subjective experience, past, present, and future. Right, it doesn't exist within that sense yet, so I can't be robbing it of something because it doesn't exist.
Parker, what's
exist.
consciousness, bro? Hold on, what's consciousness, bro?
Consciousness is different from sentience, but consciousness is self-awareness, sense perception. So it's not only just like the conceptualization of the experience; it's the self-awareness added on top of the experience.
What is sentience?
It's going to be subjective experience.
Subjective experience. Okay, fine.
Or like awareness.
And so, can't you think, right? Like, think for a second, right? Can't you say, right, that like maybe the embryo is sentient in a way that we might not be able to comprehend yet, and that's what like
It doesn't exhibit
like
characteristics that we would associate with sentience. Extraordinarily unlikely.
Like,
it doesn't have a
right,
mind
like,
at this phase. It doesn't have a mind that would be at all able to have anything that we've seen in terms of like producing this type of subjective experience, right? We have brain dead individuals that have brains that are together, that have neurons that are firing, right? EEG readings, right? But they don't produce any type of subjective experience. Okay. So it's more than just the case that there's going to be like electrical impulses that are responding back and forth.
Interesting.
Yeah. So so like my point is that again, you would value like the 3 embryos that are like this without any type of subjective experience, right? More than the 1 newborn baby that would experience that burning alive, right? That you'd value the 3 embryos more.
It's just like okay, fine. So there's multiple ways that we could think about this situation, right? Like there's multiple ways, and I don't think that we have to focus on the whole sentient argument to begin with, right? Although like it's always gonna be there because of course like it's always going to show itself, and that's the point, right? Like if it's got a 99.9% chance it's gonna show itself, it's like it's already there in a way, right? Like in a way it's already there because of the chance that it could emerge there 100%, right? Like that's the whole point.
It could emerge where?
Within the embryo, right? Like sentience, right? Like once the embryo has appeared and it's 10 weeks in, right? From here till it develops sentience, right? Like its chances drastically go up to like the 100%, right? Like there's no way that it cannot
that it will
develop
at some
sentience.
point. No,
Yeah,
there are
like,
ways that it won't. Like clearly speaking, there can be miscarriages, right? But sure, right? You could say that it will happen. I'm willing to grant the notion that it will happen at some state, right? But we've also done that for the scenario where there is a sperm and an egg on track. This will be that case, and you didn't value it prior. You didn't say rights before conception, right? You said you value the future of something, the potential of something once it's actual, and that's what I'm saying. So you're actually disputing your argument here when it relates to this circumstance. Instead, you're actually you should be saying that you would value the future of this entity once it's established that subjective experience, but it hasn't established that subjective experience yet.
Right, but
hasn't become actual.
Right, but like there's a 100% chance that it might become actual, right? Like
appreciate the advice. Thank you so much. Same thing I brought you up in the scenario with the contraption with the sperm and the egg. It will be the case 100% that the conception will occur. It will become actual. But you didn't value it before. You didn't say rights before conception.
I don't know, like you're gonna have to show me a study on what you said there, because like I don't think I think that many mistakes could happen where it can't become actual, right? Like something could definitely happen within the process that it doesn't happen. It's just how things are, right? Versus the embryo that's already been
so if you're saying that
actualized.
something could happen, well, something could happen within the context of the pregnancy. If not, it's more likely to happen in the context of the pregnancy.
No, right?
Lab setting that I brought up, in which we're taking one and the other, right? Again, the one that I brought up is way more likely to lead to the actual than yours.
Nope, that's not true, because mine has already been actualized, right? And it's more likely to actualize even more properties for itself, right? Whereas the thing that you told me in the lab setting, right? This thing has there's like a 60% chance that it could be, but there's a large 40% chance that it could not be, right? And so there's
That's not true. That's not true.
Difference.
Come on.
Nah, come on, bro.
When we're talking about IVF, come on.
That's true, bro. Come on now. That's true, bro. Okay, show me a study then that demonstrates the point.
But a study that tells you about IVF, like in vitro fertilization?
No.
I can send you resources about in vitro fertilization. Yeah.
Hold on. Tell me a study that tells you, right, that when it's within the process, right? Tell me the study that, that tells you the percentage of what something could be, right? Like, that's the point.
The percentage of what something could be?
Yeah. Like,
what?
How long would it take for something to be actualized? Bro, come on, bro. Like,
For what to be actualized?
For the embryo.
For the embryo's sentience to be actualized?
No, for the embryo itself to be actualized, bro. Like, concrete, that it comes out of this emergence.
You mean a zygote. So a zygote is what's created from conception. So the zygote to be actualized in this circumstance with IVF?
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about like when they conduct IVF, how likely it is?
Yes. Well, show me a study.
Okay. Well, I don't think we would need that for this, but I can give you one that talks about like IVF.
Oh
right?
my God.
I don't know a study. I haven't read through a study on this. So.
Oh my God! You haven't read the study now. Yo, Parker, this is
it's literally a hypothetical. It's literally a hypothetical, bro.
I'm done, bro. Parker, I'm
so confused how he thinks that this is a point to respond. I don't know why you're laughing. Dude, this is
hilarious. This is hilarious, bro.
Yeah, I don't think it's funny because of anything that I've said, right? I think it's kind of just like awkward, weird, laugh funny, right? Because you're like thinking something is funny and no one else is laughing at it. So everyone's kind of like laughing at the fact that you're laughing in such a weird way.
Hold on. No. I'm laughing at the fact that now you got no sort of like evidence behind what you said, bro. That's hilarious, bro. That's the true fact.
I was bringing up a hypothetical. I wasn't making a claim about an overall general population. I wasn't making a claim about the likelihood of this being true. I wasn't making a claim about an overall population. I was simply constructing.
You're so mad.
I'm not mad. I was simply constructing a hypothetical, right, to demonstrate something conceptually.
Dude, you're mad, bro. I just got you. Holy crap.
I'm angry right now.
Dude, you can't even like tell me like the evidence, bro. Come on, bro. Stop yapping and tell me the evidence that tells me the chances.
This is actually unbelievable, bro. Like what evidence are you asking for?
Oh my God. So wait, hold on, Parker. I just got I got you again, right? So the fact that you just okay, fine. I'll tell you again, I guess, right? Show me a study that indicates that the process of actualization of the embryo.
Are you talking about live births?
Tell me.
So I have one here from News Medical Net that says about 32% of IVF life cycles lead to like live births. There are different results when it relates to this. It depends on age. So here for one says 55.6% for people under 35, 40.8% for people 35 through 37, 26.8% for people who are 38 to 40, 12.6% for people who are 41 through 42, and then 3.9% for people who are 43 and over. I can send you multiple sources that relate to this, if you'd like. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Cameron.
Thank you for proving my point, actually.
Again, by the way, that actually isn't necessary for like the anything I'm trying to demonstrate conceptually within the
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you for proving my point.
The IVF setting.
You're very honest, bro.
You're
very honest, bro. Thank you for proving my point.
I don't know how I was proving your point, but the IVF setting was meant to demonstrate conceptually, right? That again, right? You have the conditions that are meant to lead to this particular life in the same way that you were saying that there were the conditions to lead to this particular sentience, right?
Parker, it's the thing, right? Josh said, right? Josh, you know who Josh is, right? He said that he came up on here, right? And that he beat you in a debate of abuse, right? And now he told you to have a go. Okay, so now
I literally have the video of it, and I'm pretty sure he was like, "Fuck, I need to go back and like do like some research, man." Right? So I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, wait. So why did Josh tell me that?
Got me with that. Like, well, he's probably hyping himself up, bro. Like actually, I can literally like it's. I'm pretty sure I have it. I'm posted. It's either posted to YouTube or I'm posting it to YouTube pretty soon, and you can go watch it yourself.
I think that Josh beat you, bro, a little bit, because I've never won. I've never won a debate against Josh, and I've won a debate against you. So yeah.
When did you win a debate against me?
I just won because you couldn't give me evidence and you proved my point, and I won against like the
I didn't need evidence for that hypothetical because I was demonstrating something.
Hold on, wait,
I wasn't making. Stop talking. I wasn't making a claim.
Look, you're mad.
I wasn't making a claim about an overall population, right? So it clearly wouldn't need evidence for that, right? All it was meant to demonstrate something conceptually in a hypothetical. Right.
Dude,
so you've taken points that don't actually like hold you to anything true within the context of an argument. Right. So you have this perceived
notion. It is within the context of the argument.
Hold on. No, it is within the perceived notion. You have this perceived notion that you like did something within the conversation, but truly, I mean, if you know anything about debates and argumentation, you haven't even provided anything.
Dude, you haven't provided me evidence, bro. In fact, you provided.
You value the chicken.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, cool. Right. So now you are resorting to talking over me because you know that I've got a point and you know that I won the argument and you know that potentially Josh won the argument too. It's as simple as that, bro. It's as simple as that, bro. You cannot come over here on live to debate when you're so unprepared, bro. You don't even know basic science, bro. Open a book up, bro.
What do I not know?
You don't even know basic science.
And again, you're actually cutting me off.
Okay. So, do you know anything about biology, bro? No, you don't.
Basic levels. I've taken biology in high school and college, so I know basic amounts.
Dude, you don't even know basic science, bro. Like,
what do you know? Tell me what is the common meters per second associated with gravity?
Dude, I don't care. You don't know basic science, bro.
Okay, but you don't know 9.8 meters per second.
Dude. You don't
know that?
Dude, no, bro. I know that, but I'm not. I don't have an obligation to answer to you because I won the debate.
So real.
That's just how it works.
So real,
bro.
dude. So real, Johan. So real.
I am more educated than you when it comes, and soon I'm studying economics, so I'm gonna pass you in that too. So yeah, good luck. I'll actually come back on your live again in 6 months' time. So put that on your calendar, and I swear to God, right now, I swear that I die tomorrow.
And I'm gonna ask you some of the easiest questions, right? And I'm gonna watch you not be able to answer them.
Hold on. Yep. In 6 months' time, when I come back, bro, I'm gonna be a better economist than you are, and I swear that on everything. Like right now, in 6 months' time, I swear to God, bro. When I come back right now, bro, well, not right now, because I need to prepare. In 6 months' time, write this down, right? In 6 months' time, Johan will return knowing more than me about everything. Like, put it down. No, I swear to God right now. I swear to God, right? Like, I'm not joking. I'm not saying this just to say this at all. Like, I'll genuinely be more than you by that time. Like, right now we are equal, but in 6 months' time, I'll be way above you. I'll be the honored one.
So real. So here's my question, right? You know the supply and demand graph? Can you tell me which one's the supply and which one's the demand?
Dude, wait. I still haven't gone through the 6 months, bro. Relax, I still haven't gone through the 6 months, bro.
So you wouldn't know which one's the supply and which one's the demand?
Dude, okay, so you teach me then. Okay, let's see how much you know about economics right now, bro.
The one that goes from the top left of the graph to the bottom right is the demand, right? And the one that goes from you'd say like the zero or like the point right here to upwards is the supply. Appreciate the hand arts. Thank you so much.
Okay, but do they have a difference in color, like as to how they're viewed? Is one
color? Color would just be like if the econ professor wants to like color coordinate.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you see, so I know, like, you just taught me this thing, and I've already...
Yeah, you know when I learned that? You know when I learned that? In high school. in my economics course in high school.
Okay, bro. Okay, but the point. Okay. So Parker, for how many years have you been doing economics right now, bro? Because I could bet you've been on and off it. You've been on and off it. Me, no, though. I'm always gonna be with economics. I'll sleep with econ in my mind, and I'll wake up with econ in my mind too, and I'll surpass you in every way imaginable. So yeah.
Wait, sorry. What was your question again?
My question is, for how long have you been doing econ?
Oh yeah, so I did one econ class in high school. I didn't really like it that much in high school, so I didn't do it for a while, and then I started doing econ classes, I think, my sophomore year.
Okay, so you like again. So have you read Marx yet? No, you haven't, right? You like?
Yeah,
have you actually read?
I read some Marx prior to even doing econ.
Right.
They don't go over Marx at my school. We go over like Keynes, classical economists like Friedman and other stuff like that. Right. That's more or less what they would give, or like supply side economics, stuff like that is what we've gone over.
Right, but have you read Marx like now in his entirety or no? Have you read Das
No, clearly,
Kapital?
dude.
Have you read?
Capital's
No,
fucking
you haven't.
massive, dude. Capital's like as big as the Bible, bro.
What, bro? But any respected
fucking huge.
economist, dude, who cares, bro? If you're truly trying to be something respectable, you have to go through the necessary things, bro. That's just how things are, bro. And so, if you're not willingly able to go through that and learn about economics from Marx himself, then you're not going to be in these 6 months. It's just how it is. So,
Yeah, economics that Marx goes over isn't very much applicable to the modern era. And that's one of the biggest issues that people would have. Like, you're not going to get some constructive economics. It's theoretical and understanding. It's good to have like a history and understanding of that stuff, but you're not going to get stuff that's very well applicable to the modern economy. That's the issue. So that's why we don't really learn it much in school when it relates to that stuff. But you learn about Marx more in like sociology type classes rather than you'd hear about him within economics.
Yeah, so I'm gonna also study sociology. By the way, I'm actually gonna start study within these 3 months psychology, sociology, logic, mathematics, and all branches of philosophy possible. And I'm gonna conquer like in 6 months, and I'll come back and I'll say.
So real, Johan. Honestly, I hope. I hope the best.
Are you doubting me? Are you doubting me or no?
Well, clearly I have doubts for you. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Why is that?
Because I don't have 100% certainty you're going to do that. What?
Wait, but why? Why?
Why? Dude, I really don't think you're going to know much about in 6 months. Like, let's be real. You think you're going to be like some like professional economist after like...
Not a professional economist, but close enough to a professional economist, right? So... Definitely. I definitely think that I have the ability
Look at your t-shirt. That's an atheist t-shirt.
Wait, what do you mean this is an atheist t-shirt?
It's an atheist t-shirt. Who would buy something like that besides somebody that's lost?
Actually, my mom bought me this. So
Yeah, I'm sure she did.
that is actually kind of ironic, to be honest.
She ain't no funny. She ain't riding her head either if she bought you that shirt.
To be honest, I don't think she is. I mean, well, she is Christian, so
What's that supposed to mean?
nothing. That's not supposed to mean anything specific.
take me so seriously because I saw what he like how he was looking at you, and I wanted him to take me seriously. I guess that's what he told me, bro.
That's cap.
I'm dead.
Well,
serious.
actually, yeah, that's true. I wouldn't have taken him seriously. I can't even speak. Taken him seriously if he said that. That's true. Right. So if he actually thinks that, yeah, I don't take him seriously at all. I honestly don't even really take him seriously now, to be honest with you.
Well, because he's convinced that you have him added, and that you see him as an intellectual friend. Like, I'm dead ass, bro. Like, he actually thinks this, bro. This is incredible. Like, I don't think you realize this, Parker, at all, right? But underneath the the TikToks scramblings, people want to be your intellectual like friend or some shit. Like I don't know what's going on, because like Josh is not the only one here at all, bro. It's just like there's so many more people out there that they say I've got Parker added. He's debated me, he likes me, and he wants to see me again, and he's my friend, blah blah blah. And then like they go on these tangents where they think that they're equal to you and they have the potential of passing you. What's going on here?
Can you name some people? I want to hear.
Okay, Josh is one of the people that I told you. Do you know that dude that does the videos where he tries to debunk people? Like, what's his name? He's Josh's friend too, apparently.
Debunk people, that's very, very broad. That's vague.
Yeah, it's just, dude, like, he's quite popular on TikTok, but I was on a live too, and he said that, like, he considers you, like, his friend, and that you have him, like, added, and that, like, he's debated you, and that you take him, like, seriously, I guess.
Who?
So, like,
give me something to recognize him with, you know?
Okay, he's brown-skinned, he's got straight hair, he looks kind of a little bit Indian, he's got a wide face, he speaks
I'm
in
asking
a
for
very...
like a name. I don't know most people who I interact with, like what they look like.
Okay, what's his name, bro? If you bring Josh here, he'll know, bro. He'll know definitely, because like he's
Josh in
Josh's
the guest
friend.
box? He's not in the guest
Get
box.
Josh up. Okay, well, like, bro, like, whenever Josh comes up on here, bro, like, I have to talk to him here, because I have to confront him about the stuff that he says.
Someone
right?
said Blitz?
'Cause-
No, I don't think it's Blitz.
No, that's not Blitz. That's not Blitz. No, it's not Blitz. But there's a few people that, like, out here that consider you like an actual threat, and like or like
A threat?
weird admiration, or like some weird like admiration, right? And it's strange, yeah. Like, and Josh is one of the primary ones. But yeah, like I don't
Does
consider
Josh
you
even
as
do
a threat.
lives?
He doesn't do lives, but he goes on lives and he thinks that he knows how to
Then
debate.
wait, so then
like,
how could I be a threat?
because he thinks that somehow he's above you in debates and in intellects. Like he's
Oh,
always
you mean like on
trying
the
to
tier list he
tell
put in
you
his
that.
head?
Yeah, like he considers himself above you, and that shows to be a weird like obsession, right? That's weird.
Dunning Kruger is a fantastic thing.
Okay, so are you saying that Josh is a part of the Dunning-Kruger effect, bro? Holy crap, bro, that's
Clearly.
kind of crazy. That's kind of
Clearly,
crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy, bro. Like, bro, that's kind of crazy.
Well, yeah,
But, yeah, like-
obviously. What?
Yeah, so like Josh is one of them, that kind of like half Indian like guy. He's got a white face. Like he always says that about you too. And there's like a few people that have gone through your channel too, that have been quote unquote impressed by your way of explanations, and they've seen your lives too. Like Josh yesterday got caught lying about talking to a woman on the phone, and then like the girl, she came up on the stream, right, and she was like, no, I never spoke to Josh on the phone at all. And Josh was kind of like shocked. He was like, whoa, what? And then like he had to drop because he felt like embarrassed. I don't know, but like Josh, like, listen, I'll tell you one thing about Josh though. I met Josh, right, a few months ago. I thought that he was smart because he spoke really fast with very complicated things in it, right? Then when I actually sat down and started to like see him for what he truly is, I saw him like as a really strange person to be around. Like he says the most outrageous stuff. Like he says like, oh my god, bro, like he's just crazy. I don't even know, bro. I'm sweating. I'm sweating crazy, bro. I'm sweating. But yeah.
What were you saying, Johan?
I said that Josh isn't actually as smart as you think of him. Like
I don't know. I don't know how much you think I think that Josh is smart or something. I don't know.
No, it's because he tells me that you've got him added and that he's he debates you all the time and that you enjoy his company. That's what he's told me. So clearly, like, it
I
means
don't
that,
know where
like,
he got this information, but yeah, you got to be joshing me, bro.
Dude, we've got to bring Josh. Dude, that was crazy. Fuck, that was crazy, bro. Fuck, that was crazy.
Okay,
bro.
someone please stop me now. I need to go. All right, Johan. Is there anything else you want to say, bro?
Goodbye. No, goodbye, bro.
Later.
But bring Josh up here, bro. All right, man.
He's not
Goodbye.
even here.
All right.
Johan literally changed his name so that I would accept him, chat. Like, because I've talked to Johan so many times that, like, he literally changed his name because I don't add him up anymore. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, everyone. By the way, everyone, we're on the second account right now. We're going to be back on the main account on the 22nd. So everyone, if you want to help get it out to more people, tap that screen. Let's try to hit 200,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people as well, you can share the live copy link, send it to a few friends who help get it out to more people. The Dr. Pepper cream and soda fucking slaps, chat. It fucking slaps. I'm not sponsored. I wish I was sponsored by some drink company. Appreciate that Had Mustache. Thank you so much. But I'm not. Very sadly. Yo, so Jamal, do you value this?
I value it. If it's a human life, yes.
If
It's a human life.
you don't know?
Well, I'm not gonna judge a human by its their looks, right?
So you can't tell. You can't tell if this is human or not.
I mean, I've seen some like really deformed people, and you cannot tell if they're quote unquote human.
Can you give me a circumstance?
Like I've seen people who are who have like real how can I say it? They were like mauled by like a pit bull or something like that, and they're like their face is like totally deformed, and it's like what is that? Or people who are like severely.
Well, you can so clearly tell that they're human.
No, not. It was like really extreme, right? So I'm not gonna like judge and like someone based off of their looks, right? So it seems like you're like guilty of lookism. That's what you're saying. Like
Lookism?
Yeah, lookism.
What is that?
That is like you're judging someone based off of like appearance.
Clearly I'm looking at this and I'm just saying that, like, if we can't tell if this is human or not, right? Like, I feel like that's just kind of wild, right? Because I think in most circumstances you would be able to tell, right, who's a human, right? Like,
I'll talk like, is there a necessary and sufficient condition to look as like a typical human?
Oh no, there's not a. You don't have to look like a typical human, right? I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying, right? Like, this is what we're valuing. You think this has moral value?
Listen, all human lives matter.
This isn't even a diagram. This is like something that won an award in radiology, right? As like a 3D model of the 6-week embryo.
Parker, all human lives matter, okay? Human life begins at conception. That is a biological scientific fact. It's an individuated human life, right? The only thing that changes is form, right? As development progresses, all that changes is the form. However, the nature of that being never changes. It is constant from conception to death. Would you agree? Would you agree with that?
In terms of cellular life, yeah. But I don't value cellular life. I value sentient life. Okay, so like for example, right? Like when it relates to like a brain dead individual, do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on someone who's brain dead?
I don't know about that. I mean, is it like absolutely certain a person's brain dead?
Well, we're not certain, but it's like this has been diagnosed, and right, they're most likely to be true.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like 100% absolute certain, then probably I think so.
Okay, well, they're still cellularly speaking alive.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. I'll get back to that, but let me ask you this question: why do you value sentient life?
Well, because I value experiences, right? Positive experiences, right?
So-
I'm against negative experiences. That's the whole basis for what I would be concerned of in a particular scenario about whether or not someone is doing good or whether or not someone's doing bad.
I'm reading the comment. Okay, one of your mods is bullying me in the chat, but let me just
Oh, Ahmad.
okay, so do you eat animals?
I do.
All right, so you understand that these animals once had sentience, and you're eating
Jamal,
them.
I am against it. But I have explaining that I hate doing this shit on live, but there are circumstances in which individuals, right, don't have the ability to meet particular constraints for their diets or being able to survive, right, with particular diets. Okay. So some individuals on the planet, they can't actually go through with that. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Even though we can have some sense of like, we are against this. Not only that, right, but there can also be a condition in which, right, a conjunction of human and sentience is going to be more valuable than other types of sentience, right? But that can also be true as well. But like when it relates to my circumstance, right, like there can be supplementation, there can be other types of stuff, right? But it takes time for individuals to be able to like go over to that and stuff, which is also applicable to me. But RTP, appreciate the raid, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, RTP. Thank you so much, man. Good to see the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great live. I appreciate y'all coming on though, everyone. I literally can't speak right now. Sorry, I apologize. But yeah, I appreciate the raid, RTP. Have you talked to RTP?
Is that a new TikTok?
Oh, you've got to talk to RTP. You would love to talk to RTP. Okay, go on earlier in the mornings because he's on in the mornings like for hours every single day. Jamal, RTP, talk to Jamal. If you haven't talked to Jamal yet, there's lore behind this. I feel like you have talked to him before.
Wait,
I can show you what he looks like.
Is he an atheist?
I'm pretty sure he is. I think he used to be Mormon. RTP.
Maybe I have talked to him.
I feel like you have.
Maybe if I see, and he's an ex-Mormon.
You don't know him? I feel like you would see him immediately and be like, "What?"
Yeah, I think I did talk to him. Yeah, we talked.
I feel like you did. I feel like you have talked to him.
Yeah, we talked.
Thank you for the hand hearts. Appreciate it, Phoenix.
Okay, yeah. He's kind of like an ex-bitter Mormon.
Ex-bitter Mormon.
Yeah, man. He's very bitter, like very angry. But I would be angry too if I grew up in a cult and like found out that was a cult. So I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, well, are you saying Christianity is a cult right now?
Well, Mormonism is not Christianity. It's a
Mormonism
cult.
Literally is Christianity.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
it
not.
Is. No true Scotsman fallacy.
No. Mormonism is some kind of like weird, crazy like cult that claims to be Christian, but it's not really Christian. They don't believe in
what is a cult?
The core beliefs of the Christian faith, right? They don't believe in the gospel. They don't believe that Jesus Christ is Almighty God. They don't believe in the Trinity, right?
Wait, don't they believe that he's God? I feel like they do.
Well, they believe that they'll become gods. They believe that Jesus is just like one of many gods. They're polytheist.
Okay, I don't think that's true, but I have to look into it. I don't know. I don't know much about Mormonism myself, so.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, but it's pretty crazy. They believe
that's the same. It's the same way I think about you, Jamal. Glad to see you can see it in other people.
That sounds kind of Christian phobic, bro.
Oh, says the one who was just being Christian phobic to Mormons.
But they're not Christian.
I think Jamal, you have some internalized Christian phobia.
They're not Christian though.
I said you have some internalized Christian phobia.
How?
Because you're not accepting Mormons as Christian.
They're not Christian because they don't qualify as being Christian.
No,
I'm Mormon.
They absolutely do.
You could say I'm Mormon phobic.
But they're Christian. You have some internalized Christian phobia, dude.
They're not Christian. They're not Christian.
It's a denomination.
It ain't no denomination. I'm sorry, that's just too funny. They're like way out there. They don't even like claim to be part of
Jamal for Christian phobia.
Nah. I am pro Jesus. I pro Christianity, pro Bible, pro Jesus.
Just
Now,
slightly
you,
Christian phobic.
Now you, Parker, on the other hand, you have some very strong anti-Christian biases.
Anti-Christian biases, really?
Yeah. And hopefully,
Did you know that I'm actually for a religion studies class within schools?
That's cool.
Like a religions class for all different religions, including atheist arguments, by the way. So like there would be sections of the problem of evil.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm for bringing back
and then within those systems, right? They're going to be mandated to watch my lives. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
learn how to learn the bad arguments not to use. Learn these arguments that atheists use why you should not be using these arguments and how to defeat those arguments.
Yeah, Jamal, you've definitely learned how to defeat all the arguments, right?
Like pretty much most of them. Like I've
never heard a response to the simplicity argument, to the perfect argument. I haven't heard a response to the problem of evil. Haven't heard a response to like most of the critiques I give to you, Jamal.
Yeah, so I'm still thinking about the whole simplicity argument. I don't think it's a really good argument, but I am constructing like a good counter argument to it.
Good luck.
Well, aside from that, so when you eat a hamburger, you're saying that when you do that, you're practicing something that's immoral?
Depends on how the hamburger was made, right? Like if there was a dead cow that already died naturally, and you just eat that dead cow, you didn't do anything wrong in that scenario.
You didn't do anything wrong in that scenario
because you didn't kill a sentient life.
Okay, so you would say that it's okay to be accountable if someone died from like natural.
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I could have arguments that say that it's not conducive towards, right, like values and relations with the other humans, which is necessary within society.
Right. But like, what if it's like part of like someone's culture?
I don't care.
You don't care?
No.
Yeah, that's just like another inconsistency with Parker's framework.
That's not any inconsistency. I don't see how that's an inconsistency.
So what's like the principal difference between eating an animal that died from natural causes and a person that died from...
Relations in society with humans exist to a greater extent than relations with other types of animals exist.
What do you mean by that?
Like the way that we view or what actions are acceptable within society changes the way that we view each other and interact socially. So there would be societal implications to engaging in these different types of behaviors that wouldn't exist in the other scenario.
But can you like substantiate how it would be harmful to like a society?
Yeah, in terms of like the way that they view humans. Yeah, right. Like if we think it is okay at some point to eat other types of humans. Right. Clearly speaking, that's going to then degrade the way that we view other people and depersonalize
I don't
emotional relations.
I mean, I could just argue that it'll probably be more like conducive to being closer to
and also again, right? Like you have that
because I believe there are cultures that do eat dead bodies because they believe that they're like consuming their essence and
and I think that's gross, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do too, but I'm just saying that it doesn't mean that it won't be, it will be harmful to like their societal.
Wait, Jamal, you know this point, this isn't even relevant to the conversation because this applies both to me and you, right? Because we're talking about like what we would do with dead bodies, which doesn't have life or sentient life. So like, I don't know what your point is.
Yeah, no, I was just showing like your inconsistency. But let's
there wasn't an inconsistency. I don't see it.
Well, there is because you're like your special pleading. You're saying like, no, it's okay to eat like an animal that died from like natural causes, but not a person who died from natural causes.
Yeah, because there aren't the same types of societal relations.
But
implications on societal relations.
But why does that matter? Like, how does that make that like objectively wrong, or wrong in any kind of way?
Objectively wrong in any way?
Yeah,
I don't believe in objective morality.
Yeah, that's another issue. But let's.
You don't either, so.
I mean, I do believe in objective moral standards for sure.
Do you think that moral facts are determined by God?
No, I think it's rooted in God's nature.
Well, what is God's nature?
He's good, perfect, and holy.
What determined God's nature?
What do you mean? What determined? Like nothing. I don't know what determines God's nature. Like God is infinite, so I don't think there's anything that could like determine His nature.
So it's undetermined.
Well, I don't know.
It just exists.
Just as God just exists, yeah.
So He just has these characteristics, right, of morality. He didn't determine them; they just always existed, like the same way that like logic always existed, or something, right?
Yeah, I would say something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't think that this is necessarily something that makes sense, but I mean, because it's not grounded in something that would already be true, like logic, when it relates to saying something exists, right? It would be something else that we're applying. It doesn't seem like there's any basis for the facts being perceived either, because there's not like some sort of phenomenological basis to like grounding these moral facts or anything like that.
I mean, I think it's pretty intuitive that these moral facts are real. I mean,
intuitive, or you just think it's true. That's all it is.
I mean, I know it's true, but I think
so. God doesn't determine facts about morality; He discovers them.
No, it's just rooted in His nature.
So what do you mean? So he discovers them because they're facts about reality that He finds and discovers the same way we discover things like about science.
No, I don't think He discovers them. I think it's just something that's part of His nature. So it's always like, say, like I don't know, like eating babies, right? That's always been objectively wrong, and that moral fact is rooted in God's nature. Like I think all moral facts are like rooted in God.
I just think that doesn't really make any sense, but we can get to the abortion part, right? Because I want to stay on topic at least to some degree.
Yeah. So like you think it's morally wrong to eat an animal that's been killed, right? So I'm pretty sure you have eaten animals that have been killed for your consumption. So are you saying
my life? Yeah, clearly, yeah.
So are you saying that you have engaged in an immoral act by eating these animals?
Mm-hmm.
You're okay, but you're not going to stop it. You're not going to stop doing it.
When it relates to now, right, there would be reason as to why. Like I can tell you more off live and stuff like that. But I mean, there would be reason and whatnot. But yeah, like clearly, I'm against like torturing and killing animals.
Torching and killing, but
Yeah.
what if it's like an instant kill?
That's still, I still think it's wrong. The
Even
same way,
if
like
for-
even if it was an instant kill of the human, it'd be wrong.
Yeah, but okay, so
Even if the
How
human
far-
had the same level of intelligence as the other types of animals, right? So like we could isolate all those variables and be like, well, we have an animal that's not human, and then a human, and then they have the exact same qualities, exact same features, everything else like that, right? But the only distinction is that one is human, the other's not. So you get down to a circumstance of either you have to accept that humans just have value just by nature of them being human to a greater extent, right? Or you'd have to accept that these different types of things like killing or fish as well would be wrong, and other types of animals would be wrong, right? And again, I think that you think it's wrong to torture animals, right?
yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if you think it's wrong to torture animals, if you think it's wrong to grape animals, right? I don't know why it would be okay to kill them,
I think if it's
like outside of self-defense or
I
something.
think if you're unaliving them for consumption without them suffering, if it's like just like an instant kill, I see nothing immoral about that.
So if you unalive humans, you're just gonna appeal to the
But I
human
believe
character.
Well, I believe human beings are inherently more valuable than any other animal on this planet because I believe that human beings are made in God's image. Like, but in your worldview, you don't really have like any grounding to say that. It's just like, your opinion basically, right?
Well, it's opinion in both scenarios, but yeah, like I mean, yeah, like I don't know. We could you can have a standard for humans, or I don't know. I think that you should also, right, like not do that with animals, right? Clearly. So again, honestly, I don't see the relevant distinction between humans and animals that would really be existing there. Because you're just saying the image of God, right? That's God's desire. So that's not like a reason. That's just that God has a preference.
Oh, come on now. We know that we're human beings are special because we have like the capacity for like a deeper sense of morality, rationality, higher rationality, right? Extremely creative, and we have this sense of inventiveness. We could appreciate the arts, beauty. You know, we can appreciate a Mozart composition, a Chopin composition. I mean, I could just go on and on. Like,
so if God didn't make a specific subset of humans within the context of his image, would it be okay to eat them?
yeah, well, yeah, I think if you're not made in God's image, then yeah, you're free game.
Yeah. So humans that are just not in his image, just you can eat them.
Sure. I mean,
just make burgers.
But human beings are special. I believe not only that we have
thank you so much.
Intrinsic value and worth, but also that there's an immaterial part of us that other organisms don't have. I believe
wait. So your view could be that, right? Like we could say that some people could have this idea that like a specific group of people aren't made in God's image, that they're the only ones that are actually made in God's image. Therefore, it's okay for them to unalive other types of humans.
No, what? No, I'm saying all human beings are made in God's image, right? Therefore, we have inherent value and worth. And moreover, I believe that we have an immaterial part of us that other organisms don't have. I believe that we all have a soul and a spirit. So when your flesh body dies, when it's just a corpse, your soul will continue to live on, and you'll go to one of two places, heaven or hell. If you have Jesus, you'll go to heaven. If you don't, then you're going to a very bad place.
Yeah, but just to clarify, you think that human burgers are okay if they're not made in God's image?
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, but human beings are made in God's image. So,
dude, that's wild, bro.
I mean, would you listen? You know, there's like some like African tribes that eat like apes, like what do they call them? Not chimpanzees, but these other like ape species. I forgot the name. And
yeah, can someone make a new account, Jamal, for human burgers? I saw Brandon say that, Brandon W, in the comment section, by the way.
So do you think it's like immoral for like certain tribes to like eat like certain apes? Because they're kind of similar to us like genetically, right?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be immoral to eat like any type of animal, right? In that sort of sense.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
That's right.
If it's going to kill it sentient, but like, would it be to a higher degree? Well, I mean, they have greater levels of sentience than other types of animals. So within that respect, it might be worse than other types of animals. But I mean, like, you can even point towards like chickens or stuff like that. They can be relatively intelligent in scenarios, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. I think that the West is also eating, intelligent animals.
Do you think it's immoral to eat like animal fetuses?
Do I think it's immoral?
Yeah.
Well, in a sense, no, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, no. If it's prior to sentience, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so how do you like determine if an organism has sentience with absolute 100% certainty? You can't, right?
Well, I don't think that we determine anything with absolute certainty, 100%, right? I think that it's going to be based upon what's most likely, and it's most likely that sentience is going to arise around the 18 through 26 week mark. So,
okay, so to you, eating animals is wrong that have been killed for consumption, even though if the animal's like instantly unalived, you would still say that it's morally wrong to kill that animal for consumption. That's your position, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
My view, at least in a moral standpoint, would probably be relatively like similar to like a vegetarian stance. But yeah,
Okay, so like how far down like the animal family tree, I guess you can say, do you go? Like, are you okay with like eating like some if someone wants to eat like a lizard, is that immoral to you?
well, in a sense, yeah, it's yeah, they're
Okay.
sentient, right?
Okay, what about a frog or a
If
toad?
there's, yeah, if you're gonna ask me a question, if they're sentient, the answer is yes.
Okay, what about like a worm?
I don't think worms are sentient.
You don't think worms are sentient? Like how
No,
would you know that?
they don't exhibit characteristics that we would associate with sentience.
I mean, if I like prod it with like a needle, like it will like react to it. I mean,
That doesn't mean it's sentient.
but it doesn't mean it's not sentient. So like
Well,
like, how
it
would you
just doesn't
know?
exhibit characteristics that we would like associate with sentience. Therefore, I
Okay.
wouldn't. People in the chat asking me, "Would you still love me if I was a worm?"
Okay, so like what about like a cockroach? Is that sentient? Well, like is it
I would
okay?
have to look. Are they considered sentient?
I don't know. I
So yeah,
mean,
you could consider that, but again, then there's different notions of sentience, right? There's different levels, right? In terms of
sure.
like acuity or conceptualization of experience.
Okay. So what about like an ant? Is that immoral to like eat an ant?
To eat an ant,
Yeah, or ants.
I don't know why you'd want to eat ants,
I mean, anteaters.
but yeah, when it relates to like insects, I'm just not quite sure if they're like
I mean, it's a good source of
sentient within the same
protein.
respect as like we would. So I would have to figure that out. But maybe I don't know. I really don't know at this point. I'm gonna be totally honest.
Okay. Like what about like a housefly?
I just again same
You
question. It's an
just don't know.
insect.
You just don't know. Okay. Okay.
I have to
Sure.
figure out, right? Like I mean, clearly it's gonna be a different level, but yeah.
Okay. So to you, having an abortion like after the first trimester is immoral, or just
Well, after they have sentience, which
okay?
is like 18 through 26, which is a
But
little
you
bit
don't.
after the first trimester.
Yeah, but again, like you just don't know with absolute certainty if this unborn baby has sentience, right?
You
Maybe
don't know
there's
with absolute certainty that life begins at conception.
no. That's like a biological
It's
scientific
not a
fact.
certain claim, though. Appreciate that
Well,
message. Thank you so much.
actually,
It's most likely, right? But it's not certain.
well, wait a minute. I have
How do you
like
define certainty?
I mean, I have like references that I could
How do you
bring up.
define certainty?
Something that's like absolute,
What do you mean by absolute?
something that will always something that will always be or always occur, or it's
100%.
always or it's always true.
Yeah, so there's not a single circumstance where it's not true.
Um, Maybe I don't know. Most likely, but
Most likely.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but so like there could be like unborn babies that develop much faster, right? Like when it comes to like their brain development, right? So
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so
so you
much.
can't say like you can't say that like at 15 weeks it's not sentient because maybe this is like a fast developing baby, right? So
Oh, no. Like we're talking about like the earliest it can come about. We can make pretty good assertions based on that.
but my point is that again, some unborn babies may develop
Are
fast.
are you saying that we can't accept science?
Yeah, but the type of science
Yeah?
is very speculative, right? It's not.
This
We
isn't
don't
very
know.
speculative science.
Yes, it is very speculative.
There's a
because
lot of academic research that
we're
relates to
talking about
this.
something. We're talking about something that's like inherently subjective, right? And
What do you mean inherently subjective?
yeah, consciousness or sentience is subjective, right? We
How
can't
is
like
it subjective?
yeah, it's like we can't like measure it. We can't weigh it. We can't.
We
touch
literally can measure it.
No, we cannot measure. We can measure
You can
like
literally measure yes, you can.
no, you cannot. You can
What are you
measure.
talking about?
What are you talking about? Like this is like something that you learn in philosophy of mind that science cannot measure consciousness or sentience because it's subjective. Science can only
You measure within the respect that
phenomenon.
you have these particular characteristics, and you measure to see whether or not they fulfill these characteristics.
No.
You can
Science,
measure brain activity, right? Different
yes,
parts of the brain
but
that we
that's
would
not
associate
sentience.
with different characteristics that are expressed.
Yes, but brain activity in and of itself is not sentient.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
you're-
just saying brain activity is. It's different parts of the brain and inactivity that produce this, like
Yeah,
past
so-
chemical cortical connections, right? Where there's
So,
an integration
yeah.
of mind and body. You'll see where most individuals will produce that experience. There's only been very few circumstances where individuals didn't have these connections, right? And still had a subjective experience, right? And we know that because they exhibited characteristics that we associate with sentience, right? So you're essentially saying that that you don't know if I'm sentient right now. Do you know if I'm sentient?
No, I assume that you're
You
sentient.
do? No. Do you know?
Do I know with absolute 100%
No,
certainty?
not certainty. Do you know?
Do I know?
Yeah.
I just assume that you have sentience.
You don't know that I'm sentient? Like in terms of like most likely?
Well, I'll say like most likely you probably are. Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Why? Because I have sentience, and it's like, oh, and I
And you
can
have characteristics that you know, right?
Yeah,
that
but-
you exhibit because of that. And then you know what to expect in other people.
Sure, but
Sure, yeah, it's exactly how you measure it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
that's not something that you should go off on, right? Because there are people that like, that can like fall out of that. Never mind, I lost my train of thought. But anyways, Parker, my point is this: that you can't like say with absolute certainty when sentience begins, right, or when consciousness begins, right?
You can't say with absolute certainty that the external world is real.
Sure. Okay. So my point is this: I think the right thing to do is just to err on the side of safety and just assume that it may possess sentience in the first trimester and be pro-life in the first trimester.
Yeah. So
And
we assume it starts at conception because we can't establish absolute certainty yet. You can't establish absolute certainty that this entity even is real. Like
what?
Yeah, you can't even establish that this entity is real with absolute certainty.
Oh my goodness.
Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much, Abby. Yeah, you can't, right? Because you can't rule out the logical possibility, right? That you're just a brain in a vat being fed these experiences through a simulation, right? So you don't know with absolute certainty that it's even real. So like, what are you talking about?
I'm lost of words of
The standard you go off of is most likely, not absolute certainty.
How was that connected to what I just said? Like
The standard you go off of is what's most likely to be true, not off of absolute certainty. Because if you go off of absolute certainty, you couldn't even establish that entity existed in the first place. It's real.
Parker, I'm making the argument that since we don't know when sentience begins, right? And if you're gonna say that human life has value at the start of sentience, whenever that is, then I think you should just err on the side of caution and be like, you know what? Since I don't know with any kind of like with absolute certainty, I'm just gonna assume that in the first trimester, it has sentience, and there's probably at least like one unborn baby that had sentience, right? So let's just assume like sentience begins like around like 23, 24 weeks.
What do you mean by no?
There could be at least like one unborn baby that had this level of sentience in the first trimester. Maybe it was like a very fast.
What do you mean by no?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What?
Appreciate the garland. Thank you so much. What do you mean by no?
In relation to what?
When you say the word no, do you mean certain? Like, do you have to be certain of something to then know it?
No.
Okay, so then what was your point?
My point is that you should err on the side of caution. If you're going to ground.
Yeah, sure. Right. You can be precautious, but that doesn't mean you assume that this entity has sentience. You're literally saying, oh, because we don't have absolute certainty that it comes about through chemical cortical connections, right? That means that we should assume that this entity has it.
But it could have sentience. That's my point. Do you not understand?
Yeah. So explain to me
Wait,
what
wait,
property.
Parker.
Explain to me
Parker,
what property
Parker,
this embryo
Parker.
has that could produce sentience.
Parker, is it impossible for
Explain
a
to me
first?
what property. Explain to me what property that this embryo has that could produce sentience.
Parker, is it impossible for an unborn baby?
It is possible for a rock to be sentient. Can you please?
No,
I'm just kidding.
Parker,
Logically speaking, not physically possible. I don't think it's physically possible for this to be the case.
Parker,
But it's logically possible. I don't think it's physically possible, though.
Don't dodge.
No. Come on, Jamal. Answer my question. Okay.
No, I want you to
do you think it's
engage with
reasonable
the
to assume that literally this has sentience? Are you think it's reasonable to
I
assume this?
I don't even know what that is. You could be fooling
Exactly.
me. I don't know.
I'm not even trolling. This is literally something that won a fucking award in radiology because it's like one of the first models, a pioneer, right, in like the modeling of an embryo of what it would look like inside of the womb. Okay. I could have used something that made it look so much worse. Okay. This I didn't even use an artwork. This is literally what it looks like. Okay.
Parker. I'll ask again, and hopefully you'll engage with my question.
He's not answering, but you're not engaging with my question while you're doing that.
I asked the question first. All right.
Okay, buddy.
Is it impossible for a 11-week, 6-day-old unborn baby to have sentience? Is it impossible?
Is it impossible? No, I don't think it's impossible. I think it's extraordinarily unlikely.
I got the W. Thank you. So now, going off of that, I'm saying we should err on the side of safety and just assume that in the first trimester, the unborn baby may have some level of sentience.
No, just because something is possible doesn't mean I should assume that to be true. It's possible that Santa Claus exists, right?
Yeah, but we're
Appreciate the night helmet. Thank you so much. Again, at 10 weeks, everyone, it does have EEG readings, right? But EEG readings we see within brain dead people, and that does not produce a subjective experience. So I'm not convinced, right, that it's possible for them to have that experience, or I mean that they do have this experience at this point, right? But it's possible logically speaking. Okay.
It's possibly like
logically speaking. Okay. It's possible logically speaking for a brain dead individual to have a subjective experience, right? But we have no evidence that's indicating that to be true at all.
Yeah. Why is your chat so toxic? Well, anyways,
But no, seriously, man. This is a 6-week-old embryo, okay? And do you think so? Like again, if I were to ask you this question, there's a burning building, right? And I've asked this before, I think, but like on one end, there's 2 embryos like this that will be like will be human lives like me and you in the future. Okay, 2 embryos like this, and on the other side of the burning building, there's one newborn baby. Okay, who do you save? Either the 2 embryos or the one newborn baby? Which one?
Yeah, I'll probably save the newborn baby because I don't know if the embryo will.
No. We already assumed that that's going to happen.
No, hold on.
It's already. You just told me that you valued 1 human life more than 2 human lives.
No. Hold on, Parker, bro. You thought you got a W? Just calm down. Just take a sip of your Dr. Pepper and just calm down. Calm down.
It's low key fire, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I stay away from carbonated drinks. Drink some green tea and you'll feel much better.
Carbonated drinks are so good. What are you talking about, bro? I love carbonation. It makes my stomach feel better. I don't know what it is with me.
Nah, drink some green tea, bro. You need those what do you call them? Antioxidants.
Antioxidants. There you go.
But anyways, I forgot what I was going to say. What was I going to say? Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I would save the newborn baby because a lot of pregnancies, there are a lot of women who have pregnancies, I think like 1/5 or 1/6, where a woman has like a spontaneous abortion. So I don't know. Just going by that, right? So I will say that it would just be better just to save the newborn because it's already it's more likely to continue to live as opposed to the embryos. Now,
again, we already gave an assumption that the other ones are 100% going to live, right? Continue living and continue on.
Well, in that case, then I'll say the embryos.
So you'd rather save the embryos, right, that are going to experience nothing, rather than the newborn baby that is going to literally
I don't know.
experience being burnt alive, their flesh being burned off their body.
Wait a minute. How do you know the embryos don't experience anything?
Because we know that they're not sentient.
Well, how do you know that?
We know that because at this point they don't even have they don't have the EEG readings that you're referencing. 1, 2. I mean that would be in brain-dead individuals that is still, again, they don't exhibit these characteristics. They don't have chemical cortical connections. They don't have. What's that?
Wait, pause. So if you're going to go by EEG readings, then I think by roughly like around 8 weeks of gestation, the unborn baby has EEG.
I don't go off of EEG. Remember, I told you like brain dead individuals exhibit EEG readings. I can send you a source on that, and that doesn't produce a subjective experience. So people try to argue different types of EEG readings, right? But what's most convincing to me would probably be like around the 18 through 26 week range, right? That's where most academic research is indicating. There are some notions that could indicate different things prior to that point. I just don't think that they're convincing to establish a standard that we would apply in terms of sentience. It's most likely to be the case within this range.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, Parker. If there was a burning building, all right, if there were 10 100-old people in the building and one newborn baby in the building, and if you had an opportunity to only save the newborn baby or the 10 100-year-old people,
the 10 100-year-old people, yeah, well, because they would experience more.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So even though like
even though there's more future that exists with the baby, like there are going to be more bad experiences associated with the 10 people comparative to the one, especially ones that are more complex.
So wait a minute. So what if you knew that these 10 100-year-old people will die with like in a week, right? Would you still save them?
Well, how would they die in a week? Would it be painful the way they die? Would it be significantly less painful than the way that they would die when it relates to the fire?
I don't know. They'll just like die naturally in a week.
Yeah, I'd probably say that the fire birth still would be too much. I'd still probably save the 10. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, but that's because they would have experiences that would be like extremely bad. Thank you. I appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. I think that's the scenario that minimizes the amount of harm and makes it better off in terms of the positives and the flourishment. Like I honestly don't know why you would say that.
Yeah, that's just like. So what if it was like 2 100-year-old people in the burning building and there's one newborn baby? All right, which one would you say when you can only choose the? And
they're gonna die like
group?
A day after. In that scenario, I might pick the baby.
Why? When you said you value experience, so you rather have 2 people experiencing a horrible death via fire than just one newborn baby? Like why?
Well, because there would be significantly more like greater experiences achieved by like the individual in which was a fetus there, in which are already established, right? Because I care about the future of an individual so long as they've already become actual. Okay, so or that they would be actual. So there are 2 things.
But it's not a fetus though. It's a newborn baby.
Hmm. Yeah,
no, I said a newborn baby. Yeah. And you said, but you mentioned fetus though.
Yeah, I think I was talking about with actual.
Okay. Sure. All right. So, all right, man. I don't know what else to say. You have any questions for me?
Yeah, clearly. So in the scenario in which you said that you can pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead if you know that they're brain dead, well, in that scenario, I'd ask you why, because they still have cellular life. They're still a human life.
Yeah, I will say that since they will not ever experience, they'll never experience anything again, then I'll say that and there's like no way to like revive the person, then I'll say, yeah, I'll say that.
So
okay
it's so
to
it's
pull the
about
plug.
it's about actual experience.
Is it about actual experience? I think that comes into the equation, but when it comes to like an unborn baby, we just don't know with any absolute certainty when experience begins, right?
Well, you don't
So
need
that's why I
certainty.
say
Again,
that.
you didn't need certainty in other scenarios, right? Because again, in order to
Yeah, when
know
it comes to,
something,
like,
it's just what's most likely. It's not what's certain.
no. When it comes to like in human life, like life or death, I think you should have certainty. Like that's why I'm against the death penalty, right? Because we don't know with absolute certainty that this person committed X crime, right?
Well,
So
we know
I'm
that
saying like
4% are innocent, and we're not okay with 4% dying that are innocent.
yeah. So even if we had like even if like
And also, death penalty is not a
99.99.
deterrent for crime.
Well, yeah, that's like a different argument. But my point is that since we don't know with absolute certainty, I think we should just be on the side of caution and be like, nah, maybe we shouldn't have like the death penalty. Likewise, since we don't know when experience is in utero, I would be like,
We do
maybe.
certainty. So you're saying that you don't know I exist for real? Like I really exist?
No, well, I know you exist, Parker. But I'm saying
Okay,
when
so
it
you don't
comes
go on
to
certainty.
I think you do need. I think certainty is needed if you're going to like unalive. Well, going by your framework, I
No,
think
but
you
in
should
order
need
to know, I'm
certainty.
asking you. You know, it's in order to know. In order for there to be a knowledge claim, is there a knowledge claim without certainty? That's valid.
Is there a knowledge claim
Is there,
without
is
certainty?
there a knowledge claim that's
I mean,
valid
yeah,
without
you can.
certainty?
I mean, like, are you asking like, can you know about something, but
And
something
not be
that's
certain of
not
it,
based
yeah.
on? Yeah, not be certain of it. Yeah, sure.
And chat, yes, I'm AI. I am AI. So real.
Yeah,
There definitely are not people that have met me in real life in the chat. No one. I'm AI. Yeah, so real.
you guys are gifting a robot. Guys.
Yeah, this is just TikTok trying to scam everyone. I'm an AI made by the CCP. Parker GPT.
Yeah, by the atheist
First of its kind.
Yeah, and he's promoting atheism on TikTok to deceive you guys. Don't fall for it.
Yep. That's exactly straight from the devil. AI is the devil confirmed.
Yeah,
Confirmed
so
AI.
that's basically
AI is self-aware now.
Parker.
So real.
Yeah. So Parker, you get another L, and that's okay. You've been getting L's from me for quite some time, but it's all good. It's all love.
Yo, Jamal, repent, turn to Shmeezus.
Turn to Jesus, not
Shmeezus. No, have you seen Dean's Discord? They created the Schmeibel, Shmeezianity. They have 700 or 800 eyewitnesses of Shmeezus's miracles.
Yeah, don't you think that's kind of like
Which is more than Christian? It's more than Christian. No. Wait, are you being Schmishin-phobic?
No, I think him mocking Christianity is pretty Christian phobic. Like, if someone did that, like against
Wait, this
Islam,
isn't mocking. No, this isn't mocking. They're starting a new religion. They have had this religion. They have eyewitnesses. They have more eyewitnesses than Christianity.
No, this is Christian phobia, bro. This is
How?
genuine. You don't think it's Christian phobic?
No.
So if someone was doing that like towards like Islam, right? Saying I worship Muhammad and and my religion is called Bislam or something like that, right? You would say like, yo, this is kind of like offensive. You're like, why?
I mean, I think there could be a new one, Shmohammed, Shmizlam.
Okay. Yeah. Parker's not sensitive to Christians, so I don't understand like why you're not like sensitive to our feelings when it comes to this. But when it comes to like men who think they're women, you're like, yeah, we should be sensitive. We should just affirm their identity, and that's fine. That's your
Sensitive,
opinion.
affirm
But
their identity, right? It's there's nothing logically incoherent about accepting a trans person, right? But there is something logically incoherent, right, that we could relate to with these particular religious claims. All right, and Jamal, that's the fundamental distinction that we have, right? The point of bringing up things like considerably Schmiesianity, right? The point that I think that it actually demonstrates, thank you for the hand, I appreciate it, whether or not you want to consider it like root or something, is that it demonstrates a point. It demonstrates that you can construct a religion that has all of these fundamental tenets that you're relating to within your religion, has the exact same justification, yet you accept one, but you don't accept the other. If you see this belief to be absurd, if you see it to be blasphemous, well, then how come it has the exact same justification as you? I think you're being schmensitive.
I'm being sensitive. Okay. So, like, what's the core tenets of this?
If you look at, there's Schmenesis, Schmexodus. There's all that Schmevelations. There's Schmatthew. Schmark.
Thank you for the gifts. I think it's funny how like atheists like target Christians and they never like target like other
Shmarinthians.
I just find that
Shmarinthians. In Shmarinthians 6:9, it says that being straight is immoral.
being straight is immoral.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Even though it's how we got 8 billion people on this world, right?
Yeah. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if you like learned since we last talked. So like Parker, where does like after like semen is ejaculated, like where should it belong? Like where should it be like injected into? Like can you infer like
Well, Jamal, there are many places I have told you about that it can go. It's just depending on the purpose.
No, I'm just saying like just like analyzing like the elements of it and just like inferring like the function of like sperm cells and stuff like that. Like, where do you think after it's like after ejaculation, like where does this fluid you think should belong?
Maddie, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Maddie. Thank you so much.
Parker,
yummy.
Parker, can you give me? I know you know the answer. You just don't want to. Say
did you hear the answer? I gave you an answer.
What was the answer?
I did it in AI mode. Thank you for the hand arts. I appreciate it, Maddie. Thank you so much.
I didn't hear your answer. I think you're dodging. Because I think if you answer,
it is okay to have some level of nutrition.
Parker, I think if you answer correctly, I think it's like a blow to your bad take on
yummy. It. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Does that make it for you? Do you get that? Thank you for the Franktastic. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Did you get it?
Parker, why do sperm cells like chase after an egg or like seek after an egg? I think that's what it does. It does.
They don't. They literally run into the wall. They just like fucking flop around and they happen to make it there. I didn't win the race. I happened to get randomly selected, right? Spontaneously, right? Because they're just fucking hitting to the wall. They don't have eyes. They can't go anywhere. They're just like, they're essentially like frat boys trying to find a party. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
Sperm cells seek after an egg and they want to fuse with that egg, right? It's like they're genetically programmed to do that.
Yeah, so right? I mean, it can go towards a particular area. It can go towards a particular area due to like chemicals that exist, right? But they absolutely are like random. They literally run into walls. They don't know where they're going.
Parker,
But
Parker.
chemicals, and once it gets to a particular area, can.
So
influence.
where do we find eggs? Yeah, in women's body, in their reproductive organs, right? So I would like, I would like use my reasoning and be like, a
People said in
man,
the grocery store.
a man and woman, they belong together. They're compatible. What would you say about that, Parker? Would you agree?
Same thing with two men. Same thing with two women. They can be compatible.
No.
I mean, but there are some men and some women that are fucking not compatible at all.
I mean, like,
I can tell you, I can tell you very, very, very clearly. There are some people that I've met in my life that are of the opposite sex that I am not compatible with. Right? Do you agree, Jamal? There's some people that you're not compatible with of the opposite sex.
I'm talking about like physically compatible.
What do you mean by physically compatible?
I mean, I don't want to get like into the details because there may be children here, but yeah, I think you understand what I mean. Come on, Parker.
I don't know. I think that two gay men are compatible and physically. Same thing with women.
Okay, Parker, I want to show you something. Just give me 1 second, okay? This is very important.
Okay. In the meantime, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. Share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares real quick. Everyone, again, we are suspended on the main account right now until the 22nd, everyone. So we got like 4 more days until we're back.
All right, give me 1 more second. Do.
Oh no, we didn't get to see the thing in Jamal's camera roll.
Okay. Can you like blow up my screen?
Yeah, I got you. Hold up, let me turn it to grid. There we are.
Oh, there you go, Parker. I had to like.
I don't know. The top one right here, right? That looks like what it is for two men engaging in intercourse.
So Parker, it's very
because men got a charger, right, and got the outlet, and they got the plug.
So Parker, as you can see,
yeah, I appreciate it.
As you can see, that
thank you for the guys. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Men and women have compatible parts. It was designed that way, and that's how we have roughly like 70 billion people in this world. You know, and two men, they don't have compatible parts. Two women, they don't.
You mean for leading to reproduction?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can engage. I could engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, and that wouldn't lead to reproduction. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Then it seems like we didn't have compatible parts.
But at least you guys had compatible parts.
We don't have compatible parts because again, it doesn't lead to reproduction. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it.
Oh, you still have compatible parts, like literally. It's just that she's infertile. It's just that in that scenario, she's just infertile.
Okay, but then it wouldn't be compatible because whether or not it was compatible was based upon the idea of whether or not it led to reproduction. Thank you for the Mr. Orange. I appreciate it.
But you guys
so now it's just about whether or not one goes in the other, and I think that's true for gay men.
No, it's just that the point is that you're both physically compatible, and that's the way.
And gay men are physically compatible too.
No, and that's the way the intelligent designer designed it, and he wants you.
I don't believe in an intelligent designer, right? But so you're telling me that an intelligent designer wants me to value this?
He wants, this intelligent designer wants you to recognize that there are sexual deviant acts. There are sexual perversions.
And this is what they want me to value.
And an unborn baby. Yeah.
A shrimp and a chicken nugget.
All human lives matter, right? I don't think like you're that special to determine what human life is valuable as opposed to like another human life. All human lives are valuable.
Is this like a shrimp or a seahorse? Which one do you think it looks like?
Parker, if it's a human being by nature, then it's a human being, regardless of its form or how it looks, right? So again, you're guilty of lookism. Like, Parker, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Oh, a Cheeto, low key. Okay, that's kind of true. Cheeto. I can see the Cheeto. I do see that. The point I'm getting to is that we don't have any qualities within this entity that we would have any value for.
No, that's you. I value its nature, right? And by nature, if it's a human being, I value that because I believe all human beings are made in God's image.
Yeah. Again, you said that if a human being is not made in God's image, you can make a burger out of them. So I don't think you care about the fact that they're human. You care about the fact that they're created in God's image and that God cares about them.
Sure. I mean, in your worldview, like we're all just organisms. Like there's no inherent value of any organism, right?
We apply that. Minds apply it, and I think that's true under your worldview as well.
Well, in your worldview, you're no more special than an ant, right? Because you're made up.
Clearly, we see.
No, you have like no. But
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
You have no objective basis to say that you're more valuable than an ant.
I don't believe in objective morality. Like what?
And you have no like real valid grounding to say that you're more valuable than
Christian. Wait. Sorry, I literally just said Christian. Jamal, you literally believe in Christianity. You don't have a valid foundation for anything.
Yeah, Christianity is true. Jesus is the truth. He is the way, the truth, and the life, and the only way to the Father.
You have no way to justify that.
I do. Like I have like evidence to support that the Bible is from the living God.
No, you don't.
I do. I have.
Jamal, we've gone over contradictions. We've gone over simplicity arguments, which are based on probability. There's not a basis to even accept resurrection to have occurred, right? Like
Parker, I have told you about the numerous prophecies in the Bible that have come to fruition.
Don't show anything. Yeah, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Frodo, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Why do you think Christian scholars don't run prophecy-based arguments?
They do.
They literally don't.
But you try to dismiss it because you're so stubborn and obstinate. Like you just don't want to like really look into this and see that, wow, there's something to this, right? There's no way that this book can have all these prophecies, and we know that's a historical fact that these events really happened.
Yeah, so like something applied to Jesus, like when he was born, right? Isn't like something that had to be fulfilled, or only way it could have been fulfilled is through supernatural explanation. Okay, again, these were written in scriptures, right? People knew about these, and then they wanted to fulfill them because they had a bias towards the Christian or towards the beliefs being true, or towards them finding a particular revelation to be true. The same way you'd say that's the case when it relates to Mormons, or when it relates to Islam, or when it relates to anything that deviates from Christianity. Okay, you don't apply the same critiques that you apply with Christianity. I mean, with other types of religions onto Christianity. That's special pleading.
No, give me an example.
Yeah, like I just did.
We'll go over it again. Sorry.
So, for example, right, the spiritual experiences, right? You accept your spiritual experience with Jesus, right? But you don't accept and you expect the inferences and the conclusions that you formed from that, right? But you don't accept the inferences and the conclusions that are formed from the spiritual experiences of the Prophet Muhammad.
No, I believe that Muhammad did have real spiritual experiences. I'm not denying it. But but you're denying the conclusions, right? The inferences formed from these experiences. That's why I said it that way. Well, that's not why I said you denied the experiences. You denied the inferences and the conclusions formed from the experience. Yeah, because the evidence points to that entity communicating with Muhammad was a fallen angel, a demon.
I could say the same thing about you. What's the principal distinction between me saying that your experience was actually demonic?
Yeah, because with my experiences, the entity that I believe to be God made me into a better person, right? So, and it made me a much more loving person, kind of person, much more patient. And I have more concern for other people, and it made me love my life. Because prior to that, I was plotting to like unalive myself. I was very disturbed as a teenager when I came to Christ.
Jamal. Yeah. And when it relates to this, I think that's extraordinarily hard to hear, right? And it's hard to go through for many people. Many people turn to religion, right, in faith in circumstances that are dire, right?
No, but I wasn't.
I don't think that just because things necessarily got better for an individual, that then means that the religion is true, right? Jamal, I'm not trying to say it in this way, but I really do think that placebo has an effect on people that can be perceived as positive, and it doesn't mean that it was like it was supernatural, right? It means that this is a common psychological phenomena that we see in human beings, or that we literally account for in statistics.
It wasn't a placebo, bro. It was
I do think that like I do think that it's a placebo.
I get it. I understand where you're coming from because you never had like a spiritual encounter with God. And I'm not saying that like to be condescending, but I'm just saying, like, if you actually had like an experience, you would understand. And I thought my experience was like very, I mean, it was kind of unique, but until like later when I started talking to other Christians, they told me their testimony, and I was like, oh wow, that's pretty similar to my experience, right? So I know it's just not all in my head, right? I know that there's this what I experienced was really.
Yeah, Jamal, it's not all in your head. There's a physiological response from placebo.
What do you mean by that?
There's literally like positive impacts that come from placebos. You can give people a sugar pill, tell them it's going to make them better, and they can have positive impacts from that. So the psychological beliefs about like how we're going to do impact physiologically speaking how we are.
Yeah, but I don't believe it was a placebo because the Bible actually reads something about that type of experience that I had. So I was like, oh, the Bible actually affirms this. So this is just not something that's of my imagination. So
yeah, but you're assuming the Bible. Okay. So you're looking for experience that can be associated with your particular religion, the same way that if people had experiences like this throughout all of society, they would have associated that with the Greek gods, right? With the Muslim God, with the God from Judaism, with the God from Mormonism, right? Any other God that we want to reference. Okay.
Yeah, so again, I did not even expect like anything supernatural, spiritual to happen when I turned to Jesus Christ. But when I did say that prayer to receive Jesus Christ, it was like someone flipped the light switch on in me. It's like all throughout my life up until that point, I was like a walking dead.
Wait, doesn't that get rid of your free will?
No, I still have free will.
So God can cause you to believe that he exists and you still have free will.
No, I don't think God caused me to believe he exists. I just
Wait, God gave you an experience.
But I believe prior to that experience.
But God caused you to know.
To know what?
That he exists.
But prior to my experience with God, I knew he existed.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You've told me before. You've literally told me before that you didn't know that God existed until you had the experience.
No, I did not know who like God like really was until I had that experience. I didn't even know who Jesus was. I didn't even know what Christianity was, but I knew that God existed, but I didn't know what his name was or even like you can know him personally. That's what. But I will say this, Parker, if you want to have like an experience with God, maybe like fast and like spend like a couple of hours praying, and maybe God will give you like a sign or something like that. And I'm being like,
do I need to fast for?
I don't know, go like 2-3 days or something like that. Right?
Okay, Jamal, I'll literally again. You live in LA. I'm dead ass. I will literally pray with you and do that. I'm dead serious.
Really? Okay. I mean, I really appreciate you doing this, like me actually pray, 'cause I did pray with you before, and I do appreciate that because a lot of atheists are too arrogant and too closed-minded to like even like get involved in that. So that's something I really appreciate about you, and thumbs up to you, seriously.
For sure, bro. So yeah, Jamal, is there anything else you want to add or talk about today, man?
No, I have Bible study soon, so I better get going. But thank you for having me on, man. And Jesus loves you, and Jesus loves everyone in the chat. Y'all take care.
See you, man. All right, give it a second, everyone. By the way, You think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester? We're just looking for some debates, everyone. By the way, everyone, we did get suspended on my main account. We will be back on the 22nd, everyone. I can't wait to be back on my main account. But in the meantime, everyone, follow me if you haven't already on this account. This is where I'm going to be if anything does happen, when I get bananaed or anything. This is where I go. So make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people as well, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares real quick. But let me go to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Is your mic HyperX? HyperX Quadcast S. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay. I had him turned down. I guess it came back.
Hello? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Is that a chip in the background? No, this is a 6-week-old embryo. I know it looks like a potato chip and a shrimp, right? But it is literally a 6-week-old embryo. Like, it's not even artwork. It's literally like a model. It won what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 31.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, I actually just heard you say that, and I was like, oh, damn it. I didn't disagree. I was agreeing with you.
For sure. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. I thought the image was a chip. Some people think it's fire. Some people think it's a chip. But yeah, no, it literally is a 6-week-old embryo. What the fuck is wrong with me? Yeah, it does look like a Cheeto and chip. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of does. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Embryo. Yeah, that's what we're gonna call it now. It sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Embryo. Expelliarmus. Please, all right, let me go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Again, I'm just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Is that Trump's kid? Yes, it actually is. It actually is. I don't know why it's like not accepting people, everyone. Give it a second. We're going to get someone up here and then we'll get some debates going. By the way, everyone, if I don't get to you, I apologize. I'm trying to get to as many people as I possibly can.
What's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Yes.
Why so? Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let me go to the next. I don't know why this is happening, everyone. I'm trying. Give it a second, everyone. Give it a second, y'all. Great argument. Honestly, that was a great argument. It really was. Do you disagree? I'm pro-sentient, so I think abortion is wrong once they're sentient. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, all right, let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Tap that screen. I don't know what's going on today. Give it a second, everyone.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, but in circumstances, I do find it a bit iffy.
What do you mean?
Like, everyone knows that without protection, two people have sex, the possibility of getting pregnant is there.
Okay.
If you sat there and took if you haven't taken the precautions to prevent it beforehand, you sort of got to pay the consequences. But I also understand some people can't be put in that situation because it can be a financial burden for them in the future because they might not be able to provide for said child, which also makes me think that you should be allowed to.
So do you think so you don't think it's wrong for someone to get an abortion?
I don't think it's wrong.
Okay. All right. Well, I am just going to look for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do, but I do believe that there are several exceptions. But like, if I'm 6 months pregnant right now, and before I got pregnant, I was like, oh, I believe anybody should be able to do it. But after getting pregnant myself and experiencing it and learning what I learned about embryos and fetuses and then becoming babies, it's like, well, if you have the money for it and you have, a partner, then I don't think that you should. But like situations for SA or incest, or, maybe somebody is going to have a baby that's like severely disabled or severely special needs, I would understand that. But like, if you have money to care for the baby and you just like decided to not use a condom, or maybe you forgot your birth control, I think you need to strap up and you need to do what you can to care for it. Because you're right, it's not a baby yet at 6 weeks. It's just like a little chip, right? But it's gonna become a human being most likely, unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, so do you think that like using contraception is immoral? Because I mean, like that's stopping there from being
not.
like a
Absolutely
baby produced.
Not. Absolutely not.
I mean, but that's stopping there from being a baby produced in the same sort of way. That like if you were to get like an abortion, that's stopping it from being like sentient or developing like the characteristics that we'd see within it to be morally valuable. Because you said like at this point, right, it's not necessarily something you consider to be valuable. You're saying it's potential to be valuable in the future.
Right.
Yeah, so if it's potential to be valuable for in the future, that'd be the same way that if people were engaging in intercourse, right, there'd be potential for there to be value in the future, right, if there was offspring generated.
Yeah, but then also at the same time, sex is fun. You shouldn't have to. People shouldn't have to be celibate until they decide to have a baby, or only have sex if they're wanting to have a baby. I think that that's kind of.
I agree with that, right? But like, I don't think that there would be an obligation until something would be sentient or be a person under my view. Right, because it doesn't have anything within inside of it that's like morally valuable. The same way that prior to there being conception, someone wouldn't see there to be something that's morally valuable, and therefore wouldn't change the way that they say use contraception, right, and prevent this to occur, right?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, but then also, it's like no matter what, usually unless you have a miscarriage, unfortunately that does happen. But unless that happens, it's going to become a human being. Like,
well, it technically already is human, right? It's human life, but I wouldn't consider it a human being until it's a person, until it's like, it has like subjective experiences.
Well, I have read an article that says that they start making nerve endings at 6 weeks.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, the same things exist within brain dead individuals, and they don't have subjective experiences.
Right. I don't know. It's just, like I said, it all changed once I got pregnant myself, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And I was only with the dad for I'm still with him, but I had only been with him for 5 months before I got pregnant. So it was not an ideal situation, but, I was like, well, damn, time for me to strap up, I guess. I'm 26 years old. I can't. But that was just my thinking. But I'm never gonna judge somebody else for getting an abortion. I don't know.
So you said that someone could get an abortion in the sense in which they could not financially provide for the kid. So my question would be to you is, what would be the morally relevant distinction between the baby or the infant that was from a parent that couldn't financially take care of them and one from that could, right? Do you see a distinction in how much they're valuable, morally speaking?
No, definitely not.
So why do we say it's okay to kill one but not the other?
Well, because I know that if they can't feed the baby, if they're let's say they're homeless, I believe abortion should be free for homeless people, because that's just such a drastic scenario. But I'm not saying rich, but I'm saying like, you know, maybe.
Well, isn't
like,
there adoption?
Yeah, but I was adopted myself, and the system is not fun. It's not cool.
I agree. I don't like the system.
Yeah.
But like, are we saying that there is any morally relevant distinction between these two children? Because it seems like there's a
Definitely
double
not.
standard here, right? Just because their parents couldn't financially pay for them doesn't mean they're less morally valuable.
No, that's not what I mean by that. I just know that they wouldn't have as great of a chance. And like the mom would have to work 3 jobs. You know, let's say a single girl goes out at a night at a bar and some guy ejaculates in her without her permission, but she did consent to the act itself, just not being ejaculated into. And then she's by herself living in a 1-bedroom
Well,
apartment.
if it would, that's still grape.
You know, right?
Exactly. Like that's still essay because again, if you have said that you don't want that to happen and they do that, that's great.
Yeah, then they should be allowed to have an abortion in that case. 100%.
Yeah, because they didn't cause it.
That's what I was referring to when I said that, was like that kind of scenario, or a scenario where with homelessness, or you know, something like that. Because I used to be on drugs really bad and I was homeless for a year, and I know that if I got pregnant during that time, I would have been very grateful to have been able to have an abortion, but luckily I didn't.
So it's not about like the moral value necessarily. You still hold to like bodily autonomy.
Right.
Okay, so if you still hold to like bodily autonomy, what's going to be the reason why you have to give up your bodily resources to the fetus at any point under your view?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Will you rephrase that question?
Yeah, if you hold to bodily autonomy, why do you have to give up any of your bodily resources to this child?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's just because that's what, you know, women are built for. Like, I haven't really had to go on some sort of crazy diet to like grow a baby. I pretty much just eat the same, just take prenatal vitamins. And I've been pretty great, like, okay, you know.
Okay. What's your point with that?
Oh, maybe I just don't understand the question. Maybe. Like, are you saying the baby taking vitamins from us and we shouldn't be, like, we should be able to get an abortion because we don't want it to take our nutrients? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, nutrients, you have to take care of it, you have to give birth to it, you have to do many things. It's not just one thing, right? Yeah, so clearly speaking, I mean, if it's not sentient, right, I'm not going to have any concerns for that side, right?
Right. But I guess I just think differently on that because I believe that most women were built for that. Like, that's kind of like in our DNA is to like be able to make babies.
Yeah, but I mean, just because we have like a uterus doesn't mean that like necessarily speaking it should be used. I mean, should happen that way. Just because we have a uterus, that would be saying that because of this descriptive claim, right, that we have like DNA or we have a uterus means we should use it, right? I don't think that just because say someone smokes a cigarette and they get cancer from it means they should have got cancer.
Right. Like, I don't think that everybody should have a kid. Like, if you don't want to have a kid, don't have a kid. But I believe that, like, if you use a condom, if you use birth control and you pull out all in the same, like, thing, like, you pull out even if you have a condom on, I believe that the likelihood of getting pregnant is severely low.
No, of course it's extraordinarily low, but I mean, it still happens. 51% of abortions actually come from failed contraception. Extraordinarily low, but I mean, it still happens. Yo, Jordan, send a guest request back. You got a call, it sounds like, so definitely make sure to send a guest request back. In the meantime, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people as well, let's try to get to 500 shares. Everyone, copy links, send to a few friends. We are on my second account right now because we got suspended on the main account until the 22nd, everyone. So I should be back on the main account on the 22nd. Again, if you know that, it is Parker Get a Job, of course. But yeah, give it a second, everyone. We're going to see if they send a guest request back. If not, we will go to the next person. Does anyone remember that person's name? I want to make sure to get back to them. Does anyone remember? I'm trying to see. Parker, how often do you think of the Roman Empire? I do not. I've been asked that questions by many people. Jordan. Okay, I don't see them in the guest box. You can appeal. I appealed and they never responded. Okay, so I don't see Jordan. We're gonna go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Again, let's try to get to 500,000 likes. But let me go to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
September 3rd, 2005.
What's your sun sign?
My sun sign?
Mm-hmm.
Is that like the zodiac stuff?
Yeah.
I don't really do that. I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It took you kind of long to say that, but it's fine. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of like I'm not going to trust it, chat. I'm feeling kind of like I'm not going to trust it. That just took too long. You know what I mean? I don't want to be rude though, you know? Fuck. I have to call Cap. I don't want to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, but I'm 23.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong or in
Yeah.
the first trimester?
Yeah, I do. So I'm going to kind of piggyback off of that dude we had a while earlier, Jamal. Me and him kind of follow the same logic. I just feel like he couldn't come up with certain questions or rebuttals. So you agree that, fetuses are human. You just don't think they're sentient, or you think because they're not sentient, that, they don't have the same rights, or they shouldn't have the same rights that us sentient beings do to life, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering, with that same position, right? And he might have asked this, I kind of caught the backhand of that conversation. Do you think that fetus or babies, infants born who have not yet experienced sentience due to developmental delays, should we be allowed to unalive them essentially?
You wouldn't have you wouldn't have like an obligation to sustain them. Yeah, if they're not sentient, then that would be up to like the family on what to do.
It's up to the family?
If they've never been sentient, not sentient, it'd be up to the family for whether or not they want to sustain that.
Yeah. So I was just curious if your, if your position allowed for infanticide or not really. Because, we're assuming they're born, they just haven't been sentient yet.
Yeah. That means they're brain dead, right?
No. It doesn't mean they're like, sorry, I probably get elaborated. Like,
well, in any sense in which they don't have that yet, they would be brain dead in real life. But you're saying like in this hypothetical scenario, right? They haven't had this sentience yet. They were born, and they're maybe sometime in the future going to have it.
Yeah, we'll say that probably sometime in the future they're going to have it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there wouldn't be concerns with like an individual like sustaining a pregnancy or something like that, right? But if you had to give up your financial resources, I don't think you would have to be able to sustain it.
So we're saying that, or you're saying that if you have to give up something financially, then you don't have to sustain it. But if you don't have to, you might as well sustain it.
Well, I mean, there wouldn't be any reason to do otherwise. I guess I wouldn't necessarily have anything against like you, like necessarily like not wanting to sustain them in that scenario. So like, I mean, they're not sentient, right? They've never been sentient.
So if a mom has,
but if it would affect something that would be sentient, then there would be something wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be sentient. It's just not sentient yet.
Sure.
Yeah. So you're saying that we should sustain it because it's going to be sentient.
No, we don't have to sustain it.
Okay. So if a mom is in this situation and I go in there and unalive her baby, it hasn't reached personhood yet. So I shouldn't be tried for, the unaliving of her baby because by that logic, it hasn't reached.
Well, I mean, it would be like a property thing if she didn't want that to happen.
Okay, so I would be tried for something along the lines of essentially destroying her property.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, cool. And then with, or And so with, let's say, adult people, kind of like the whole life support argument, if they're newly on life support and we're assuming they're only going to be on life support for for a set period of time, let's say due to brain edema.
I hold a past or present and future view. So I care about the future sentience so long as that there's an actual.
As long as the experience has already been had, they have now achieved personhood, and you can't take it away from them.
Yeah, so it's a path. There's a disjunction and conjunction. Disjunction being this or this, and conjunction being this and this to gain value. So essentially, what that would be in the scenario is that there's a past or present, right, and future subjective experience. So it has to have either past or present and future to be granted value. If it doesn't have both of those conditions in terms of the and, then it wouldn't have value to the same degree.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. That seems, that makes sense to me. So since we're assuming that achieved sentience is the, achieving and, in conjunction, you're going to continue to have sentience at least at some point. Since that is future, since that's like your kind of defining factor of what constitutes as life, and earlier you already agreed to sentient life. Sorry. But you also think, in that sense, animals are the same as humans, right? Because they have been sentient.
They have sentience, yeah. Other animals have sentience.
So, should we try people who kill animals?
I think you can make arguments for like different types of animals in terms of the treatment of them. We already do so with like torturing animals.
Yeah, let's say dolphins. Like, let's say we're not torturing them. Let's just say that insta-killing them. Oh wait, insta-unaliving them. Sorry, I'm new to TikTok Live. Insta-unaliving them. I mean, are we saying that's essentially equal to unaliving a sentient person?
In terms of so yeah, I don't know if I would have like laws or anything attributed with other types of animals. I'm agnostic on that notion, right? But when it relates to the morals aspect of that, yeah, I do think that we can have a standard that's different for humans compared to other types of animals, like a conjunction of human and sentience, right? But it is also the case that I do care about other types of animals that are unalived and are treated badly, right? If I care about the torturing of them, I'm also going to care about the killing of them. Right.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So it seems like even given your concerns about it, you would care.
Well, I actually don't hold sentience as being the only defining factor.
No, but you care about like about torturing animals, right?
Oh yeah,
it's okay to torture animals.
I don't think it's okay to torture animals now.
Okay.
Yeah, but and this is one of those compound things. Once again, though, since we're relating this to abortion, is like I think it takes more than just sentience, right? That's why I'm okay with killing animals and not killing humans. And it's a compound thing, like
so. Is it like a rationality thing?
You can rationalize it, yeah.
No, like, is it like, how do you just make the distinction, the morally relevant distinction between other types of animals and humans?
Yeah, I mean, so sentience, it's a spectrum. Animals, why they have the ability to feel, they have nervous systems and they have brains. They don't have like metacognition, right? They're very limited on their sentience. I think the model most people use is the 5-stage sentience model. Most animals at least, don't reach stage 5 of the sentience model.
Yeah, but I mean, we could refer to some humans that don't, right? Like, and humans can be on the same level, if not lower, right? And you still are going to value the humans more. So it's the morally relevant distinction is going to be the humans. It's not going to be the level of rationality or the level of intelligence. Right?
Yeah, well, but like I said already, though, I don't think sentience is the only factor. I agree.
Yeah, sure. That's why conjunction of human and sentience, it seems.
Yeah, I think human and sentience are. I don't really value the sentience thing. I think once it's just human, I was just using sentience because I'm trying to understand your argument.
Okay, so I have a question, right? You would value this 6-week-old embryo more than, say, like I don't know, like a chimpanzee.
Yep.
Okay, so even though this is not sentient.
Yeah.
Because
I think with the,
so you'd care more about the treatment of this than the torturing of that chimpanzee.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's wild. Okay, so if there was a burning building, there was an embryo on one side and like 100 chimpanzees on the other side. You can either save the 100 chimpanzees or you can save the 6-week-old embryo. Which would you rather save?
We're saying like an embryo in incubation, right? That we're assuming is going to make it.
That in the future is going to be a human being like me and you. Yeah, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd rather save the human?
Yeah.
That has not sentient yet.
Yep.
Okay. You don't care about all the other things that are just going to burn alive?
I do care about the other things, and I would feel bad for the chimpanzees. Why? I value human life. I value human life over non-human life.
Okay. That's pretty wild, I guess. So if it was 100 million chimpanzees and one human embryo, 6 weeks, which would you rather save?
If there's 100 million chimpanzees and one human embryo, I would rather save the one human embryo. That being said, there is an extreme where I would choose the chimpanzees, right? And if it was
like if I gave you a few billion or something, maybe.
Well, if you told me, hey, this is literally the last of the chimpanzees, there's 100 in there. Are you choosing the chimpanzees versus one human? And I don't know.
Let's say it's not the last. Let's say it's not the last, and 100 billion chimpanzees in one human embryo that's not sentient. Which would you rather save?
I think I'd rather save the human.
Dude, I can't believe you actually think that. I think that's bullshit. I'm actually calling bullshit. 100 billion burning alive?
I feel the same way about your position that allows infanticide. Because you're saying...
What do you mean infanticide, bro?
What I'm saying is because a baby that's already born hasn't achieved sentience, an infant, but it's going to achieve sentience, you're okay with essentially not obligating the parents to care for that baby. I think that's
like it's not sentient.
Yeah,
it's never been sentient.
Yeah,
wait, you think that's somehow comparable to 100 billion chimpanzees burning alive, comparative to one human embryo that is literally not even at the point of sentience?
Where's the line drawn between? I think they're both pretty hard takes. That being said, I still value human life over chimpanzee life, regardless of how many chimps it is.
So even if I were to give you a trillion?
Trillion. I mean, that's a logical, that could logically happen in real life, but in reality, that's never going to happen. But yeah.
Clearly, it's never going to happen physically, right? But we're saying logically speaking, right? You're saying that you'd be okay with 1 trillion chimpanzees dying, right? Burning alive for one human embryo that's not sentient.
Whoa. You're putting words in my mouth, right? I didn't say I'm okay with it. You're making me choose between two.
Yeah, right? But you're okay with accepting that scenario. I would very clearly pick the trillion chimpanzees.
I believe that you would pick the trillion chimpanzees. I also believe that you would let a baby who has not been sentient yet, but is going to be sentient, you would not obligate parents to keep that baby alive, even though we're assuming it's going to be sentient, just based on the fact that it hasn't reached sentience yet, even though knowing that if we let the natural process of things occur, it's going to be sentient. That's an equally wild take to me, and more realistic.
I don't know how that's a wild take, right? That's like saying prior to life, you care about the sperm and the egg. Okay, there's a contraption that's going to lead to the sperm and the egg like fertilizing, and I already hit go on it, and they're moving towards each other. Would you say the sperm and the egg have rights prior to conception? It's going to be a conception. It's going to be a life.
So I don't think that the sperm and the egg have rights in the same way that.
But if you leave it to the natural processes at this point, right, it's going to be the case.
So you're saying, and actually one other thing is you're saying one sperm and one egg, right? That's absolutely not true. And earlier you brought up IVF. So have you heard of Octomom? You know what I'm talking about? Let you have like 8 kids because of IVF.
Oh,
well,
8 children because of IVF. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, when we do IVF, it's actually fairly unlikely that all your sperm and eggs are going to take, right? So we happen to.
It's actually more likely than engaging in sex. Way more
for one
likely.
sperm and one egg.
Mm-hmm.
It's only more likely. Well, now because IVF's changed a little bit over the past decade. Now we actually insert the sperm directly into the egg. Yeah. At the time. Oh, which by the way, if that is the IVF you're talking about, then yeah, I do think that's a new life. But at the time, we did not insert the sperm directly in the egg, and it was not more likely. That's why we gave moms multiple eggs, because we realized most of these eggs probably weren't going to take. Now, she was really unfortunate in her situation. 8 of the eggs took on a sperm.
What I'm confused what your point is.
Sorry, I was just kind of talking about the situation. I mean, that's a cool take to have. I mean, I can't really argue against, if our takes are going to be, we're going to allow infanticide in these situations.
Do you think that it's morally permissible for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead? And again, you keep saying infanticide. That's charged language.
I do think it's morally permissible, but also I think it's a totally different scenario. The reason is because we're not intending for this person to die. We're intending for the natural processes to happen, just like pro-lifers.
Wait, so you said yes or no?
Yeah.
You can pull the plug on someone who's brain dead?
Yeah, you can pull the plug on someone who's brain dead.
Oh, okay. So, but they're still cellularly speaking alive.
I agree, but we're also not intending for this person to die. We're intending.
You literally are. When you pull the plug, you are intending for them to die. Appreciate the fruits out. Thank you so much.
We're not intending to kill them. We're intending for the natural processes. No, we're not.
Okay. So when someone takes the abortion pill, they're not intending to kill the fetus. They're just wishing to end the pregnancy.
They're intending to stop the natural processes from happening.
Yeah, they're stopping the natural process, and then it dies naturally.
Yeah, no,
so you have nothing wrong with the abortion pill.
So, have you ever seen do you have
anything wrong with the abortion pill?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, but that's cutting off the natural processes and letting it die naturally, though.
Yeah, so when people pull the plug, right? While we are allowing the natural process to happen, our hope still is, and when I say our hope, I mean people's general hope still is, that person doesn't die, and maybe the doctors are wrong. And by the way, it's happened. We pull the plug all the time, and that person keeps on living, and we're like, oh, well, maybe they're a little more stable than we thought.
It's
maybe
extraordinarily unlikely to happen.
I don't know I don't know the statistics of it, but we know that when it does happen, we're happy about it, right? Ideally, in the most ideal case, we're saying, hopefully this person doesn't die.
Yeah, no, but the idea is that when you pull the plug that this person's dead, right? If you've been in a hospital and they talk about brain death, they're saying pull the plug because they're gone already, right? That's the whole reason why they're saying pull the plug, okay?
We're hoping
comatose would be comatose would be like, we're hoping they come back, okay?
Yeah,
literally,
but
when they're brain dead, they're like, oh, they're done, right? What's up?
No, but when we pull the plug, we still hope that we are wrong and we come back. A lot of this.
I don't even think that doctors really have that hope when they're talking about brain death.
Doctors probably don't. Families do though. All right, the ones making the deciding factor. And so the difference between the two.
Yeah, but again, the families again. Do you think they should have the choice, right? So if that is the case, right, why can't you have the choice when it relates to the abortion pill?
Well, yeah, and like I said, when we're talking about the best hope scenario, right? So in the same way with your argument that you presented, I think they should have the right to pull the plug. I don't think they should have the right to take a knife to them and unalive them, right? And that's a lot more similar because we're
okay,
still
so
not.
Can you take the abortion pill? Abortion pill isn't knife to them. Abortion pill is cutting off your resources to that fetus. Okay, or to the embryo. It's actually an embryo at that point.
But with our intent, that's what we're hoping is happening essentially. Like we're saying the abortion pill, if we could, and this is in reality, this isn't based, but this could technically happen. Like if we could essentially take a knife to that fetus, which in a weird way, the pill kind of is that.
No. It's the same thing as pulling the plug. It literally is. It's cutting off the resources that sustain this individual.
I don't think it's the same thing as pulling the plug.
It literally is.
So are you okay with families taking the knife to these brain dead people?
Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's like egregious and it would be like messy and stuff like that, but it's fundamentally the exact same thing with brain dead individuals.
So you are okay with it?
Well, I guess, but it'd probably be against like the hospital.
Okay, let's say, would you say, I mean, are you cool with the, let's say not knife, let's say lethal injection? A lot less messy.
For brain dead individuals.
Yeah.
There would be no reason to do that, but it'd be permissible. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. If it's your family member, I guess.
Well, the reason being that you took them off life support and they're still, continuing on a cellular function.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you then be okay with it?
Again, right, if they're brain dead, and we know that they're brain dead,
yeah,
they wouldn't continue, by the way. But yes, if they say they were continuing, it's just cellular life, don't have an issue. Because again, they're never coming back.
That's cool. Yeah, we're just under. I mean, we agree differently on some premises, right? Like, and that's fine. I mean, we're
it's
breaking
fundamentally the same conclusion, though. You understand that, right?
I believe it leads to the same conclusion. I don't think it's fundamentally the same conclusion.
What do you mean?
Like, I think it literally leads to the same conclusion.
However, it fundamentally is the same conclusion.
I think it literally leads there. I don't think that we're taking, I think there's a difference between not supporting it and intending for it to unalive, aka lethal injection.
When you pull the plug, you're intending for that to be over. Come on, let's be totally fucking real.
No family is intending for that to be over. I'm telling you, all
literally doctors and stuff are absolutely.
Yeah, the doctors,
right,
but the families, I'm telling you, they want it to be.
Yeah, there are families that after they die still hope that they're going to be in heaven, right? Like I don't know what this whole hope thing and the families are thinking. The families responding that way doesn't necessarily correspond with reality.
It doesn't always correspond with reality, but when we're talking about the legality of these things, a lot of times we're talking about the intent of something, right? Like, what was the intent of this law? Because we're saying, I guess this isn't really a legality argument, because you're not saying should it be legal, you're saying is it wrong? But even still, in reality, we see that intent often does matter.
Well, if we think abortion is wrong and we think this is murder, right, then I don't think we're going to say that we're for legal murder, right?
Yeah, and actually, that's a whole nother conversation, like whether or not it should be legal or illegal and how are we going to try that, because personally, while I do think it's wrong, I don't think we should try people who get one under penalty.
So you're okay with legal murder? That's your view.
No.
Your view is literally okay with legal murder.
No. I'm just saying I don't think we should try them under law.
And that's not my definition. That's your own definition of murder.
No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay with legal murder. I'm just saying I don't think.
So you are for trying people.
Trying people for murder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if someone gets an abortion, since you consider it to be murder, you want to try them.
Well, so when we're talking about trying, right, under the legal premise of it, we're talking about a reasonable, sane person who thinks that this is or isn't murder. For the past 50 years, people have been taught that it's not a life, and it's not until really recent.
So if someone from another country comes here and unalives someone, right, and say that they were like in a schizophrenic state, or I mean not in a schizophrenic state, they'll say they unalive someone, they don't know that that they were actually like alive or something like that, right? Do you still hold them accountable for murder?
Well, every country understands what murder is.
No, like again, like this individual doesn't. Hello? Chat, can y'all still hear me, or is that them?
Oh, can you hear me?
They're cutting out. I think they're lagging, chat.
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Sorry about that. I'm currently in Africa right now, so I have really bad connection. Third world country and all. Anyways, so yeah, a way we could realize this, right, is like if a child did it, and I'm not saying like it couldn't be an adult, but just so you understand what I'm saying, if a child did it, we would do something. We would psychologically diagnose them or not diagnose them with the ability to could they conceptualize that this was or was not murder. In real life, if this happened, even with an adult, they would go under psych reviews, right? If they did not fundamentally, for example, if it was like a very, I don't want to say like a very slow person, a mentally slow person. I don't know what I can and can't say on TikTok.
Wait. So here, how about this?
Might not try them for murder.
Let's compare two people then. One person is pro-life, right? And they know that it's a human life and they still get an abortion. And the other one's pro-choice, right? And they get an abortion. Should one go to jail? Like the one who's pro-life that knows that it's a child? Because they understand it?
Yeah, actually. I think so.
Okay. So you send one to jail, but not the other one. So all you have to do to get an abortion under his worldview, everyone, is just to be pro-choice.
No, I'm not saying to get one, right? Like, I think it should be illegal. Can we try doctors?
No, you don't. You don't want to try people who are getting the abortions. If someone uses a clothes hanger or something like that to cause an abortion without a doctor, should they get tried?
Maybe not for murder, because they understand that it's a murder. Like, this is a real thing that we still see today.
Let's say they do, or let's say they understand that it's murder.
If they understand that it's murder, then yeah, they should be tried.
Okay, well, they can just lie about that.
They can try and lie about it. We have actual crazy people who are actually crazy, and they still go under psych reviews, and there's just not enough evidence to say that they are crazy, right? There's a whole process for this kind of thing in our legal system. And I wasn't really taking the legality argument towards it, whether they should or should not, through the Constitution. I was taking it ought to be because philosophically. And don't get me wrong, like I'll talk about either one. But yeah, what you're talking about is something that does happen today. Like if someone cannot grasp a concept of murder, we usually we let them plead out, right? We let them plead to insanity. Now, whether or not their psychologists and psychiatrists are going to say they're clinically insane is a different story, but we at least give them the option to plead to insanity, saying, yeah, we can't try this person for murder because they don't fundamentally understand that it is murder. This is a thing we realize all the time in today's society. It's just really hard to plead out to insanity and, essentially get through your case like that. Anyways, that being said, since that's settled, that's cool. Like I said, I don't think we're going to come to agreement because, it's really hard to philosophically debate or ethically debate whether, if we're going to allow things like, and I don't want to use whatever you said, charged language, but things like infanticide in the most uncharged way I can say that. I don't know another way to say it.
It's under your own definition, not others. That's why, when I use the term legal murder, I'm only going to use that in the sense in which it's the own person's definition of murder. Because if I'm using my own definition of murder, it seems like we're equivocating between my definition and their definition. Because clearly speaking, when the person says abortion is murder and you're okay with legal murder in a general sense, right, that would just be under their own notion of murder. Of course, yeah, we're okay with unaliving, say, a zygote or something like that at conception or something. There's no issue with that, right? But that's not murder under my view.
The holidays coming up, perfect gifts, only $20 with that coupon at the top, so don't forget.
Okay, with legal murder under your own view, and that's why I would call it that. Does that make sense in terms of the distinction?
Yeah. So. If I agreed with the premise that it was my own definition, and I assume you're still kind of talking about the word infanticide, I don't personally, I'm not defining infanticide. I'll take the Oxford definition of infanticide.
No, but under what you consider, right? I wouldn't, at that point, I wouldn't consider it to be, right, sentient or like murder or something like that.
Well, what I'm considering is like I'm using like the actual definition of it. I'm not saying I don't see why you're saying what I'm considering infanticide. Literally, it is right. Like if we did do those things, like that would be just because they are born. Now, whether you could say that person has still achieved full personhood, that's a totally different story. But we uniformly agree, I think, that it's a person. It just might not be completely sentient. That position does allow infanticide.
Yeah, it's not under my definition, but sure. Right? Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
Nope, that's it. Thank you, man. I appreciate
you
it.
coming on, man. Thank you so much. By the way, I just realized I have been on for 3 hours already. Time has flown by today. Yo! Matt with the Leon and Lilith. What is that? Leon and Lily. Yo! W Matt in the comment section right now. Let's go, chat. Let's go. W Matt in the comment section right now. W the Leon and Lily. Let's fucking go. I've never seen that one before. That was fucking sick. Let's go, Matt. W Matt, everyone in the comment section. I wish we had the W Matt emote. By the way, everyone, we will be back on the main account here in about 4 days, everyone. 4 days and we will be back on the main account. I apologize, everyone. TikTok likes to do the bananas every once in a while and it's really annoying, but we do have my stuff back on the 22nd. But yeah, again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. This is where I am when I do get bananaed. But let me go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. If you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, y'all. Yo, Drews, I appreciate the Franktastic. Thank you so much. Matt, you rock. Yeah, W Matt's in the comment section right now, everyone. Of course it's wrong. Ashley, send a guest request. You have 1,000 followers. I'll accept you, Ashley. I'll wait a second, actually, because there's an Ashley in the comment section that said that. I'll wait. You can send a request. Come on, Ashley, send a request. Send a request. Come on. Calling out someone, yeah, from the comment section. I gotta wait. Come on, send a request. Okay, they didn't send a request. When are you going live with Dean? We'll see. All right, we'll see. Let me go to the next person, though. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it, Maggie. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
How you doing?
Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Hello? How you doing?
Do you think that huge echo. Next person, everyone. Next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Saints.
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 26.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
For sure, it's wrong.
Why is that?
Yeah. I want to ask you a question. If you aren't ready to have a baby, why go and have sex?
Because of expression of love, because of pleasure, things like that.
Okay. And the outcome of love, what do you think the outcome of love is supposed to be?
It depends on that individual, what they want from love.
Okay. Let's just say, that everyone decides to accept your mindset and that they accept that they can start having an abortion, does not matter when. And then every woman decides to do that.
That's not what I said, by the way. I think that you shouldn't be able to get an abortion once the fetus is sentient, which is likely to occur between the 18 through 26 week range in gestation. So that's when I would consider it to be wrong. Prior to that, you can get an abortion.
Okay. Let's just say, everybody decides that on the first trimester they can have an abortion. Every woman agrees and each woman does that. Where do you think the whole generation or the whole world is going to end up?
If we get abortions prior to sentience?
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again. You said...
Where are we going to end up? Where is the humanity, like the human race, going to end up?
Just by getting abortions?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to be fine.
We're going to be fine. it means we will not have children, we will not have babies, right?
No, we'll still have babies, right? These are just people who want to get abortions, right? We have abortions right now, yet people still produce children.
No, what situation can make someone want to have an abortion?
It could be finances. It could be just not wanting to have a child at that particular time, right?
No, but do you know that there's a lot of centers that is accepting children that mothers do not want? Why would someone decide to have an abortion?
They wouldn't want to
instead?
go through the birth. Sophie, I
They
appreciate
do-
the subscription. Thank you so much.
They do not want to go through the birth.
Yep.
No, that is totally wrong. Why? Because the Bible says that each person that is created in the womb, God knows them by name. God knew you when he formed you in your mother's womb. Meaning every human being, before even they can breathe, even before they are given birth, God knows them. They have a purpose. They have, a reason why they are supposed to be born. And the moment you stop that birth, it means you are stopping somebody's destiny. And you do not have the right to take a life. Okay, you don't even have a right to take your own life. So the moment you decide to abort, even if it is just like the first trimester or the second trimester, you are still killing a soul. Okay?
Yeah. So how do you know that God exists to grant that they have a soul?
Well, the Bible says God exists, and I have experienced God's love, and I've experienced God's unfailing, affection and presence in everything. Even when you look outside the sky, everything, God created it. And you can't doubt that God is alive. Come on. That is the obvious. God is alive. You can't doubt that.
I do, right? I don't have a good reason to believe that. I think there are contradictions with your worldview,
Why?
right? I think
Okay,
that
why are
there's
you
good
doubting
reason
it?
not to not accept
Why are
it.
you doubting it?
There's contradictions with the Christian worldview.
Like,
Yeah, like we could relate to the problem of evil. For example, right? Do you think God has free will?
God is the God of free will. He gave us free will.
Do you think God himself has free will?
God, come on, who created God? He doesn't even need anyone to give him free will. He is God. You understand?
I'm
You
asking
can't
if
tell
God
him
has free will.
God gave us free will, meaning he is the one who gives free will. He is the one who made wills.
Did God will that?
What do you mean, did God will that?
Did God will to give us wills?
Yeah, because
So God does have a free will.
God created us and he gave us free will. He's the creator of everything.
Oh my gosh. Does God himself have free will?
God is the creator of will. Come on. He gave us free will.
I think you're not understanding my question. You know
No,
how
I
I have
do.
free will?
How?
You believe I have free will, right?
Yeah, you do have free
So
will.
in the way that I have free will, does God have free will?
Yeah, yes.
So God does have free will. So can God do evil?
My God is holy. That's the thing. He's not evil comes from Satan. Okay?
So he can't do evil.
No, he's holy. He's a good God.
So you can have free will and not be able to do evil?
Yes, because he is holy.
So why didn't God create human beings holy insofar as they have free will and can't do evil?
God created human being holy, but human being went astray and did the wrong things. So that's where the separation.
But if they can't do evil, then they couldn't do that. And they still have free will, right? Because you can have free will and not be able to do evil. So they can not have the ability to do evil and still have free will. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
Can you repeat your question you said?
You said that God has free will and doesn't have the ability to do evil. So in the same way that God has free will within that sense, human beings can have free will and not have the ability to do evil under your view.
The one that accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior has the ability. God will give them the ability to not do evil.
No, but like the expectation would be that they have that from the first place, because then it would lead to a world where there's not sin. And that's something that God would prefer, as God has a preference against sin.
Yes, That's where.
So essentially, what we end with is a contradiction, and that is that God had the ability to choose a world where there's free will and there's evil, comparative to a world where there's free will and no evil. Given that we exist in a world where there's evil, that would tell us that since God is all good and picks the most preferred world, that God preferred a world with evil over a world without evil. All things else the same, all things else constant. In that sense, right, we would end up with a contradiction, right? God prefers a world in which God has a preference against, because again, sin is something that God has a preference against, which is a contradiction.
All right. Before I even argue I respond to you, let's go back to the beginning. If you've read your Bible, it's speaking about the fallen angel, Satan. I don't know if you know about Lucifer. Lucifer is a fallen angel who was in heaven, and he knew exactly who is God and everything, but he chose to do bad, and he was kicked out of heaven and was put into hell. Okay, if you know about that one. And in the beginning, in Genesis, God created human being, a man and a female. Okay, and then in the process, God made those humans very perfect and very holy. But Satan, who was kicked out of heaven, came and lied to...
I'm going to be totally honest. I've heard the story a million times, right? Okay. The idea that they're perfect would mean that they're flawless and they can't be corrupted in the same way that Jesus was tempted by the devil, but didn't succumb to that temptation.
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to respond to the contradiction I provided?
The thing is that I can't answer it unless you understand the base of what is happening.
Oh, trust me, I understand that.
Oh, you do understand?
Yeah.
Are you a Christian?
I used to be.
You used to be. What happened?
Well, I couldn't make sense of the idea that God would be all loving and trying to coerce us into believing in their existence. Originally. Okay. But now I have better arguments. But
okay, so which religion are you in right now?
I don't believe in any religion.
Okay. That's just okay. So aren't you afraid of your life after death? You're not. So you don't believe in that?
I don't know if there's life after death. I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, so you don't want to even know that, you know what, you can die and...
I do want to know, but I don't know.
But if you do want to know, then why don't you take your time and read the Bible and not listen to what people are saying? Because the Bible has all the answers to your questions. You know? Oh, that's nice. Then I think the best thing is for you to take your time. Read the Bible. Ask God to tell you and show you exactly what he means by everlasting life. Because there is no way you can live in this world and still don't believe in anything. You have to believe in something.
I do believe in things. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. Thank you for that mustache.
What do you
I just don't
in?
believe in a religion.
Well, Christianity is not a religion. It's it's a relationship. It's a relationship.
Yep, you have faith in and worship in a supernatural entity. That's a religion.
It is a relationship. Having a relationship with God. That's why it is not a force. We do not force you to do things. It is your choice. It is your will.
But if you don't believe in this, you're going to go to eternal conscious torment.
Well, that is a fact. That is a fact. God gives you free will.
Not forcing it, but if you don't believe in it, you're gonna suffer. You're gonna get tortured.
Yes, but it's like going to school. They say that you can go to school, and if you don't go to school, you know what? You're gonna be unemployed. You're not gonna be, educated. That is, life has choices.
Yeah. What if I were to say, if you don't believe that I'm Ben 10, right, and I have an Omnitrix, then I'm gonna torture you, right? Are you being coerced into believing that, or do you choose that out of your own free will?
No, if you want to believe that you are abandoned, and if I don't believe, then I choose to believe that nonsensity. You understand? But knowing very well that there are consequences to your choice. If, for example, the truth is you are abandoned.
Did you have free will?
Excuse me?
Did you have free will in that scenario? Like, did I get rid of your free will?
Where? For your Bantan? No, you did not get rid of
Even though I threatened torture. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. No?
No.
So you think even though there's coercion, it's still consentful?
Free will is making a choice whether consequence is going to come your way or not. You choose to stay wherever, you choose to stay in that choice. You understand? So
Sabrina, thank you for the galaxy. So if someone says, you engage in intercourse with me, right, or I'm going to torture you, was that consentful?
Of course not.
Okay, so you didn't have free will there.
That is called rape.
I agree, but by the way, you can't say that's TikTok TOS. You've got to say SA or R word, right? But yeah, clearly I agree. Coercion is not consent, right? So like, how is it? How is it? How are you saying it's consent if we're going to hell then?
No, listen. The truth. That's where you have to understand that free will. Right now, God is not having a knife on your neck that if you do not accept, if God is not having a knife on your neck that...
Yeah, if you don't believe in me, I'm going to torture you for eternity.
No, he tells you. He tells you that choose me because he created you. He created you, come on. And at the end of the day, he's the one who created the whole universe. And you're rejecting him, okay? You're rejecting
I just don't
God.
know it exists, right? But like, yeah, again, you're tortured for the rest of eternity, or believe in me.
Yeah.
Is that not coercion? Is that not the same thing as I brought up in the scenario where we called it grape?
No, that one is, how can I say, there's no good that will come out of a grape, I promise you. Because that grape, the other person is not happy. He's doing it out of...
Yeah, and I'm not happy when I go to hell.
No, but the thing is that he's looking for you to be happy because in him you have everlasting life. In him, he doesn't want you to go...
Yeah, and so are many abusers.
No, he doesn't want you to go to hell because he is the reason why he made sure that Jesus came so that you don't have to go to hell. You know, the beginning, God didn't want us to go to hell, but because of us being stubborn and being all knowing, we think we know, we're confusing the simplest things. We feel like we are now gods. We want to do what we want to do. That's where the whole thing came apart, like fell apart.
Yeah, so because I couldn't randomly select Christianity and end up on the right thing, in terms of what I believe instead of the other, 1900 religions, 2000 religions, that means that I deserve to go to eternal hellfire.
The problem is there's only one living God, and there's a lot of other religion and stuff, but there's one living God. All right. There's no doubt about it. We cannot say, oh no, God does not exist. There's one living God. And the moment you confuse that, that's where a lot of people fall apart and lose their way. All right? There's no need for...
I have a question. So God is a biological entity?
Is God a biological entity?
You said God is living, right? Things that are living are biological entities. So is God biological?
God is not limited by time or space or anything. God is omnipresent, omnipotent. So I can't, you have to understand that. Okay?
I don't know how that answered my question. It's fine. You can move on to your next point. Go for it.
Okay. Like I was saying that if every woman decide to, to do abortion, where will we all end up?
If every person?
Yes. If every woman decide they want to start having an abortion, where will we end up?
We wouldn't have any children.
Yes. And where will the whole humanity end up?
We wouldn't exist anymore because we wouldn't have any children.
Okay, and do you feel it's okay?
If it's prior to sentience, they could do that, right? But clearly speaking, I think that we should probably try to continue having children.
But you're standing here and preaching that it's okay to have an abortion. So
that doesn't mean every single person's gonna get an abortion.
But why are you sitting here and preaching it? if you don't want people to believe it and to follow it.
I'm not saying you should get an abortion. I'm saying you should have the option to get an abortion prior to sentience.
What if everybody decides that we want that option, we want to have that abortion? What happens then?
That would include, right, like people like I know, right? Which I already know what their commitments are. So I can already reject that.
Let's just say here you literally have like 2.3 followers, okay, that is watching right now.
2.3,
and and they will go out there and also preach the same thing that you're saying, that it's okay to have an abortion in your first semester. Everybody, the whole thing goes and spread like fire, and every woman decides to not give birth.
because it's such a good position. Agreed.
No, like literally.
Like you're arguing that like my view is so good that like it's gonna spread like wildfire.
No, that's where I want you to see what you're doing. It's not a simple thing that you're doing right now, because you are literally leading a generation astray. You are leading a lot of people to think stupid, to think it's okay, it's all right.
You think my view is stupid?
It's very stupid.
Let's think about this for 1 second, right? Why do we think it's stupid?
Because every human, every embryo, every cell in your body deserves to have life. All right?
That seems to be a claim, right? That's a preference that you have. That doesn't mean I'm stupid.
No, it's like you saying that if my heart is not working well, I should remove my heart. Where will you, like, if my blood is not okay, my cells, if I don't want my cells, I can remove myself. It does not make sense. The moment a process in life begins, you cannot stop it. Allow nature, allow God's timing to go through.
I don't believe in God. Wait, so the whole point that you just referenced relied upon a claim that a God exists, right? So, I mean, couldn't I point at this notion and be like, well, that could be considered stupid in the same way that you just considered it to be stupid that I held the view?
Well, if you're saying that holding a view about abortion, that people should just continue killing embryos or whatever, if you think it's okay, then I'm just giving you a very big view.
I have a question. Do you value this?
Do I value what?
Yeah. Do you think that we shouldn't be able to kill this?
Yeah, because you didn't make it.
No, we can't kill it. Okay, so this is a dolphin.
Is that what you feel like? This is just a picture.
This is a dolphin.
That's just a picture.
It's not even human.
It's just a picture. I'm just seeing a picture. That's nothing I know. Okay, that's a picture.
So it shouldn't have moral value.
No, I'm saying that is a picture. But if you literally see it in a physical person, will you be able to kill it?
The Gamer Cat, thank you so much. No. Again, this is a dolphin, right? Do you think that this is valuable?
If that's an embryo, if it's a human, then it's valuable.
It's not human.
But do you know that you just wrote there that it's an abortion from the first semester? Trimester, whatever.
Yeah. And I'm asking, right? You said that this had moral value, right? But it's actually a dolphin, so it doesn't have moral value, right?
That is, if that's a dolphin, then it's okay. It doesn't.
So you don't know whether or not it's a dolphin?
No, because if you're telling me that it's a dolphin, then okay. But if it's an embryo, then it does have moral value.
So we don't know. Well, this is actually human. I was trolling. This isn't dolphin. It's actually human, right? But the thing is, many people didn't know, right? Most people wouldn't know. Why? Because it's literally like you can't even make it out, right? It looks like a Cheeto, right, with a chip on the side, right? It doesn't really refer to something that we'd associate, be valuable, really, right?
And that's how every human starts, and including you, including me, including everybody here, they all started like that.
Yeah, we can also look at sperm cells and be like, oh, We all
Now
started there
imagine-
too, right? Sperm and egg cells.
Yeah. Now imagine if someone decided to cancel you. Would you have come to be a human like this? Would you have had your life like this? No. You wouldn't
Yeah, if
have.
my dad never got divorced, I wouldn't exist either.
Imagine. Now imagine if someone decided, you know what, I want to just destroy this pregnancy. Will you ever reach where you are right now?
If my parents only decided to have 2 children, right? I wouldn't exist either.
Yeah. But you are here. But
Okay,
you
that
are
doesn't mean
here.
it was immoral. It was immoral if they decided not to have a third kid. I think it would have been
Why?
completely fine if they decided not to have a third kid. You want to know why? Because I wouldn't have been able to exist to even have a preference on it in the first place.
Yeah, but at least you were born, you were not killed.
Well, I mean, if it was prior to sentience, I wouldn't really have an issue. Because I wouldn't have any type of awareness or subjective experience.
If destiny didn't want you, if God didn't want you to be here, you wouldn't have been. But the fact that your mother
I don't think a God has wants. I don't believe in a God.
Yeah, well, if you don't believe in God, then destiny. If destiny wanted you here, that's why you're here. All right?
I don't think the natural world has wants.
What do you think they want?
I don't think the natural world has a mind. Therefore, it wouldn't be able to have wants.
Okay, so what is it? Emptiness?
It's not a conscious entity. It's like a rock.
Wow.
Is a rock conscious?
And you feel that's okay, but you have emotions, you have everything, and you want to be like a rock, really.
I don't want to be like a rock. What?
Like.
No, I'm just saying, like, you said, what is the natural world like? I'm saying it's not conscious. It doesn't have a mind.
No, but well, things that people believe out here is really surprising. You forget the
really, you literally believe some God that's supernatural created the natural world.
Because
right?
how do you explain the sky, the seas? How do you explain all those things?
I mean, just because we don't have an explanation or we don't know doesn't mean it's a God. This is called the God of the gaps fallacy. Just because something's unexplained doesn't mean it's God. The same way that, like, just because we don't have an explanation of, say, thousands of years ago what the water cycle was, doesn't mean that the water cycle is explained by, like, a Greek God, right?
Everything has an answer. Every question has an answer, and the answer is in the Bible. If you refuse to accept the Bible,
how do you know the answer's in the Bible?
Because you read it. Because
sure, I've read it. Where in the Bible does it tell me this? Where in the Bible does it show me that it's credible enough to believe in?
God created the heaven and the earth. Okay? Have you read Genesis? In the beginning, God created heaven.
That's not the right. If you actually look at the Hebrew, that's actually not the correct terminology that's used, but it's fine, right? I digress. Just because something's claimed within the Bible, just because they say that they created things, doesn't mean that they did. Okay, there are claims of creation within the Quran. There are claims of creation within the Torah. There are claims of creation within Hindu scriptures. There are claims of creation within many other scriptures that exist. Okay, it's not specific to the Christian religion.
But is there in any religion that say that Jesus or their God came and died for their sin, and their God is coming back, and their God created heaven and earth? Did any of
they don't have the same story as Christianity, necessarily speaking, within all respects, but
is any of those gods say that they are the living God?
I don't know. I don't know why that's relevant. You're just talking about the different claims that the God made.
No, because no other God can claim that they are the living God, because only one God is the living God. All of those other gods,
they've claimed that. Do you understand that I can also point to ones that they have claimed that they're like a living God or whatever you want to reference?
That they are.
And also,
alive.
there are other denominations that you don't believe in that would also be claiming the same thing.
But you know, there is only one thing, though. There's only one God. And you know, because you carry your Bible there. Your Bible is literally sitting there. And you know, there is that thing inside of you that says there is only one living God. And that is why your heart is in search of the truth. And I hope that you find the truth before it's too late. Because the world is passing by. And it's passing away with all of its stuff the riches and all those things are gonna pass away. Okay? And only your soul. Okay? Be very mindful of everything that you do. Because at the end of the day,
I appreciate it. DI, thank you so much.
it's your soul that God is looking for. Okay? It does not matter what you
So
have.
God wants to save me.
God wants to save you.
And God is perfect, right? God is flawless.
God is holy.
So that means God succeeds with respect to his desires every time.
Sorry?
So God is perfect, therefore he succeeds with respect to his desires every time.
You are human. You have your choice, free will.
Then why hasn't God saved me if God wants that?
Because he wants you to make a choice.
So God can't succeed with. So there are some humans that God doesn't save, right? So God didn't succeed with respect to his desire.
Listen, God is a patient God. God does not force his will on you. You make a choice to allow God to do what he wants to do in your life. He ain't gonna come and push you to do what he wants. If you say, you know what, I don't want you, I don't choose you, he ain't gonna force you up until you make a choice. You know what, Lord, here I am. I choose you. Then he can do something. But if you refuse to follow him, if you refuse to do his will, there's nothing he can do. And you know exactly that you're going to go to hell. That's all. If you reject him, you reject everything. You don't love yourself. You don't love God. So, yeah.
No, I just don't accept that. Is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
I just want to know, when are you willing to give your life to God?
If I know that they exist.
And when will you be in search to find God, to find Jesus? When are you?
I mean, I'm in search to find stuff like this. I don't think it's rational.
Okay, but I would just like to give you just one advice. Please do search for him as soon as possible, because nobody promises you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming on.
All right. Bye.
All right, everyone. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, you can share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. We're on the second account right now because I am suspended on the main account. We're going to be back on the main account by the 22nd, everyone. So here in about 4 days, we should be back on the main account. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Let me go on to the next person, though. We are on the second account, so make sure to follow me here. We do miss the main, but let me go back to go on to the next person, everyone. I was wondering. Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. Yo, Thea, I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hunter, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Hunter. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Thought the background was a chicken nugget. No, this is a 6-week embryo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 20 years old.
What's your birth year?
2003.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Not necessarily.
All right, I'm just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate coming on.
Okay.
All right, everyone, just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, Nina, thank you so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it, Nina. Thank you so much. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're not here. Let me go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. Let me go on to the next person, though. You already know the deal, everyone. Okay, it's not accepting this person again. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. I'm going to try to get to the next person, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Honestly speaking, this has been like one of my main questions in like my 19 years of living. I ain't gonna lie. Like, is it wrong? I would like to hear like your side first before I talk. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. So I think that it's wrong in the situation in which someone didn't, caused like the pregnancy. And then also, right, it's sentient, right? So it has like subjective experiences. Prior to the notion in which it has subjective experiences, I think people should be able to have the choice of whether or not they want an abortion.
Oh, okay. I feel you on that. So okay, so like when you ask that other question of Robin, like if behind you look like a dolphin, right? Or whatever the case may be. I don't know. Not so sure, but it's kind of like, to me personally, I feel like it's a life. Feel me? Like it's on its way to creating a life. So why stop it? Like that's just how I feel.
Yeah. So like, do you think it's wrong for people to like use contraception,
What do you mean by that?
like condoms or birth control?
No, absolutely not. I don't feel like it's wrong. I feel like it's protecting. You feel me?
Do you think it's wrong for people to pull out?
Nah. Do you?
But they're stopping their being from a potential life.
I mean, that's also true. That's very true. I get what you could say about that. Like that's why I've always had this question. I'm just looking for like understanding more for me to debate with other people. Cause it's kind of like if I'm against it, then I can't really be against something that's kind of like hypocritical. You know what I mean?
No, I get you.
But like,
yeah,
that was one of my questions. Like, how do I like really stand up for this if I feel like it is killing a future potential life? But then there's also other people out there that use condoms. I don't understand, quite frankly, but you know, to each its own. But thank you for helping me understand.
Yeah, for sure. I care about like a future or a potential, last thing to say, a future or potential, so long as that there's an actual established, right? So I care about the future subjective experiences and the potential subjective experiences of an individual once they already have established a subjective experience, or they will have a subjective experience when they're impacted or something.
Nah, word. I also feel like, if I could say this as well, the people that come up here and they preach of God, I feel like man-made Christian, I really feel like it needs to pipe down. That's man-made word. And Parker, you will find God if God comes to you. And it's a relationship thing. Don't have nobody forcing God down your throat. Okay? Like, I really can't stand that. Have a great day. God
Appreciate you
bless.
coming on. All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, this person isn't here. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
I do. And obviously I'm a Christian, and knowing that you're a non-believer, like sitting here debating on that isn't going to get us anywhere. My question is, in your opinion, if two people lay down together and know what they're doing, do you think that they should take on that responsibility, or do you think that getting rid of the baby is still okay?
Once they're sentient, they would have a responsibility. So I believe in causal obligations, just it would only apply to persons.
So in the cases of the R word and things like that, that's when you think that it's okay to do that. Okay, well, we can agree to disagree on the rest. I do want to say thank you for having open and honest conversation and not being ugly and arguing. There are a lot of people in the comments that are like wishing death on people for having different views, which is really ridiculous. But thank you for being nice and honest and open opinion.
For sure. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Send a guest request if you disagree. By the way, everyone, we've been on for 3 hours and 41 minutes. We got like 2 hours and 20 minutes, I think I'm going to do for the rest of the live. This is the second account, everyone. Mark, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is going to be the second account until the 22nd, everyone. We're going to be back in about 4 days on the main account because I'm dealing with a suspension right now for quote-unquote misinformation. It's really dumb. I don't understand why, but let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yes and no. I think it's wrong in a way from a capitalist standpoint, not really a religious standpoint, because a lot of people don't have to believe in religion and morals are different between people. But for me, I think about the future.
Are you driving, by the way?
No, I'm actually sitting down here.
I'm just making sure. Just making sure.
No, I'm safe where I'm at. But for me, I think one of the things I wonder about is what's going to happen to society and the way we've built it right now, because I know that there's a large wage gap. how are we going to continue, our businesses and companies and corporate entities without, the base level or the entry level positions being covered? There has to be somebody at the bottom.
I'm confused how this relates to abortion.
Um, I guess when we have like a higher level of choice, many less people will have children, which means that we'll have a higher standard of living, I think, and people will become more educated, which means that they won't be taking lower wage jobs. That's just what I think.
So are you pro-choice?
In a way, yes. I think you should be able to choose what you want to do, but I don't think necessarily people should have abortions, no.
So you're against abortion, anti-abortion, but you're pro-choice? What's up?
I would say if someone asked me right off the street, hey, should I have an abortion? I would probably say no. But at the end of the day, it's up to you.
So you think it's murder, right? But you think it should be legal?
As legal as weed or alcohol is, I guess.
So you're okay with legal murder?
I mean, we do it in this country.
When?
Isn't that like what certain cops do? They just get suspended. They don't have to serve time, even though they know they killed somebody unlawfully.
Yeah, they should serve time.
Oh.
You think that they shouldn't?
I'm saying that I know that even with that, people still don't anyway. So if that's gonna be technically legal.
No, but this is under your own
be
definition, and the murder is being used is not relating to the law. The murder that's being used is relating to your own definition of what you think is right and wrong. So we're using the moral sense of murder. So you're okay with legal murder under your view?
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess it should all be legal.
Murder should be legal? Oh, okay. She left, everyone. She left. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. We're on the second account. We got suspended. We'll be back on my main account on the 22nd, everyone. So follow me here if you haven't already, everyone. This is where I will be for the next few days, everyone. We're going to go into the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker? I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
To be honest, I kind of pressed the wrong button, Parker, and it's
good, bro. Don't worry.
My bad.
Appreciate it, bro. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Oh, I tried to add them. It didn't work. Let me go to the next person, everyone. All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. That was so cute. Oh my God. Yeah, it was. I thought you were pro-choice. I am pro-choice, pro-sentience, pro-choice. So, I think that you should be able to get an abortion up until sentience, right? And if you didn't cause it, you can get an abortion, but even after, but yeah, it's based on sentience. I'm so scared of accidentally joining again. Oh my gosh. Don't worry. It's hard for me. You have to be unlucky for me to accept you. Cause there's like, I just select randomly. I'm pro Parker. W is in the chat for pro Parkers. Pro Parker. For some reason it's not accepting people. I'm trying, everyone. Give it a second, everyone. Give it a second. We're trying to get someone up here. I want to say hi to Parker. Oh, I see you in the comment section. Hi.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Lex? Thank you for the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25. Can you hear me?
Are you driving?
No, I'm in a car, but I'm not driving. I'm
Sure.
parked.
Do you think
I'm just chilling outside my house here. So yeah, I mean, there's a.
Oh, you cut out. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
All right.
Oh, you cut out again.
Hello, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I just want to start off saying, like, I'm a determinist. I believe everything's fated, so I'm just going to be talking about this in a more secular context. But when we're talking about abortion and freedom of choice and whether or not it should be done, well, when you're having a child and it's going to be developing into a baby eventually, I think it's wrong for you to intervene with that process. And because it's going to eventually become a life, that it is immoral, right? Because how do you define morality when when you're talking about abortion being wrong? How are you defining it being wrong versus right?
It relates to like my preferences. Thank you for the hand heart, Thank you so much. So let's say like there's a contraption in front of us. On one end there's a sperm. On the other egg there's an egg. On the other end there's an egg. I click a button. They're moving towards each other. They're about to fertilize. Right. Prior to them fertilizing, is it wrong for me to stop that from happening?
Yeah.
It is wrong?
It is wrong.
So they have rights prior to conception?
Not that they have rights, is that you're interfering with the natural process, right? Like if there's an egg and it's going to hatch into a bird, but it's not yet developing into a bird, it's just yolk, and you smash the egg, you just interfered with a process there from refusing its ability to become something.
Okay.
By denying its ability to become something.
For example, right? If I'm engaging in intercourse with someone and about to hit that point, right? Is it wrong if I pull out?
Yeah, I mean, if you're having intercourse without the intent of having a child, then it's in vain and therefore immoral, because anything done in vanity is immoral.
Oh, okay. So you think that even in the context of marriage, engaging in intercourse not meant for reproduction is immoral. So if I was married to someone so if I was married to someone who's infertile, it would be immoral for us to engage in intercourse at all.
If not that you're going to, if you're going to have a child, and there's the potential of you having a child.
No, they're infertile. Right?
And then.
So like again,
yeah, no, I'm not saying that they're going to be. I'm not saying that it's wrong to have a intercourse with somebody that's infertile. What I'm saying is, if you're doing it without, I'm saying with if you're doing it with the intent of like avoiding having a child, then it's wrong.
Okay. So let's just say you don't want to have sex anymore, right? But you're about to hit that point, right? Is it okay if you like pull out?
If you pull out?
Yeah. Do you have to let that natural process go through?
I mean, I think it should be done with intent. Because it's like I said again, it's done for the sake of vanity.
Let's say now you don't want to have a kid anymore. You're like, oh, I don't want to do it, but I'm about to hit that point. Can you pull out?
If you're going to that point and you're second guessing, then again, if it's done right and you do pull out, then you just did it for a vain reason. It just became immoral. If you ejaculated in her, then she's getting pregnant, she's in her first trimester, and you have an abortion, then if you have that abortion, then it's immoral, because you just completely avoided the accountability for your actions. And I think that is immoral, when you're not taking accountability.
So wait, so if you engage in intercourse and and you know it's never going to lead to reproduction, is it immoral?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying if you have intercourse with somebody who's infertile, right, like how you were saying. I'm not saying that's immoral. What I'm saying is, if you're doing it without the intent of eventually having accountability for having a child, and you use abortion as a means to get yourself out of it, or if you can't hold up to the responsibility for it because you participated in that act,
would be responsibility. But like,
like when I'm talking about like stopping this event from happening, you were
Right. Somebody,
appealing to the idea
someone,
that we're stopping a natural process.
Yeah.
Right. But stopping engaging in intercourse with someone, right, is stopping that sort of process. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be wrong on the basis of stopping that process.
Not that, because the cells are already starting to create and form and reproduce and actually create a structure, right? So these are two different subjects versus pulling out. You're doing it for the sake of vanity, right? Now it just became about vanity versus you taking accountability, in which cases both would be immoral. But
Okay,
somebody
so-
also mentioned in here vasectomies, abortions, snip, snip, right? So I would think it's okay to do it under those circumstances, but still, at that point, you're still participating in vanity.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So I have a question. If someone's essayed, can they get an abortion?
If somebody's SA,
Yeah, if someone got essayed, can they get an abortion?
what's SA?
If they were assaulted.
Oh yeah, no, I don't see that. That's what I'm saying. Like there are situations in context where, yeah, because I always thought it was very immoral for people to try to force people to get to have a child, even though they are under certain circumstances where they're not financially stable, or if they get raped, or sorry, raped.
Maybe the high end, I appreciate it.
Right. So, I mean, there is context to it. Like, if China came and just started saying, hey, you can't have babies, and then they found out somebody was pregnant, right? And they decided to give that mother or that woman an abortion in her first trimester, I mean, I would still consider that immoral, even though the mother themselves might not want it as well. I would still consider that immoral. So if somebody else is coming to you and saying, "Hey, you can't have a child," right? If like you have two children already, and now trying to say you can't have a third, you're pregnant again, we're going to force you to get an abortion.
Okay, I don't think this is relevant, right? What we're kind of like asking here is like, you think that they should have access to get an abortion if they are raped, right, or if they're assaulted. Okay, so
assaulted,
it's only in the sense in which you caused the action.
Yeah, because it's not done with intent, right? The person who assaulted originally, they are taking advantage of a person, and that person is a victim.
Yeah, no. So like you're just relating to a causation. If you cause something, then you'd have some sort of, yeah, again, given that you have like some sort of intent behind it. Okay, so when it relates to this, my question would just be, is where do we place this moral value, right? So my question, I can give you a scenario. Let's say that we're in a burning building, right? On one end of the building, there is a two zygotes that in the future will be implanted into a uterine wall, right? Like a two lives at conception. And then on the other end of the building, there's one newborn baby, right? But the building's burning, right? You only have time to either save the two zygotes or the one newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
With a newborn baby.
But I mean, so you value one human life over two?
Not that I value 1 over 2. I think that's a misleading question, right? It's about significance. Like if I was going to save a child versus an old person, I'd save a child. You know what I mean?
Because they have like more time or something like that, right? But the point I'm getting to is that there's two zygotes. Okay. So it should be the case that you'd value two human lives over one. It's not just one human life and one human life.
Right, but if you have to choose one, there's a newborn baby versus the zygotes is a cell, right?
Yeah.
So I'd choose the newborn baby.
Yeah, which is less in terms of the amount of human lives.
Not
so it
that
seems
it's
like
less. You're labeling
you
it
value,
as less, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's less. Just like I wouldn't consider an old person less, like a World War II veteran versus a baby. You know, I wouldn't consider the World War II veteran less or lesser. It's just there's more. The baby has more essential. It's more essential to save the baby versus the old person.
That's actually saying there's a slight difference in the level of value that's placed, right? But we're not saying that there's a slight difference. We're saying not on a preferential, not on that sort of basis. We're saying that there's literally 2 human lives and then 1 human life, right? You're saying in this scenario that the human life of a zygote is half as valuable, at least, as a newborn baby.
Sure.
Okay. So it's not given the same sort of moral value as a newborn baby.
Yeah, it's not given the same, but that doesn't mean that both of them are not valuable. You're trying to say, one's more valuable.
I'm not saying that they're not valuable. How do you know that, or why do you say that they have enough value to say that like a sentient mother has an obligation to sustain that pregnancy?
Because the cells might fail in their structure and their production. There's a newborn baby. There's a finished product there. Right, that's an actual baby.
Wait,
so you can put themselves through a production, but the production could fail, and then no human life could result as a baby. But there's an actual baby there already, and cells are a lot more easier to reproduce.
I'm confused. Your response.
So you're saying I would choose. You're saying because I'm choosing the baby over the cells, that's showing that because I can differentiate between choosing the baby over the cells, that would be me considering those cells not a person and not alive.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It's still life, right? You might still consider it a person, right? I don't know why, right? But like when it relates to that, sure. What I'm saying is that why does it have enough value, morally speaking, to grant that there's an obligation?
Because it's a fully grown baby.
No, not the baby, not the fully grown baby. I'm talking about the zygote.
Because they're just cells.
They're cells, yeah. What about them being cells? Means that they're valuable.
Sure, they're valuable, but they're easier to recreate.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking why it's less value. What I'm saying is that why is it of enough value to say that I should have to use my bodily resources to take care of that?
Why? Because if what do you mean, like from the burning building situation, or like an actual mother having that baby be produced in her stomach and it's growing? Because, like I said, if you're having intercourse and you have a baby, you're getting pregnant, you have to follow through with that. And if you try to get an abortion as a means to avoid taking accountability for your actions, that's immoral.
Okay. By the way, Jace, thank you for the Venmo, and also Robin, thank you for the Venmos as well. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. So you're just saying like because there's a sense of avoiding accountability, right? I don't care prior to it having personhood.
Because of the sake of vanity. So you're talking about wrong versus right? So morality, what's moral and what's immoral. And to do that and not take responsibility for your actions is immoral.
To not take responsibility for your actions is immoral, right? I don't think that you need to take responsibility because again, like they have, they're not sentient.
Sure, it's not sentient, but it's the decision from the parent.
Here, can I ask you this question? Do you think that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're still cellularly speaking alive.
Okay.
They're still human life.
Sure, but they're at that time unresponsive. You try to cut them open and perform surgery on them, the likelihood of them waking up is very low.
Well, that's the same thing with this type of embryo as well. This wouldn't survive. It's not viable.
Right, but I'm not sure why that relates over to the morality of getting an abortion.
Well, because both of them are just cellular human life, right, without sentience.
Right, but one of them's
like gonna be there in the future. Is that what you're saying?
What one of them's in the act of becoming and developing into a baby,
but it hasn't become actual yet. So like in terms of sentience, and the other one already was actual and doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. Right. So the resources to keep that person alive versus them being in a coma, they could be in a coma for however long. Right. Like a person with Alzheimer's. Right. I would not want to keep that person around. Right. Because one, they're not conscious of anything. They have no idea about what's going on.
People with Alzheimer's are still conscious of things.
Yeah, they're conscious,
they don't have
but
memory.
They don't have memory. So
right,
I wouldn't consider that conscious though. Like, what is consciousness? Consciousness.
They clearly do have consciousness. They clearly do. They have self-awareness and sense perception.
Okay, but they're not able to function like a live person.
So that they still have consciousness. I still value them. Like my grandma had dementia. I still valued her when she was alive.
Okay, so people in a coma have been reported to hear things and see things, and able to tell people are coming into the rooms.
I still value.
I know. I'm just
people in comas.
But you were saying that they're both cells that
being in a coma is different than being brain dead because you have a past subjective experience and a future subjective experience.
Okay.
With the brain dead individual, they don't have a future. I'm saying that you need past and future to have value. So if they don't have past, then that would be the case.
Okay, but you're talking about abortion, not talking about whether or not a person who's already alive and cutting the line on them when they're in a coma.
Yeah, I'm not arguing a coma, no. Because they have past and future, so they have the value.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with abortion though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Wait, with what? Sorry, ask that a question.
Like, how does that relate to related to the morality of abortion being wrong or right?
The past and future? Well, because you require both of those characteristics to be considered valuable under my view. So the zygote prior to this wouldn't have that value.
I guess that's a valid reason to consider, abortion being moral, because like you're saying, if you have to have a past or a future to be considered valuable, then I guess I could see that. But I mean, it's more about the act of actually of committing an act of vanity versus committing, not doing that. Right.
I don't know what you mean by that. What do you consider vanity?
Doing something for the sake of without a sake of intent or purpose, right? Like if you're going to have intercourses for the sake of enjoyment versus it actually there actually being a purpose to it.
Okay, so is it wrong to kiss your partner?
No.
Why? There's no purpose to it. Because it's reproduction.
Yeah, there is. There actually isn't purpose, because when you mix your saliva together, there's a chemical response that you have that allows you to connect with them more.
Same thing when you engage in intercourse.
Right, but it's a more intense level. You can't compare the two, because one is done for the act of creating a life versus the other one is done for the act of connecting with the other person. You're connecting with that person still, but the act is done to create life.
Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate all the hand hearts. Thank you so much. Say that last part again.
So you're doing one to connect with the person, and the other, right, intercourse, you're still connecting with the person, but it's on a more purposeful level versus the other one.
I don't. Okay, so I don't see as to why that would necessarily be relevant to whether or not you can engage in the action, because the reason why you're engaging in the action in both scenarios, if it's expression of love, is the same.
No, it's not.
It fundamentally is.
Because the other one, you don't need to talk about whether or not you should get an abortion, and the other one you do.
Thank you.
Right? You're not going to
Thank you
kiss
so much.
somebody and then you're not going to kiss somebody and start debating whether or not you need to get an abortion versus people having intercourse and then now debating whether or not they did an abortion or not.
In most
So
circumstances, you wouldn't
these are
have to
two
have that
different.
conversation. Many people have intercourse. They don't get pregnant.
Only. Okay, but there's the risk there.
So, think of the
That's what I'm saying.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So that makes so that there's the difference between kissing and intercourse. You can't compare the two.
If someone's infertile, it can't lead to it.
Sure, if somebody's infertile, you don't have to worry about that. But if you are fertile and you do participate in it, and you get an abortion to avoid the accountability of your actions, that's immoral.
Okay, so I don't think it's immoral for you to get an abortion prior to sentience. You're just saying it is because of your view on life. But the same thing also applies in the sense in which someone is like older. I mean, not older, who is brain dead. Right. So the individual who's brain dead in that view, they don't have sentience either, and you didn't necessarily say that you can't pull the plug on them. So, is there anything else you'd like to go over particularly or talk about? Or actually, I can ask you this question.
Yeah,
I can ask you this question. Actually, I have one thing. If we were to take my consciousness and then put it into a robot, would you still value it?
Probably not.
No, you wouldn't value me? I still have the same experiences I have now. You wouldn't value me?
Probably not. Yeah.
So if someone wanted to torture me once I'm in the robot, is that okay?
It's a good question. I would say no, because doing it for the intent of causing harm, for the sake of satisfying some evil desire, just for the sake of seeing suffering, would be immoral.
Okay, let's say that they
whether or not you actually are alive.
Let's say they thought this suffering was justified because they had some revelation from their God that it was justified to torture me. It's not malicious. Is it then okay?
No, because I don't believe in God. Like I said at the beginning, I'm a determinist. I don't believe in free will. I just believe in fate. Everything is supposed to happen.
Compatibilism, W. Come on, man. Come on, be a better determinist, bro. Be a better determinist. Compatibilism, W, dude.
What is that?
Compatibilism is saying that free will and determinism are true simultaneously. Essentially, free will is the ability to do differently, and compatibilism is just saying, determinism is saying that there's just a set of antecedent or prior conditions that lead to these particular events occurring. Right?
Mm-hmm. So
these true are compatible.
I don't think so.
Okay, do you think there's a meaningful distinction between slavery and between voluntary work?
Depends on the willingness in which you're doing that work for your own personal gain.
Wait, right. Willingness? Like, you mean the will?
The willingness, the relevant willingness.
So doesn't that relate to having a will then, a free will?
Not really, just instinct.
So determined. So, but both states are unnecessarily determined.
I think it is determined either way. I mean, we're talking about immorality, right?
Okay,
Morality versus immorality.
But
It is.
could an individual have done differently in that scenario? Like, you know how I ate either Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Lucky Charms earlier, right? Could I have done differently than I did if I ate Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Say that again?
Could I have done differently than I did? Because I ate Cinnamon Toast Crunch, could I have instead eaten Lucky Charms?
If you did what you did, then it's done.
But could I have done differently?
No.
No, I couldn't have.
Right.
Okay. So then, what is meaningful when you say that you consented to someone? What's meaningful about that statement? If you couldn't have done differently,
And that's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying that everybody has the act of choosing what they're doing, but I'm just talking about the difference between the morality and immorality of it. People are doing it for the sake of a motive, and that motive may be moral or immoral.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
No, that was my point about it. I didn't really hear you refute it in an effective way, other than bringing up uncomparable things.
I gave you pretty good like comparison. What was uncomparable about what I brought up?
Well, the coma has nothing to do with the act of a person.
It does.
Having intercourse.
What was my explanation for that?
You were saying that because a person already has that value, because they have a existing past and a potential future, they at that time currently have value. And I'm saying because of a person having intercourse and then having an abortion, preventing that life to actually evolve and develop, right in the middle of its development, is immoral.
No, so what I was showing you is that in both scenarios, right, they don't have sentience, right? They both just have cellular life. I was comparing with in that respect to show you that if an entity doesn't have, or just has cellular life and doesn't have sentience, you don't value it in that sense. So it's not just cellular life that you value. That would indicate to you that, say, right, like this individual has rights, right? It's going to be more than just life, right? That's the point I was demonstrating.
Yeah, no, sure, but I'm talking about morality versus immorality, not whether or not one has life or one doesn't have life. We're talking about the immorality of abortion versus the morality of it. So if somebody's getting an abortion, it's immoral because they intended to do something for the sake of vanity.
Okay, so
when
we're just
the thing that they're doing is meant to create a life, and they're stopping the development of that life knowingly because their original intent was to do something for the sake of vanity. So that's immoral.
Yeah, it seems like we're just like restating the same claim. So is there anything else you'd like to address?
Other than that, it's immoral because a person's doing it for vanity? No.
All right, appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. So the reason why my view is not the same as Republican policy is because I'm in support of greater amount of exceptions. You can compare my position to like positions that are seen in Europe, where they actually have better outcomes when it relates to abortion, and they have lower rates of abortion, even though they have earlier weeks for like when they don't allow abortion. They just have broader notions of exceptions.
Hey Parker, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, I was like the second or third request, so I've been
Yeah, I accepted you earlier and it didn't go through.
Oh shit. Well, we're still beefing, but anyway, I still want to say congrats on the baby, man, and I can't wait for your meet and greet at Disneyland tomorrow. Anyway, I do genuinely disagree, and I think you've made like the sentience argument, and you've also referenced like the 15-week mark, which I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but
obviously,
Well, I do 18 through 26, right? But 15 is precautionary within a particular respect. I would be okay with 18 or something like that. But yeah, when it relates to my position, it's clearly not the same as Republican policy. As again, there would be a broader sense of exceptions within my view. It'd be comparable to like European countries, if anything, which actually have better outcomes when it relates to abortion than we do here in the United States, even though we have later times in which we allow.
so why do you staunchly always like reference 15 weeks then?
Oh, that's just like a precautionary sense.
Precautionary of like what?
In terms of
sentience?
Yeah.
Okay. I would
Again, I'm okay
still-
with 18.
I would still say that that is in more of a line to like the Republican 15 week heartbeat bill than it is to like any type of pro-abortion advocacy groups or institutions.
Okay, I don't care about those advocacy groups or institutions, right? What I mean by like by pro-choice would just be that like I'm in support of most abortions. My view would be in support of most abortions. So.
Right. So, and there's what my point was that all those pro-abortion advocacy groups criticize 15 weeks for a lot of reasons.
Okay, and I'll criticize them for lots of reasons too.
Criticize them for what?
When it relates to their abortion policy, that they can't make a distinction between in and outside of the body, right? To be able to justify that there would be an obligation outside the womb but not inside.
I'm sorry. Can you just say it one more time?
Yeah, they don't have the ability to justify like an obligation outside of womb or outside of utero, because I literally can't speak right now. They can't make a relevant distinction between outside and inside of the utero to say that one would deserve protection, the other one wouldn't.
So it's just kind of like, I mean, I would is like, from my perspective, most of the arguments are going to be pointed towards bodily autonomy when it comes to those issues.
Okay.
And preserving the bodily autonomy for the person that is creating the life.
Okay. So let's say that there's this button in front of me, right? That has like a 5% chance if I click it, that something becomes attached to me, right? And I'd have to take care of it for 9 months. But whenever I click this button, it gives me pleasure. So I like clicking this button. If I click this, anything wrong?
Well, I would say that's disanalogous because you like consenting to sex, giving birth.
I didn't say that in this scenario either. It's the same likelihood as engaging in intercourse in terms of you producing a child. Same likelihood.
Right. Yeah. So I would still say that even if you press the button, that you are that whatever repercussions that you may or may not have consented to, you're not entitled to like deal with them.
So if I did it a million times, right, and I unalived a million of those entities, right, I did nothing wrong.
No.
No. Nothing. If I did it a billion times, nothing wrong. Keep killing all those babies that keep attaching to me.
No. I mean, you're saying they're babies. I mean, I think you should clarify the terminology you're using here because you said an entity from pressing a button to. I still think it's
let's say it's a human. Yeah, it's a human that attaches to me once I click this button. If I did it a billion times, do you see nothing wrong with it?
Well, I mean, I would say that another reason that is disanalogous is because nobody uses abortion as a form of birth control or contraception.
I'm not saying that in this analogy either. I never made that claim that people are using it for that. What I'm saying is that if someone did it a billion times, they do something wrong.
Okay, so the analogy is if you push a button and it there's a 5% chance that a baby is
like attaches to you, and you got to take care of it for 9 months.
Right. So what's the end part of that?
Is like can you just like keep cutting off these obligations and killing them like as many times as you want because you feel like it?
I would say it's circumstantial, but for the most part, yes.
What do you mean it's circumstantial?
Like circumstantial as in like when it comes to abortions, I don't think it should be used as like a contraception.
or it should be. Also, I do want to address that the
Wait, why not?
first. Why not what?
Yeah, why not? Why don't they have the ability to do what they want with their body?
Who?
The person. You said that you don't want it to be used as contraception. Why can't they do what they want with their body? If they want to use it as contraception, they can.
No, they should. And well, no, not contraception. But I think I'm not saying that it should not be regulated in any way. That's not what I'm advocating for. I think you're misrepresenting my point, and trying to say that there would be no regulation, which I'm not saying there shouldn't be.
Wait, when did I say that there would be no regulation?
Whatever you said last, seemed like you were inferring to that, implying that.
No, okay.
Anyway, I do want to say that also any first trimester pregnancies, like 99.9% of the time, are not going to require an actual abortion procedure. It's just
it's like
medication.
Thank you. I appreciate the cowboy hat. Thank you. I don't know why you needed to tell me that.
No, I was just saying that abortions are never required in the first trimester of a pregnancy. So, I mean, it's just kind of like...
It still would be classified as an abortion under many views. Just it wouldn't be an abortion procedure medically.
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of another reason why I think 15 weeks is too early, but you've clarified that you go up 18 to 26.
Yeah, 18 would be the view that I would probably want to hold to. 15 is just precautionary within notion. But like, again, when it relates to this, there's like an actual way that I can differentiate between inside the womb and outside the womb, right? You it doesn't seem like there is, right? Someone can get an abortion up until 9 months.
Well, because I'm not taking the sentience of the baby in consideration.
Yeah, so lethal abortion 9 months. That's okay.
No, I don't think that's okay.
Why not?
Why not? Is because they could. It's not even a viability argument because they could literally survive without any medical intervention. Whereas, like, if I think
but they want to do what they want with their body.
The mother?
Yeah.
Like I said, there still can be regulations to that. I'm just saying that the stance that you take is commonly viewed as
what regulations?
Anti-choice.
No, and like why regulations?
Why regulations?
Mm-hmm.
Because the reason we have regulations for anything, the regulation of there's like a lot of rumors that Republicans like to spew about late-term abortions or like post-birth abortions, which obviously don't happen. And I think like it's even less than 1% of abortions that happen after.
We know this is a minute level of cases. We're just talking about what we think is permissible, right?
Right. I even disagree with the viability argument because it requires so much medical intervention that no normal person would be able to afford.
Yeah, also the standard of viability is different in other countries around the world. So like, again, my point is that like, if someone doesn't have access to medical care and they don't want to take care of this fetus, can they kill it in the womb 9 months?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, they can. So you have nothing wrong with that. Okay. So let's say that they're
it doesn't affect me.
Sure. Right. But do you think it should be legal?
No, I don't think it should be legal.
So it shouldn't be legal. Why not?
I think it should not be legal because that baby literally could survive outside of the womb without that mother.
Okay, so that's a viability stance.
In some sense,
and actually,
yes.
It can't, right? Like if they leave their baby, they give birth to it in the woods and they leave it there, right? It's not going to survive.
Yeah,
it needs the mother to keep them alive.
Right. So they're giving birth. I feel like waiting up until giving birth and you're not making any plans to give it up for adoption or to change a custody or anything like that. Those things should happen. Like I feel like giving birth to a baby is if you did not make any plans or do not make any plans, you are entitled to take care of it.
Oh, so you're obligated. So what's the distinction? In utero, out of utero means that you have an obligation, one, not the other.
Literally out of utero.
Oh, so it's just location. There's no relevant quality within the fetus. Okay, so like for example, right, like there's gonna be like a 30-week fetus that's already like out and about. It's already born, and that's gonna have moral value under your view. 35-week fetus in womb is not gonna have value under your view. You're gonna be able to kill a 35-week fetus. You're not gonna be able to kill a 30-week fetus. And,
no,
so
it's I would more take the stance of the viability that does not need medical intervention. Do you get what
stance of viability does not need medical. What do you mean?
The stance of viability goes as early as 21 weeks, I believe. I think that's the earliest a baby has ever survived outside of a utero.
Oh, so you think it's wrong after 21 weeks?
No. I think it's okay after that.
You think it's okay to get lethal abortions after 21 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, so then again, the same question is still there, right? You think it's okay to get an abortion at 35 weeks with a lethal abortion with a fetus in womb, in utero. I appreciate the handout, thank you so much. But a 30-week fetus that is outside of utero that was already born, you cannot kill that one.
Well, if the 30-week the 30-week fetus cannot survive without intense medical intervention,
it can survive, right? In this scenario.
In this scenario. So I would say no, you wouldn't be able to kill it because it could survive without intense medical intervention.
Yeah. So wait, so if it did have intense medical need for medical intervention, you could kill it?
Yes.
Okay. So if a human being, right, that is like in a bad circumstance, they got in a car accident, they're in an intense circumstance, can you kill them?
Well, I mean, if we're morally, I think, see, that's the thing is we don't hold that. That is not a standard that we hold equally throughout society. There are plenty of people that get denied medical care due to not being insured, due to
no, I'm asking you, do you think it's justified?
What is justified? Killing?
Do you think it's justified to kill someone because they got into a car accident and they need medical help?
No, I don't.
Okay, so just because an entity needs like medical help doesn't mean it's like permissible to kill them.
Right. And I would argue with the fact that I think somebody that has at least had I disagree with you about fetuses having past experiences. So I think that's where we would differ or reach an impasse.
Disagree that the fetus has a past experience?
Any type of applicable past experience, yes.
In the womb?
Correct, yes.
It does. It literally, like, we have good evidence to indicate this. We have academic research. What are you talking about?
I would like. Okay, when you say, are they self-aware?
You don't have to be. Babies outside the womb aren't self-aware until like 2 or 3 years old.
I know. So yeah, 2 or 3. Yeah, I was gonna say almost even up to 4 years old. Some children don't.
That's self-awareness.
Even develop.
That's not sentience. Sentience
Right,
refers to awareness, not self-awareness.
So I'm not gonna agree with you on how we value sentience.
So you don't value sentience then. So why can't you kill them outside of womb?
Why can't
it's
you?
Just location.
Because it's more of the like at 9 months. I don't think anybody doesn't know that they're not pregnant at 9 months.
Well, there are some people that don't know they're pregnant until they give birth. So.
That's something I'm not familiar with. I believe that I don't think
no, right? Like they have an obligation to sustain it. So like you literally have no way to like actually like establish some basis for them being able to like a relevant distinction to kill it, right? Outside of the context of sentience, your only point would be like threshold of obligation, or it could be like location, right? And location is really not a good reason at all. Like let's be totally real. Your only point would be threshold of obligation.
I would still hold to the fact that your views align more to Republican policies than any type of pro.
Cool. That's not a critique of my worldview. Okay, like
I don't.
this
You
is
don't.
like I posited a literal critique of your worldview here, right? That shows that again, right? There's going to be scenarios where you think it's okay to kill individuals within the womb at 35 weeks, right? But individuals out of the womb at 30 weeks, you can't kill those. So like that's going to be just showing that it's not based upon the level of capacities they have. It's solely dependent upon their location, and that's solely not a convincing argument.
No, I wouldn't say it's solely on their location. I would say it's solely, not solely, but I would say it's multiple factors. One of them is including the experiences that they've had, and like the what's the word I'm looking for?
So it's experiences and location.
Yeah, I would say that's what distinguishes a.
So, but if they have the experiences
full,
and they don't have a different location, then they're not valuable.
say that again.
So if they have the experiences and they don't have a location outside of the womb, they're not valuable. Appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much.
That would be analogous to like somebody who's brain dead, somebody who's had past experiences and is now brain dead.
No, they have experiences. They're not brain dead. What are you talking about? I just told you that they have experiences.
Somebody that is brain dead could have had experiences.
No, they have experiences right now. Yes, chat. I'm pro sentience, pro choice. Right. He just holds a pro choice view that goes way further than I do.
Right. I'm just pointing out the fact that your views align more to.
Oh my God, that's just like such a talking point, dude. You're
mean,
not
it is.
arguing against my point at all. You're just trying to make it seem bad.
I mean, I think it's kind of.
It really isn't. It's more. I actually already
I
responded to this multiple times. This is disingenuous. I've given you a response to this, right? It's actually more in line with like European countries that have better health outcomes when it relates to abortions. Okay,
I think it's
and they have lower amounts of term or limits that, I mean, not lower limits. They have more exceptions. They just have like 10 weeks, 11 weeks, 13 weeks. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. So even lower than I do. And they have better health outcomes when it relates to abortions than we do here in the United States.
And I'm sure there's a lot, like, I'm not familiar, but I'm sure there's a lot more factors, into that, regarding their healthcare than just the fact that they're in Europe or that they have, lower, like, more regulations for abortion. I think that's I think you're like correlation isn't causation type of thing here.
I didn't make a causation argument there. Right. I just said that these are things that you could associate with because you're trying to associate me with the Republican Party. Right. Like it's like a disingenuous argument.
Your views are more in line
that's literally
with Republican
my views.
policies.
My views. That's me. Yes.
They are more in line. They are aligned more with Republican policies.
Okay. And like, is there a critique? Again, literally, is there a critique? Or are you just going to like represent it that way?
Because this Congress is full of elderly white men making decisions and regulations on women.
That's not a critique to the position of sentience, dude. Give me a critique to the position of sentience.
Your position. Okay, can you clarify your position on sentience?
So like, dude, come on, man. Like it's obviously disingenuous that you're just trying to represent it with like those other people, right? When those other people and their other beliefs have nothing to do with the belief that relates to sentience here. They're not justifying a 15-week off of sentience, dude.
It doesn't matter.
They don't have exceptions.
They're justifying. It doesn't matter.
They don't have exceptions that are broad.
I would still argue that they're more in line with Republican policies. That's it.
That's not an argument.
Your
mom. That's literally not an argument against my view, at all.
I would still say that it is to be a male arguing for more regulations on decisions that only affect women that will never affect you.
Okay, that only affect women? What about trans men?
Okay, trans men can affect them as well.
So
are you a trans man? Or any of the people?
Well, no, you said it only affects women. I was just asking you to clarify.
Okay, obviously they're going to affect anybody that can reproduce, that has the reproductive organs to produce life.
Yeah. So secondly, right, again, just because something doesn't impact me doesn't mean that I don't have the ability to have an opinion on it, right? There are many things that don't impact me that I have opinions on, right? And that you have opinions on, right? Are you impacted by child sex trafficking?
Not directly.
Do you think it's bad?
Of course.
Okay, well, so you can have opinions on things that don't impact you?
I'm not saying that you can't have opinions on things that don't impact you.
Okay, so then what's your point here?
I'm saying that anybody that, like, the people that are making the legislation for abortion are not women when it should be women. It is all men.
So you're now just saying that they have to be affected by something in order for them to be having an opinion on it, and
I'm talking about
justified for them to
representation.
have an opinion on it?
No, it's more about representation.
I agree. There should be more representation.
Exactly.
Right, but
So,
like that's again not responding to my view here.
So when you're aligning with the party who does not represent women at all,
I'm not aligning with them. You're just saying that particular things within what I support align with particular attributes of what they're referencing, but it's not fully in sync at all.
No, I didn't say it was fully, but it is more aligned to a Republican abortion bill or policy than it is to any abortion advocacy institution.
If you're talking about 9 months, no, again, when it relates to like the 24 weeks, the 20 weeks that are brought up by pro-choice advocates, that's very inclined with what I'm referencing. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
They use 24 weeks as
and also pro-choice. This is actually very American centric, because if you look at pro-choice advocacy groups around the entire world, especially in Europe, they actually are pretty close to mine view. Okay, so like what you're just saying is not true.
Which countries?
Well, European countries, right? Particularly, right? Again, we can look at pro-choice advocacy groups there, right? And they don't necessarily say that that it should be like all 9 months or things like that, right? So you're hyper fixating on particular pro-choice advocacy groups, and like trying to like make it seem like I'm in support of Republicans to like try to like poison the well and make sure that my view like looks worse than it actually is. Right? That's not actually critiquing my worldview here. You're just trying to make it seem bad.
It's not making it seem bad when it is more aligned with the people who do not represent women at all. That is what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh, right. This is all charged language. You're not actually engaging with my worldview at all.
Okay,
like unironically, dude, you're not engaging with any of my points. You're using charged language to try to like appeal to emotion. This is not a critique against my worldview at all.
So can you name like any country in Europe that has like a similar stance to the view that you hold?
Yeah, any Scandinavian country.
So Sweden.
Yeah. Denmark. Germany, right? Any of those countries, they have relatively similar policies to me.
Okay. I'll definitely look into it more. And,
okay, but like, do you realize what you're doing though? Like, this is what I have an issue with a lot of pro-choicers who hold these types of views. Thank you for the head mustache. I appreciate it. They're not engaging with the hypotheticals. They're not engaging with the analogies. They're not engaging with the concepts. They're simply just trying to point the other side as bad, right? The same sort of way that like within politics with the two-party system, other people just like point other side bad and they don't recognize, right, both of the different arguments, right? So like I have a really big issue with the way that you're trying to argue here, right? Because it's not genuine at all. It's disingenuous because you're not actually arguing against the points. You're just trying to appeal to emotion to make the position seem bad by trying to associate with things that are people who are bad, right? Or have bad positions. But just because people have bad positions doesn't mean that this position is necessarily bad. That's a composition fallacy. You're saying because a part acts this particular way means the whole acts that way. So you're inherently using bad reasoning, right, and disingenuous argumentation to be able to argue against people that have different pro-choice positions from yours, right? It's a method to manipulate people to accepting your position without actually going to the argumentation.
Okay, so I mean, we can get more into it then. You said representation like matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So these people that are making pro-life or anti-abortion policies in America, who are those people making those policies?
It would be some Republicans. And some Democrats.
Right. I mean, that's a gross misrepresentation of.
That's not a misrepresentation. All that was a fact of reality. What I just said.
Okay, so who is overwhelmingly more?
There are overwhelmingly more Republicans, right? That hold bad abortion policies when it relates to
can you tell me the
abortion.
majority demographic in the Republican Party?
Are you just going to try to say white men? Right. The same thing is true for Democrats.
not to the same level, but in general, like yes, we need more representation in all facets of government. Correct. I agree. And because I'm not too familiar with European government and who they are, I would want to do more research into the people who are making those policies in Europe that are more in line with yours and Republicans here in this country. Because
do you want to respond to any of the claims that I made? Because I called out your behavior, right? But you didn't seem like you wanted to respond to any of the call-outs that I made.
Repeat one.
I was saying that you're using particular language to manipulate people by using like emotional appeals, like associating me with the Republican Party, which is a composition fallacy, because you're trying to argue that all these other types of policies I'd somehow be in association with, or that they support, just because there's similarities when it relates to an abortion stance.
My stance is that their stance is inherently wrong because they do not have any of the representation that they should when it comes to these decisions.
Wait, that's faulty. That's faulty reasoning. Just because there's not representation doesn't mean that their view is wrong. That would also, I'm not representing other types of communities as a person who's white and a male, right? I'm not representing other communities right now, right? But that doesn't mean I'm wrong.
I'm not. So, well, I'm not a Phil bro, so getting into the weeds is not really. But
Phil Bro's an anti-intellectual dog whistle, right? Meant to not engage further or more deep into conversations.
Right. So I'm obviously not as well versed as you are, and
it's not about being well versed, right? That you just use that within conversation to deflect away from going deeper into that point.
Deeper into which point?
That particular point we were just referencing with abortion here.
That misrepresentation doesn't mean that it's inherently wrong.
Yeah, you were referencing the rest of their particular positions, right? As somehow maybe association with this one, which is a composition fallacy.
So I wouldn't say that because they do not have their representation that they are inherently wrong. That is not the argument that I'm making.
That's actually literally what you said. That's actually literally what you said. So you're walking back on that now.
I would say that is a factor of it.
So you just moved the goalposts.
I did not.
You were saying you just get your gaslighting now. You were just saying that that was why they were wrong. They were wrong because of the fact that there wasn't representation. You went back on that. You just did. Okay, verbatim. That's what you said.
I don't think that's what makes them inherently wrong.
That's literally what you said. That is by literally word for word what you said. Okay, so if you can walk back on that, I'm fine with that. But at least acknowledge it.
Okay, sure. So I do not think that because there is not representation that it makes it inherently wrong. However,
yeah, I agree there should be more representation. I agree.
It skews any
skews their worldview. I agree.
Exactly. And I think that is extremely important, if not one of the most important things when it comes to advocacy and making policies for your constituents, is to be able to represent them as one of them. Right. So I'm still just gonna. That's just gonna be a huge proponent for me when it comes to people making policies that aren't affecting them.
Okay, I'm confused how this necessarily associates me with Republicans in general, right? It doesn't. It clearly doesn't. Again, this is just charged language meant to manipulate people to a position without actually engaging in the argumentation.
Well, whether or not no matter whatever your justification is for your stance or your reasoning, it still is in more of line of Republican policy. That is a fact.
And why is that even? Why have you said that literally, I think 15, 20 times in this conversation so far? Because you're trying to emotionally, no, it was not the fourth time. You're trying to emotionally appeal to people to associate me with other types of Republican policies that I am not in association with, which is inherently a composition fallacy. You're just trying to muddy the water. You're trying to poison the well so that people will just accept your position and look at mine as some sort of bad, demonized position. That's actually literally the point. And leftists and people on the left do this all the time. I'm left wing, right? But people do this on the left all the time to purity test people, right? For particular different types of beliefs, right? This happens literally all the time. Okay. And this is anti-intellectual within nature because it's not meant to actually use reason, right, for these different types of positions, and instead it meant to demonize based upon, right, some sort of like appeal to like just what people believe, right, or like an ad populum.
That is absolutely what I am doing. It is 100%. No, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
That's inherently disingenuous, bro. That's inherently like honestly, that's incredibly disingenuous.
Emotional appeal is not inherently disingenuous.
No. No, it's particularly with the intent of not like engaging with the argumentation. Okay, so if you're just like an emotional appeal would work in say like a reductio ad absurdism, right? In terms of like an absurd claim about a view to either reduce it to an absurdity or a contradiction. That would make sense. That's not what you're doing here. You're not relying upon any argumentation or any counterexamples or stuff like that. You're just simply trying to make my view be portrayed in a way in which seems that way, which is inherently an appeal to an emotion.
So my counterexample.
You're saying that because you don't like it, I'm wrong.
So I referenced directly to like the 15-week heartbeat bill, which is unpopular among a lot of Republicans.
That's not even a heartbeat,
states.
by the way, but
well, that's the name of the bill. I'm just referencing the bill.
Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense to call it heartbeat, though. But
I mean, that's just the name of the bill. I'm just critiquing that's what it's recognized as, and that is what I would say is what is aligning with your 15-week stance. And the reason why I'm against any type of regulations that early is because, like you said, some people don't even know that they're pregnant up until birth.
And I don't think that gives them
12
the right
weeks?
to kill it at that point.
12 weeks? How long is the first like the first trimester is 12 weeks.
Oh yeah, that's for the title, because I mean I'm not going to say first and a half trimester on my title behind me.
Okay. And I would argue that 15 weeks is, that is not a realistic time frame for most.
It literally is in a lot of countries around the world, right? Like it literally is, right? They have better health outcomes than we do here. So,
I mean, maybe in most countries around the world, but like me and you, we live here in America, right? So,
yeah, and we can change the laws here, right? Most abortions happen prior to that point. Like an overwhelming majority.
Prior to I don't remember the exact number that most
18 through 26 is when it's most likely to occur, right?
18 through 26.
Yeah.
Right. So when you say 15 weeks, I that is what I'm disagreeing.
That'd be precaution.
With.
I'm okay with 18. I've already told you.
Up to 24.
I said 18. Did you hear me? Are you listening to me, bro?
You said 18 to 24, right?
18
Earlier,
through 26.
That's what you said. Or 26.
I said I'm okay with up to 18.
So why not through 26?
Because it would be very likely to have very, very likely to have sentience by that point, and you'd be unaliving sentient beings.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I don't want to falsely assume, but you're not like vegetarian, are you? You eat animals and meat.
I think we should be vegetarian.
Okay, but you personally, you pay for people to kill animals, sentient animals, to eat them, right?
Yeah. So there's a few things here. One, I have eating issues that associate with like my ability to like get to like the particular caloric intake that I need in order to survive. Right. Two, when it relates to this, you can have a distinction in terms of the level of value that you place in different types of sentient animals comparative to humans, as you can have a conjunction of human sentience to have more value than other types of entities. Right. But I do think it's wrong to torture and kill other types of animals. I'm clear with that. But there are people out there that have issues to being able to get to these different types of diets. Right. And which isn't necessarily applicable to everyone else.
Thing, or like a 1 year or 10-year thing. It's going to be something that like takes several decades, if not, a century or two. With
at least on a systemic basis. But like there are individuals, right, that have issues when it relates to eating, right, eating disorders, right, that need particular different types of diets to be able to sustain themselves in terms of living, right? And again, someone changing one individual that is again in a circumstance where they have an eating disorder, changing their diet there isn't necessarily saving animals, right? Those animals aren't necessarily still dying, right? I think that we should try to move away from this, but the idea is that that person needs to sustain their life, right?
Well, okay, so you advocate for like just like vegetarianism or just full on like veganism?
Vegetarian. I wouldn't go like full. Like I wouldn't. I mean, there are some points where like I wouldn't necessarily agree with either or, right? But mostly aligns with like the vegetarian stance. Like I think we can have a symbiotic relationship with other types of animals in which we necessarily use like dairy products, other stuff like that, and do like sustainable like farming mechanisms.
So would you see it as ethical or more like morally okay to eat animals after they die naturally?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, like of course, yeah, that would make sense.
Anyway, I feel like we just got off topic a little bit there, but I've been watching you for like 2 years, bro. At least like 2 years now. I literally agree with pretty much everything else you talk about. I'm gonna do a little bit more research on like the type of systems they have regarding abortion in Europe, and you know the policies and the people that are making them. But I mean, I obviously believe that I know that healthcare in Europe, you know, they have better outcomes than we do here, obviously.
Yeah, it would be more or less associated with the access to healthcare as well, and like the universal healthcare systems.
And that's a huge variable, especially when we're talking about people that live in America. It is one of the biggest variables. Anyway, man, I still want to congratulate on the baby. Congrats, man. I can't wait for the gender reveal party. AJ said he will send me an invite, and can't wait for your meet and greet at Disneyland, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it.
Tomorrow at 11 p.m.
So real, so real. Yeah, chat. I'm not going to Disneyland, and I'm not having a baby. Neither are true. Neither are true. I'm not having a baby, and I'm not going to Disneyland tomorrow. So. Yeah, that's not happening. But yeah, let me go to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. By the way, everyone, we got suspended on the main account. I'm going to be back there on the 22nd. So we got like 4 days until we'll be back there. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. We got like another hour left on the live, and then I will be getting off for today. I love everyone so much so far, but let me go on to the next person. Nina, I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, this person isn't here. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Parker having a baby at Disneyland? No. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
13.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok.
No, I'm fine.
Too bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, but I think that I want to ask you, why are you not vegan?
Why am I not vegan?
Yeah.
Because I think that we can have a natural symbiotic relationship with animals in which we necessarily use like eggs or dairy products, right? Through sustainable farming mechanisms, and I don't think are necessarily like very harmful towards those different types of animals.
So do you think that you can get milk from a cow to feed an entire human population and make it humane? Do you know how is that supposed to work?
Do I know how that's supposed to work?
Yeah.
Like when they're pregnant, they necessarily like the milk that they would produce. Generally speaking, you just necessarily.
Yeah, but do you know that you have to artificially impregnate them to get milk, but they don't get as much pregnant if we don't intend them to, if we don't make them to. How are you going
They're
to
not going to get
so
pregnant
much?
as much. Yeah, I'm fine with them not getting pregnant as much, but like when they're pregnant, you can use their milk.
Firstly, you're not gonna. So they don't get pregnant as often as when we make them be pregnant as often to get milk. Otherwise, it won't suffice. Do you understand that? Like with
Well,
eggs,
it wouldn't suffice for the current rates in which we use them.
No, it won't suffice to the whole human population. For example, a chicken lays 220 eggs right now in a farming industry. Normally, it it hatches 5 or 6 eggs.
Bro,
in
I'm not saying that we're going to keep at the same rates that we're doing right now, but what I'm saying is that you can produce them through sustainable methods and use them.
How? What sustainable methods?
Again, when they're pregnant and they have extra milk that is produced that is not used, right? Clearly, you can use that milk.
Okay, do you understand how you? It's impossible because there are 8 billion people in the world. You cannot wait for a cow to get pregnant naturally, and then use their. It's gonna be. This milk is gonna cost so much money, and
yeah,
first,
it can cost more money. That's fine.
No, second, it's still cow's property. It's still cow's property. Yes, it's still cow's property. Because you know that evolution is true, right? So imagine
if we're relating to property, you'd have to have some sort of rational capacity to have like some sort of exclusive use over it. I don't think.
Yes, they have. Yes, they know it. They have it.
Cows do not reach a rational capacity.
Yes, they have rational capacity.
No, they do.
They have. They help each other. They help each other. They play with each other.
Capacity.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean by rational capacity?
Yeah, it's going to relate to a higher level of intelligence than they clearly exhibit, right?
They have intelligence, right?
I agree that they have intelligence, but not to the degree in which I would say grants them what I would consider rational capacities.
Okay,
like they would have relative levels of intelligence to like children, right? That I don't consider to have rational capacities.
So children can't possess things, right?
Children don't have rational capacities to a great extent.
Okay, wait. So you're saying right now that X, right? X. So wait. So you know that evolution happened, right? So imagine if there were other species, and who are just more intelligent than us, and they could milk female Homo sapiens. Would that be moral?
Oh no, I don't think that would be okay. As like again, we've reached different types of standards than just types of sentience and stuff like that. That clearly speaking indicate that we have the ability to engage rationally, communicate. We build societies, stuff like that.
Yes,
clearly speaking,
cows do build societies. Yes, they do build societies.
In which you would have the same sort of rational capacity to consent as you would say in other types of scenarios with like cows, other types of entities, as they don't have the
do have capacity. Okay, when you take a cap from a cow, it runs after it. It smells blood. It can cry. When there are videos when you bring a cow to a farming house, it starts crying because it smells blood, and it knows what's gonna happen.
Isn't that just like currently how our practices are? I don't think it's specific to all.
What do you mean? No, there is a study on that. Cows are conscious enough to know that. They're conscious enough to help each other. They open locks to escape. Literally, there are videos, hundreds of videos of that.
Again, these are not in conditions in which I would be referencing.
What do you mean? English is not my native language.
I think the current ways in which we run farming mechanisms in the United States is very
unethical. So why do you contribute to that then?
I don't want to contribute to that.
Okay, why do you still do it?
Because I mean, I literally have eating issues and I won't be able to reach the caloric intake in order to survive.
Can you name your please, or is it private? Can you?
Do I have to do it on a live in front of 1,700 people?
No, you don't have to. I'm just wondering because I never heard anything like this. Okay, so
never heard about eating disorders and like issues.
No,
with
eating disorder. I never heard about a condition that prevents someone going vegan. No, I have no.
Getting the caloric intake that they would need to survive.
sorry, English is not my first language. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by this? Caloric intake?
Getting enough calories to eat, all right, to be able to survive.
Yeah, but you still can go vegan, can't you?
I literally wouldn't be able to reach the calories that I need. I'm actually serious.
Calories that you need, because do you know that there are like vegan bodybuilders? No.
I understand there are vegan bodybuilders. There are different. This is why I hate fucking having these conversations on live, because I have to explain like every single aspect of my life to someone, like personally speaking. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Just to be able to explain to them why things are a particular way. Like I don't want to go through like the whole why I have to do the things that I do when it relates to this. Right? As this is clearly like personal, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but do you understand that like you can reach a needed calorie intake? Like, actually.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. Not all eating disorders are the same, right? Not all. Appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you so much.
But yes, but I've searched on the conditions that prevent.
Would you like me to follow you and I can explain to you? Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. I'll talk later then. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Bye.
For sure. All right, let me go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just gonna go on to the next person. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. I'm 24.
Yeah, do you think that... No fucking way. Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
So I have a few points on this.
Hold up, before you do actually, Matt, man. The fucking Rosa Nebula, what is that? That was fucking wild. That was wild. W Matt in the comment section, everyone fucking spam it. I haven't seen that one before. That was sick as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate it, Matt. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Literally W Matt in the comment section, everyone.
So I first of all, I've been watching you for a while. I really appreciate your takes. You always got good takes. I agree abortion should be legal. I think that there's a point at which, like, I've known a few girls who have used abortion in the sense of birth control. And I think that is not right. Like, I think in general, abortion is fine. You know, if you're using it as you have a health problem, you can't carry a baby. Okay. You can't afford it, like you've said. You know, there is times, but I think there's also times where you shouldn't get an abortion. If you're just getting an abortion just to get an abortion and you've gotten 4 abortions, that's not right. Like, you know, take the precautions.
Even prior to sentience?
Prior to sentience, yes. Once the baby, you know, it has a heartbeat, it has a brain, yada yada, then no, abortion is not right, of course. You know, then it is a life.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with 95% of scientists that say that life begins at conception?
Yes. Yeah, I guess it's complicated when you get into that.
So when someone's heart stops, do they die?
Yes, technically, medically.
Okay. If someone gets a heart transplant and someone puts their heart in another individual, is that person who gave up their heart through the heart transplant, are they still alive in that other person's body?
No.
But the heartbeat's what determines the life, and it's from their body. It's still beating.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from there. Sorry, I just read a comment. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I feel like that's a totally different topic.
Yeah, so it seems like they would still be alive.
When the heart starts beating, yes.
Yeah, and the person who got the heart transplant, they're dead. Because they don't have a heart beating.
Yeah.
Appreciate the forever rose. Thank you so much.
You mean the person who gave the heart up or the person who received the heart?
The person who received the heart, their heart's done. Their heart stopped beating.
Oh, if they got a new heart, then they're alive.
Yeah, someone else is alive within their body.
No.
But isn't what determines the life the heartbeat?
Okay, I suppose. Yes, I see where you come from there. I don't know. I think a brain also makes you alive. That makes you human. The brains that we have as humans, that makes you a human, right?
Yeah, but I mean, brain dead individuals have brains, yet they don't have any subjective experience. So we think that we can be able to pull the plug on them. Do you think that we can be able to pull the plug on people who are brain dead, and that's permissible?
Yes, but there's also complications with like do not resuscitate forms, and I guess that would be the family's choice then.
Yeah, it would be up to the family, but they have a heartbeat, they have a brain.
Yeah.
You still think it's okay?
If they're not suffering, then I suppose, I mean, I don't know. I think it depends on if they are able to come back to be a functional human, then no.
But they don't have a brain. I mean, they have a brain and they have a heartbeat. So it's about, by functional human, you mean subjective experience. But in the scenario prior to subjective experience, they've never had that subjective experience before. They've never actualized that. So why does it have value if it's never had that subjective experience?
Well, it doesn't.
Oh, so you don't think it has value until subjective experience?
Until you cannot get an abortion. Like, you can get an abortion before that.
For sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, Parker.
All right, we're going to go on to the next person, everyone. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. Again, we're on the second account right now because we got suspended on the main account. We will be back on the main account on the 22nd, everyone. So make sure to look out for that. Follow me here if you haven't already, everyone. But we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong within the first trimester, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, I don't, but I wanted to kind of talk about your view on sentience. So I wasn't here earlier. I kind of joined in while you're in the middle of you talking about it. And if you could just explain your view on it.
Yeah, I think you should be able to get an abortion up until the fetus is sentient, which is likely to happen between 18 through 26 weeks, right? If you did cause it. You can get an abortion after that, though. Oh, they just left. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, we are suspended on the main. We're going to be back on the main account by the 22nd, everyone. But let me go to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, everyone. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 22.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I'm pro-choice, but I was coming on to talk to you about how, like, earlier you were talking to someone and they believe that the choice should extend beyond the first trimester and throughout the whole pregnancy, and I agree with that. So I personally, my beliefs are just that, as a woman, it's our body and our decision because we are the one that is holding the child. I was also curious about like some of your stances going into the later terms with like medical conditions and grape, slash with doing it with your family. So I was just wanted to know your kind of standpoint on that, like later into the term.
Yeah, I have medical exceptions. Also, if you didn't cause it, you can get an abortion. I have a causal obligation stance. So if people cause it, right, then they would have an obligation once they're a person or once they're sentient. My kind of response to people would be that, like, I don't see how we could have the ability to make a morally relevant distinction between the fetus in the uterus and outside of the uterus to say that we would, say that we should not kill one, but we can kill the other. Because I think that we would probably say that we're obligated to sustain them once they're outside of the womb, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so like I don't see the morally relevant distinction because in the sense it just seems to be like location.
Okay, yeah. See, for me, it's like, I guess it is pertaining to location, but just based off of the fact that my body or anyone who has a uterus and is carrying life, their body is being used for that. So it's just the usage of their body, and that a lot of the times, like, I get that you had the medical I can't think of the word right now, but the medical exception. But I understand that you have that, and I agree with that, but I just think that it goes beyond that, and that like a man or someone without a uterus shouldn't have the ability to tell us when and when not it is unacceptable, especially when people don't always, like you said earlier, don't always know until unfortunately the last minute. So.
Yeah, but when it relates to this, outside of utero, we're just saying that it's location then, right? So it's not about the qualities that it would have. It's just about where it's located, right? Because you're still, in the sense in which they're outside of the womb, you're still giving up your bodily resources to sustain it. Like if someone was in in the woods or something and gave birth, right? You'd say that they're obligated to sustain them because they've given birth already, right? But they still have to give up their bodily resources to get food for them, or to give it to them themselves, right? Or to like ensure that they don't die. They can't just like leave it there to die, you know?
Yeah, of course. I think that just has to also do with like, for me, like you could choose to like carry a child the whole term and then immediately give it to someone and have them be the adopted parents or whatever. So it's not necessarily like your responsibility once you hand the baby over to them anymore, as long as you have the documentation, obviously, to prove that they are now the parents. So I think it just has to do with like, I get what you mean with location, but it's like after the baby comes out and all ties are severed, I could hand it to somebody else.
Like you can transfer, but you have an obligation to transfer it. If you don't transfer that obligation, well, then you did something wrong. So there still is an obligation that exists there, right, to sustain them to at least that point. And I would agree that there would be an obligation to sustain.
So I have a question based on that.
Go ahead.
So, like, if you're saying that your obligation is to transfer, right, because you want that child to live, what about if you are having an abortion late term and you want to transfer, but it's like that child doesn't exist yet, so you're just transferring that consciousness back to where it was?
Yet. You have to wait. You have to wait till you can transfer. So you have an obligation to sustain till you can transfer, the same way that if you were in the woods, you have to sustain them until you get back to society so that you can, transfer the obligation.
Okay. I'm following what you're saying. I'm just like curious how, like, what's your differentiation between like, so when is your time that you think that you should stop having an abortion unless there's a medical?
We can say 18 weeks.
So at 18 weeks, what is the like differentiation for you between like
sentience,
why it's wrong,
the awareness, subjective experiences?
Okay, and what, like, I trust you and trust your opinion, but what sources do you use to, like, just out of curiosity, what sources do you use to like say what is sentience or what is consciousness?
Yeah, I can send you a bunch of different academic papers on this, right? Essentially, like within neuroscience, they go over like the different types of traits that are exhibited at these different times within utero, and essentially, they've come to say that like around like the 18 through 26 week mark, generally associated with the thalamocortical connections, right, which integrates the mind and the body. That's like when this type of experiences, these types of experiences, and these types of qualities are exhibited.
Okay. Yeah, I would be interested in doing more research into that. I do still disagree and think that I personally probably wouldn't have such a late term abortion, but I know that there are obviously medical cases and other things as well. So I personally just believe that women should have the choice for the whole full term, but I really appreciate your view and I appreciate all of what you have to say. I'm always listening and you always do a great job. So thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, again, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes or 1 million likes. It will help get it out to more people. I appreciate it. If you also want to help get it out to more people.
Me ending a separate life than my own, and I think I don't think that's right.
Yeah, sure. So, do you think that it would be like morally permissible for a family to pull the plug on a family member who's like brain dead?
Do I think it's morally okay?
Yeah.
It really depends. If there's like absolutely no possible way that they could come back and it's been a while and, you know, they've really weighed the options and thought about it, then yeah. But I mean, that's somebody that's at the end of their life versus somebody at the beginning of their life. So I think there's a little bit of a difference.
Oh, so yeah, there's a difference within that respect. But my point is that like there's still human life. So like it's not just the human life that we care about. It seems to be that like we care about some sort of like future experience that they're going to have.
Yeah. I think it's just the fact that they're at the very beginning, they're developing, they are their own organs, their own like everything's just brand spanking new and their own. I'm sorry, I have to go outside. Just think they're their own person. I think that I'm sorry. I kind of lost my train of thought.
You're good. So my point would be that I care about a future experience so long as there's one already actualized. Like, for example, right? If two people are engaging in intercourse, thank you for the handout. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There is a potential human life there, a potential experience. So if one of them stops engaging in intercourse and wants to revoke their consent, can they do that? Because that's going to stop a future human experience from happening.
There isn't already a fetus inside the woman.
Well, I mean, sure. So you're saying that like
I'm okay with abortion up until there is a heartbeat, which is around 8 weeks.
Oh, okay. So heartbeat.
That's kind of a sign that they are alive. And I know you talk about sentience a lot, and it's really, how do you define sentience?
Subjective experience. But in relation to the brain dead individuals, they have a heartbeat as well.
Yeah.
So why can we unalive them?
But do they have the potential of coming out of that, of like being?
Okay, so you mean
yes,
heartbeat and future subjective experience.
Heartbeat and subjective experience is like the definition of what?
That's what you require to have value.
To have value, I do think that they're still a valuable person. I don't think they lose their value because they're at the end of their life. I think it just might be okay to pull the plug on them in the case that
But they have less value because you can't pull the plug on comatose patients. You can't pull the plug on anyone else, right?
I believe at a certain point they are able to pull the plug on them after it's been a certain amount of time.
Only if they classify them as brain dead.
Yeah. I don't think it would be okay if they weren't brain dead.
Because they've established an actual right and they have a future. That would be my view. So it seems like you value like a conjunction or like this and this of you value heartbeat and future experience, right? So if someone's heartbeat were to stop, would they lose value?
And I value their individuality and just their potential to continue to grow and develop.
Yeah, so if their heartbeat stops, do they lose value?
I think they are still valuable even if if they pass away.
Oh no, they're still alive, but their heart stopped, right? Like, because again, your heart can stop, and then you can be brought back. Like the heart can, start beating again. So like my point here is that if you have a like a this and this, and it's heartbeat and like future subjective experience, there would be a scenario where they would lose this heartbeat. It can come back, but in that particular moment, under your view, it would then be acceptable to unalive them, right? If we relate to that view. But it seems like instead it's not based upon the idea of both of those characteristics.
I think I just say heartbeat in a way that it's, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm kind of all over the place right now. Yeah, I think if they have a heartbeat and then if it were to stop and come back, I don't think they lose their value as a person.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's what I think you would hold. So like you don't think they lose their value, and that's probably because you don't hold to a standard on heartbeat then. Because if you were to just hold to heartbeat, then you would be committed to saying that that brain dead individuals, you can't pull the plug on them. So if you do heartbeat and future experience, well then there's gonna be a circumstance where you can unalive them if they lose their heartbeat. So it seems like we would have to get rid of heartbeat then.
I guess, yeah, sure.
So if we got rid of heartbeat and it's just future experience, well, then the scenario where two people are engaging in intercourse, well, there's a future experience there that could happen.
Yeah,
if
but
they stop engaging in intercourse,
no,
then that's getting rid of that.
but they don't have a fetus yet inside one of them.
Okay, so it's going to be like life and future subjective experience.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So for example, right? Or actually, no, we can have that point. So, for example, right, if I were to take my my consciousness, my experience, and put it into a robot, do you think it would be okay to torture me?
No.
But there's no life there.
Didn't you say your consciousness is your life?
But there's no life, right? It's just my consciousness. Because life would relate to biology, and there's no biology here.
Would it be all right to torture you if you put your consciousness inside a robot?
Yeah, because there's no life.
What kind of torture are we talking about? If you can't, I mean, if you don't have pain receptors as a robot, but I mean, that's like, what if somebody was paralyzed? You can't, and they don't feel the pain. It's like, that's like the same thing.
Oh, there could be a psychological notion of pain.
Okay, then yeah, you can't psychologically torture anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'd still be wrong. So there's nothing to do with life then. Now it's just about experience. So it's not just future experience. It seems like we've reduced the view down to like past and future experiences.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. I have to go inside, and my brother's actually watching my son. That's why I'm so distracted right now.
That's fine. Don't worry.
He keeps talking to me through the glass, and I'm like trying to pay attention to both things. That's why I'm like.
No, don't worry. Go deal with your kid.
Thank you so
have a good
much.
night. Have a good night. All right, everyone. Can I remove bots? Yeah. If they're like spamming like my NUDES in bio, right? Yeah, you can delete them. You can delete those ones very clearly. But yeah, let me go to the next person. Everyone, again, if you like my content, follow me. If you're ready, you got like 35 more minutes left on the live, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, tomorrow we're going to be on probably around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I'll see everyone then. But yeah, let me go on to the next person, y'all.
Hey, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 38 last time I checked.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Well, let me before I answer that question, let me ask you, just for the audience's sake, what is that picture behind you?
Oh, this is a 6-week-old embryo. I think I pictured the Lana thing with that mustache. This is actually.
It looks like it would be an embryo with, but it looks like something's. It looks like that thing's like poking it.
This is a placenta.
Oh, that's.
Do you see how the
crazy.
placenta is like attached to that? Yeah. So this is actually something that won an award within radiology, right? Because it's the first of its kind. It's like a pioneer image of like the model of what it would look like. Normally they're like artwork photos. This is like a legitimate photo of what it looks like in utero, right? Like legitimate model. So it's really cool.
That's the actual.
This is what it actually looks like. Yeah.
That's cool, man. Nice.
It's actually really
picture.
cool. I know it looks like just a background photo because it looks kind of cool. Right?
I heard
but it's like a literal
when,
embryo. So it's like, yeah, that's why I think
I
it's so
heard
cool.
you when you said it looked like a Cheeto. That was
Yeah, it does.
funny.
It does look like a Cheeto and then a chip on the side.
So okay, so the question, right? Is it wrong? What is wrong? Right? No, it is. It is. I think it's actually not wrong. It's not wrong. I think during the first trimester, it's probably the most. If medically necessary, or if if it was something that had to do between life and death or something like that, like obviously, I think that it's the most humane to do it during the first trimester.
For sure, man. Well, it doesn't seem like you disagree here, but I definitely appreciate you coming on, bro.
Yeah, man. No worries. Thanks.
Thank you so much, bro. Have a good day.
Yep.
All right, everyone. Let's look for the next debate real quick. Again, if you want to disagree, send a guest request right now. Actually, everyone, I don't know if we'll go for the next 35 minutes or so. I think we're going to get just like one more person on for today and then end it for today. Everyone cool with that? Everyone cool with that? We will be back to my normal times and whatnot on the 22nd when I go back onto my main account. But yeah, let me go to the next person, everyone, real quick. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I actually don't believe it's wrong. So I'm just curious as to how you are. So I'm pro-choice all 9 months, and I'm just curious as to if you're pro-choice all 9 months.
Oh, no, I'm not all 9 months. I'm up until sentience. So 18 to 26 weeks is like when I think that the fetus is likely to be sentient. So if you've caused the pregnancy, then yeah, I do think that you shouldn't be able to get an abortion after that point. But if you didn't cause it, say you're a minor or there was like assault involved, right? Then you would be able to get an abortion.
So how do you argue that the woman's bodily autonomy is a factor even after sentience?
Why do I argue against that?
Yeah.
Because we do so when outside of the womb. Or like, for example, if someone were to have a baby and they were in like the woods or something like that, they gave birth to it, we would still say that they're obligated to sustain that baby's life when they're outside of the womb.
Okay. So it's just the pure fact of causation.
Yeah, causation's what's relevant. Yeah.
So even if I decide at 8 months that I consented to the act, but I don't consent to the fetus using my resources, you still disagree with that?
Yeah, I still think that they would be obligated. Same reason as like when they were out of womb, or if someone is clicking a button that gives them pleasure and 5% of the time it produces like a baby that is stuck to them. I think it would be wrong if they were to keep cutting off that connection to lead to their death, right? Just because they want to keep getting that pleasure from clicking the button.
Sure. Okay.
Do you think that if they did it 1,000,000 times, they would have done something wrong there?
I'm not sure. I really just can't see. I really just can't see a pro-choicer not being all 9 months. For the simple fact of autonomy. And when does the fetus's rights begin? Because I've been under the impression, and I guess it's my opinion, not under the impression, but it's my opinion that the rights don't start until birth.
Yeah. So if it was just birth, it seems to just be based on location then, which is unconvincing to me. For me, it's based on sentience or subjective experience, like the observer, the aware aspect of us right now. That's what I care about. And that starts around 18 through 26 weeks in gestation, which is multiple months into it. Right,
so
more than 4 months.
So would you disagree that the
the cutting of the umbilical cord and the severing the tie from the mother to the baby after birth would continue that viability. Like that would be, I mean, there's still, up until that point, they're still reliant on the mother's resources.
Yeah, and they would be obligated until you snip that, and then you can transfer the obligation at that point. If you're at like a hospital. If not, you'd have to take care of it till you can transfer that obligation.
So I feel like that would be different than just the location, right? So severing the ties to the mother and location being
so if it was outside of the womb but still connected to the mother through placenta, you think it's okay to kill it?
Great question. Personally, no.
So it is location then. It's about like whenever it's outside of the mother, not disconnected.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
You as well. All right, everyone. Should I end it here, or should I end it here, everyone, or should I continue, everyone? Should I do one more? I'll do one more. Okay, one more, chat. One more. Okay, we'll do one more. And again, tomorrow, everyone, we will be on at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time around then. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to end up doing the Trump topic. Just letting y'all know. But by the way, everyone, I appreciate everyone being here, especially since I've been suspended on my main account. For the fact that people are still here and I'm able to do it live like this really does help. Cause like low key, bro, it's like depressing not being able to go live. So like, I'm so glad that I can still go live and that like people are still able to come through and we're still able to get debates and whatnot. So it's amazing. I really appreciate everyone so much. Like the fact that I can just go live whenever this happens, it's really great. But yeah, let me go to the next person, everyone. Again, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. We'll be back on my main account the 22nd, everyone. So here in about 4 days, but let me go on to the last person here tonight. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. But let me go on to the last person, everyone. Why are you banana? Misinformation, apparently. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I am 28.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Believe that life begins at conception.
Oh, I believe that life begins at conception as well.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. Sorry, I just put my my headphones in, so I didn't know if there was going to be a problem.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Yeah. So I believe life begins at conception too. I just don't think that there's anything morally valuable about about that life at conception until it has some type of subjective experience.
So elaborate that a little bit for me. I've been listening, but I've been kind of hearing a lot of different people's opinions as well. So I wanted to hear what they had to say. I just want to hear about what you mean by that specifically.
Yeah. So like the aware part of you, how you're experiencing things right now, that's like kind of the thing that I value. And we see that particular aspect of us begins around the 18 through 26 week during pregnancy. So that's when I would say that it would be wrong to kill or unalive the fetus. So up until that point, you can have a choice to get an abortion. But like after that, people would still be able to get an abortion if they didn't cause it, or if there's medical necessity.
So let's put it this way. So because they don't have a sense of awareness, right? If that's exact kind of how you're saying it, because they don't have a sense of awareness or who they are, what their purpose is, what's going on around them.
Oh no, who they are is self-awareness. Awareness would just be that you are like having an experience. You're aware of things, of stimuli.
Right. So I mean, right. So I guess maybe visual, hearing, things like that. Certain aspects of them, because they can't do those things yet, their heartbeat, certain things like that, because they can't do those things yet. Is that really what you mean? That you wouldn't.
Yeah, they don't have those capacities yet. Therefore, I wouldn't grant it the same level of moral value.
All right. I mean, and that's unfortunately where I'd have to disagree with you, because I believe that somebody doing the actions that they're doing. Again, I've heard you use the logic before. Okay, pressing the button and whatever. But and I get it. But you know, I have a disorder myself. I actually have a neurological. My God, I can't speak. I'm telling you. So I see my neurologist like at least every 6 months. You know, I'm on medication, so obviously he has to bring up every time, okay, well, you need to let me know when you want to start a family because otherwise we have to take you off this medication. I have to be very careful with my, you know, private life because I, you know, can't be on that medication if I were to decide to have kids. You know, I have to be very careful. But there are some people I feel as though abortion is their way out, let's put it. Hey, I'm just going to take the morning after pill. I'm just going to go out and get an abortion when I find out I'm pregnant or whatever it is. And for anybody who really thinks that, you know, I'm just going to carry it out for as long as possible, I don't think that's morally acceptable. I just don't think it's right. Again, that's just my opinion.
Okay, so I have a question, right? Let's say that you're in a burning building, right, and you see two embryos on one side of the room. On the other side of the room, you have one newborn baby, and it's either that you can save the two embryos, like the one we see behind us, or you can save the one newborn baby. Which one would you rather save from the burning building?
I don't really think that's a fair question. I think they both have. I mean, like both options have very fair lives. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Like, okay, here's, you know, a full-term baby, a full-term child, like, but, you know, then the two embryos, but I still consider that to be life. So and their life has yet to even truly begin yet, in a sense of they haven't gotten to have life experiences. So, and it's not really that fair. So I don't think that's, I mean, I understand the question. Believe me, I get your analogy, but at the same time, I don't think I would be able to even answer that correctly. I really wouldn't.
Okay.
I mean, that's just me being honest. I apologize. I know you wanted like one answer or the other.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
But
okay, sure. So like, then I can ask you this sort of question.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you think it's okay for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
Well, so actually I had to, we had to make that decision for my father. So, it wasn't his brain, but it was in fact every other organ of his was shutting down, and he had to be into a medically induced coma. So, you know, he was on life support for a while, but because, you know, dialysis wasn't working, everything else started to shut down. It was starting to get very difficult. There was nothing else, you know, they could do. And we had to sign a DNR, so a do not resuscitate, and, you know, and that was kind of how it went. It just, you know, there was nothing coming back from it. Even if he was going to wake up, he was going to wake up very sick and probably die. It was going to be bad.
So that's more or less euthanasia, it sounds like, than brain death. But when it relates to brain death, you'd be okay with it. Okay, so in this sense, they're still alive, right? They still are living. They still have a heartbeat. So in that scenario, you still think it's okay to engage in an action that leads to their unaliving. So my point is that what we care about in this scenario is the subjective experiences or the awareness that they have, right?
Right. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And then that's what I'm saying that I value. I'm saying that I wouldn't necessarily care about the entity until it has this particularly like morally relevant like faculty.
So until they actually have those qualities, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess let's go back to, so, I mean, if someone is really brain dead, you know, like, I mean, would that be something you would do? Would you make that choice?
Yeah, I would pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead. It costs a lot of money to sustain them. They're not going to come back. There's no reason to keep them in that state.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think there's some stuff that's kind of it bothers me because there are a lot of people that would go through many lengths to say, that they will get an abortion at the full 9 months, which is a little disturbing. Had they
I'm
actually
against
known
that.
what they have, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm sure you know as well, like, had they actually understood like what they have to do for the procedure, and also have they known like the risks, even the long-term risks of any procedure of any kind, like of an abortion, it actually is life threatening.
Well, yeah, at that late, at the 9 months, it is actually. But that's what I mean. I'm not supportive at that point. I'm arguing against that still.
Well, and even an abortion generally, like when they actually don't have to use those certain types of instruments and whatnot, it's a little bit gruesome. There are chances of an infection, blood clot, I believe also problems getting pregnant in the future, stuff like that. So it's a little bit, there's a lot of like cons that come along with it. It's not just like, okay, I had the procedure, I'm all set.
Some of these
It's
cons can
more
come
like,
from birth as well, but I'm not quite sure with the infertility one. I'd have to check that one. I'd have to look back, but yeah, there are harms that can come from abortions.
yeah. I mean, and I do understand where a lot of people come from, where there are certain situations where they just, and I can't say, I guess the reason. I can understand why I can't say the reason. But, I mean, if you're assaulted, I can understand why, but I also think I have to explain to a lot of people, well, you know what? There are so many people that cannot get pregnant. If you have the opportunity, you might be saving a couple so much time, so much money with any in vitro and all beautiful body, and you're able to use it. And unfortunately, if you can't have the kid, if you can't sustain for the kid, then that's perfectly okay. But maybe just give the kid up for adoption. That may be the hardest process you'll ever have to go through, but you'll make a couple very happy.
Yeah, but so when it does relate to this, right? I do think that. By the way, I do want to say a few things. By the way, adoption, right? Most people are actually looking for infants, so there actually are a lot of people on a wait list for infants. What there's an issue with our current adoption system is the people who are older, who are abandoned, right? That's mainly the issue in terms of how many people are coming into the system through that sort of mechanism, right? But then again, I don't think that we should necessarily put someone in the circumstance where they would have to go through all of the pregnancy and adoption and stuff like that, given that the fetus is not even sentient, right? The concerns that I would have of the sentient mother would be way more than the concerns I would have for an entity that doesn't have any type of desires or preferences or anything, right? When it relates to experience.
And I can understand why you'd feel that way. I really do. But unfortunately, I just, I feel like if you aren't prepared already for the consequences that may come of that, of either not being on birth control to begin with, or
Wait, there's still
having
consequences
safe
in my
sex.
view, by the way. There's still consequences, but the thing is just like, I don't see it to be morally valuable prior to this point.
Right. Well, and but again, it comes back around to if you do the action without understanding that there may be consequences around the corner, you also have to be prepared for that, and not be prepared doesn't say, well, don't worry, I'll just get rid of it. It's not like that. You need to understand that you just conceived a child, and it's not a clump of cells. No, it's not it's when people say it's just a clump of cells or it's just this, it's just that. No, but that clump of cells is actually not a clump of cells of a dog or this, that, whatever. It's a human. It is going to be a human being.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a clump of cells. When it's a zygote, it's a single cell.
But again, and what is that? But again, when you're bringing up zygote, and again, I can understand that. I get where you're coming from, dude. I'm trying to level with you without trying to, be on the rude stuff. You know what I mean? I totally get it. But I mean, again, it doesn't matter on that end. To me, once that life has begun, it's begun. The process of life has begun. It
Yeah,
has
so-
started to develop. Once it started to develop, that's it. That's the process has already begun.
Yeah, so if we were to put my consciousness into a robot, would I still be valuable?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that would be you. I guess that would be you, but I don't think I would call you a human, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, but would it be okay to torture me?
Do you have any
Experience? Yeah.
like do you have any nerve endings? I don't know. I'm
There are
trying
pain
to
receptors built within the robot.
Okay, so if they have pain receptors in the robot that go like okay, so then I would say no.
So no, you can't torture. Okay, so in this sense, then there's no life here.
So what do you mean there's no life? Where
There's
exactly
no life
is
in
there
the
no
scenario.
life?
It's just experience. There's no biological life.
So at that stage where it's just where it is a zygote, where it's a cell, and during its fertilization process, you're saying there's no life, there's nothing.
No, not in the fertilization. The when I put my sentience right into a robot, right, that would be in that scenario, I'd still value myself, right?
Right.
Right, and it would be wrong to torture me, right? So the value doesn't come from the biological life that I have; it comes from the experience and the awareness. Would I be any less valuable than what I was prior?
No.
So if
would
I
not.
wasn't any less valuable, then the biological life that I have doesn't gain any value or add any value to me because I was just as valuable with the biological life as I was without it.
Okay. I mean, I can, but yet I can still understand, and I get what you're trying to do with these analogies. I can understand that, but at the same time, just because of, so when you're referring to the zygote, I mean, again, this is just like this fertilized, like, this is just its cell. Like this is the fertilization, process. And this is, again, how it's becoming because it's, again, becoming after its conception. So, I guess I phrased that really weird. Like it's after conception, like that's where it's coming about.
So you're saying you still value me because it's after the point in which I was conceived?
Yes.
Okay, so
even if we took your consciousness like and put it into an inanimate object. Okay, like I don't know, we can pick whatever we want, but I mean, does that mean
robot,
it's
like
okay
here,
to like
here I can
throw you
ask it
around
this
the
way.
room?
I can ask it this way. So like if we were to create a sentient experience within a robot in which is again not existed before, no biological life, do you think it would be valuable?
Well, again, and like I said, if you're telling me you have nerve endings that, shoot signals to you and, it deflects you, I would say, okay, no, that would definitely not be right. But again, I also would say, I still wouldn't say it sounds right. Even if you told me no, like you don't have nerve signals. But again, it's still, I think it's weird because you're telling me you have nerve signals, but to me, I'm also thinking in my head, well, you know what? It's just a robot. Who cares?
I know, but it has the same experiences as you. So if it
has the same experience,
like if it has like the same type of experience as me and you, right? Then clearly speaking, I would still value it. If you don't value it, right? I mean, if you value it still, and it's just as valuable as me and you, if it has the same type of conceptualization of experience as we do, then clearly our value isn't grounded in our biological life. It's grounded in our experience, our subjective experience.
So do we need to experience things first in order to be valuable? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think that we have, in order for us to have value, we would have to have actual experience and then also future experience.
And
so
why,
it's
why does
past
that
or
need to
present
be?
and then future.
Right. So and that's where I believe I'm confused as to why your stance is the way it is, because there's only a certain point where maybe those things could happen. I mean, I don't remember me being in my mother's, womb. Like, I don't. I'm sure you don't. I'm sure nobody does.
Oh, it's not about remembering, right? Like my grandma who had dementia, she didn't remember things, but she was still like had subjective experiences.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. But that doesn't also mean that the child you are carrying, even though to a lot of people it's also just a clump of cells, it's still something that is forming a baby. You are like, that's what's being made in the womb. That's what's being made.
Yeah, but like I'm just asking in relation to the robot, do we say that it's just as valuable as like me and you?
I wouldn't, because
you wouldn't?
I mean, I wouldn't, like, only because it's like just like the water bottle that's in front of me. I mean, if I threw it across the room right now, I wouldn't feel sorry that I threw it across the room.
Well, but it doesn't have a subjective experience or awareness, right? But this robot does.
Again, though, but are they even able to do the things that we do?
Yeah, they conceptualize of everything the same way we do. They live in a robot body, right? They have feelings, right? Because they have the nerve endings to the robot, how it's made. So it seems like I would value them. If you value them just as much as you value us, so then again, it's not based upon the biological notion.
I mean, can you give me maybe even a different example than something with a robot? Because I feel like that's kind of like something I've heard, I think, 15 times already. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I
don't mean to be rude about that.
Yeah, no,
I guess,
it's fine.
but
I don't know another way I could necessarily ask that question.
You know what I mean? It's like once you hear it like once, it's kind of like, well.
No, I get it. Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
Oh my God, I had it right in front of my face and I just closed the tab. So, I mean, let's just put it this way, like, God. Sorry, now I'm trying to bring the same page back up. But, so, when is your, like, let's say cutoff date?
18 to 26 weeks.
Cutoff, 18 to 26, okay. All right, I mean, I guess that's not dramatic, but still, it's not as dramatic as I've heard so far. It could be worse. I don't know. I mean, I still feel as though like the procedure for even 26, like that is still a whole lot. It's a whole lot. Like it's very scary. And I mean, again, I understand that there is a lot that goes on in everybody else's lives. Like, like everyone has maybe a health issue. Everyone has maybe a personal issue or something that happens in their life. But at the same time, think of, like, first of all, you're doing the action. So why not take preventative skills? I mean, I'm sure everyone had, health class at some point in their life, but just saying, I mean, there's got to be a way to, prevent this. I don't understand. I mean, I think sometimes people are also using it as a way to say, yeah, I've gotten plenty of abortions in my lifetime, which is a little sad.
Sure. All right. Well, I do appreciate you coming on. It was definitely great having you on. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right. You have a good night.
You as well. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off right now. I do appreciate everyone coming on tonight. Hopefully everyone had a great night, everyone. We're going to send everyone over to another person's live. Everyone, Danny or Dean? Danny or Dean? Chat. Danny or Dean? Danny or Dean? Danny or Dean? I see some Dannys. I see actually more Dannys. Yo, dude, people don't like Dean. I see some Dannys. I actually have seen more Dannys than Dean. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Damn, I see more Dannys than Dean. Okay, everyone, we're going to send everyone over to Danny. I would help out Dean, but everyone's saying Danny right now, so we're going to send everyone over to Danny. Everyone look up Danny Phil Talk 2. Spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Danny Phil Talk 2, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Love everyone so much. Again, look up Danny Phil Talk 2, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Love everyone. See everyone tomorrow. Be on at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. See y'all. Bye-bye.